Live from CTV studios in Halifax, it's the IWK Telethon for Children. With guests from all across the Maritimes, celebrating the strength and resilience of IWK families. Here are your hosts from CTV, Todd, Battis, and Maria Panopalis.
Good morning.
Hello.
Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday to you. Happy Telethon.
Telethon Day. Doesn't it feel good?
Good to see you.
Welcome to the 39th IWK Telethon for Children right here on CTV. Thank you for joining us today. We are so happy to have you on the, can you believe this, first day of fall.
Wow.
Okay?
Yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah, well,
It's kind of a little chillier out there.
I was giving Kaylin the gears last night on the 6 o'clock news of asking if he was going to be up at...
Kaylin. He had a hard end of the summer, that's for sure.
I asked him if he was going to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning when fall officially started, but he was non-committal. Great to see you here. Boy, it's great to be here.
It is great to be here. We're going to see Kaylin. You're going to see so many of our friends and CTV family as we head through the next 6 hours here. I can't believe it's telethon time again.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what makes me... kind of like warm and fuzzy when telethon time comes around. When I started working on this show, I only had nieces and nephews. And I always thought to myself, my goodness, how lucky we are to have this place. I go get to see new babies. Yep. And then I had my own kids. And then, I mean, yes, it's a joyful place, but it's the place you need when you're in trouble. Right. And I was even at the IWK yesterday, nothing serious.
Oh, really?
But yeah, we had an appointment yesterday with my little guy. Yeah.
It's just
part of our lives.
That's right. It's so much part of our lives. And I know everybody was expecting to see us here in June, but of course our region was affected by the wildfires that saw so much devastation in parts of New Brunswick, certainly in Nova Scotia, and that we just felt that we needed to concentrate on helping recover from that and heal. Now we feel like we're back to a better place, and we are ready to have a great telethon day. We'll be back on a regular schedule moving ahead, but this year it's on the first day of fall, and we're thrilled to be here.
Yeah, better late than never, right? So, as we always do, today is about shining a light on the amazing work being done in the region's largest children's hospital, a place close to the hearts of so many Maritimers and people right across the country.
The theme of this year's telethon is Stronger Than You Know, which I think is a perfect theme, highlighting the sheer strength and resilience of patients' families.
We have many compelling patient stories this year, along with interviews with families who have witnessed firsthand the life-saving work at the IWK.
Yeah, and we have a lot of special guests, as we always do, that'll be joining us. Our own Steve Murphy, I saw him somewhere here in the building.
Wouldn't be telethon without him,
right?
Huh? Yeah.
Caregivers from the IWK, of course, who can tell you how important your donations are to the care they provide.
And we welcome hundreds of donors from around the region who raise funds every year that help the IWK provide the best possible care. Thank you.
Ellis Farish from Summerside PEI was only 15 days old when she was referred to by the team at her local hospital to the IWK's orthopedic clinic. She was born with dislocated hips and other orthopedic-related conditions. After undergoing genetic testing, her IWK care team discovered she has RYR1 myopathy, rare inherited muscle disease. Let's find out how Ellis, who is now 8 years old, how she's doing with her life with the help of her family and her family at the IWK.
My name is Lori Farish, and we're in Summerside PEI in our home.
Ellis is our 8-year-old.
She is a really fun kid who is charismatic. She's super smart.
She loves to read, play with slime. She loves to hang out with her friends.
And you play baseball, right?
Yeah, it's better than hockey.
I had a fairly normal pregnancy. They found out that she had dislocated hips and her feet were a little off.
We did know early on there were some things with her development.
She struggled with a lot of milestones, so she couldn't reach her mouth, hold a soother, or hold a toy till she was about 6 months.
So we were down a lot of paths trying to figure out what Ellis had.
She had her first procedure when she was a month old, and then we were followed by a plethora of people because they were trying to figure out her diagnosis. Thinking about it now is like a blur. her scoliosis was so severe and we were thinking of surgery, it was our orthopedic doctor and the neurologist that said this family really needs this panel of genetic. The parents really need to know what her diagnosis is. That panel came back with her diagnosis of an RY/R1 myopathy. Of all the diagnoses that we had looked up, she would have a normal lifespan. I was so happy and I had so much joy after that. And then we could focus on, okay, now we can deal with the scoliosis. Now we can deal with this. We were able to make these really tough decisions, but feeling like we had all the right information to make them. We did visit the IWK a lot. We used to joke to say if we had a passport, she'd have every stamp in it, because I think we saw pretty much every department. And do you have a lot of bravery beads?
Probably more than 100.
You get a bead for what?
Really, every time, I do, a certain thing.
If you have blood work done, surgery, IVs. For Ellis, she had a long stint with serial casting for her scoliosis. And I'm so grateful for Dr. Ron, as we call him. And he is the spine specialist there that we're so grateful is at the IWK.
Sometimes I get a bit nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Happy when the bad stuff is over.
Do we sometimes have surprises for you when you're done?
Always.
Yeah.
We're all in it together. We're a family, regardless of what sort of curveballs we get thrown. And I wouldn't change a thing, because every single step of the way has made us stronger together.
Just keeping those lines of communication open and telling each other how you feel. And we talk a lot on the drive over and back if people were asleep in the car. For us, I definitely know it's made us stronger. At the IWK, they're treating the whole family. Everything that you know about your child is critical information for them. They're totally open to any of my suggestions or Ellis's suggestions. Did they put a halo around your bear?
And a button.
And a button, just like you. And then we cleaned the bear, and then we cleaned all the parts that you had.
Yeah, it makes it easier because, you kind of know what's going to happen.
And you're not as nervous after that, are you?
Mm-hmm.
They become part of your family. For them to be empathetic and caring and good team members for our family and for our daughter, we have a lot to be grateful for.
Her spine has maintained and done more than they expected it to, allowing her to thrive and, enjoy school, enjoy her friends. I'm forever grateful for them letting this little girl shine to who she really is.
Through our journey, through our experience, having the IWK has made a huge difference in our lives. It's made our family be able to be closer together. And without having that facility in the Maritimes, I'm not quite sure it would have been the same for our family.
Thank you for helping me. Okay, bye-bye.
In 2021, Alice had rods placed in her back at the IWK to help treat the curve in her spine. If you want to learn more about these specialized growing rods and how they're helping Alice have an active childhood, it's certainly active, visit the IWK's Foundation Facebook page. And we mentioned earlier off the top of the show that we're sharing stories with you today to provide some inspiration. Our patient stories remind us how strong Maritimers can be when faced with adversity. And joining us to set the stage for this year's show is a dear friend who we've worked with over the years on the Telethon, IWK Foundation President and CEO, Jennifer Gillivan. Good morning.
Good morning.
And it is a good morning.
It's a great day. Great day.
Let's talk first about the decision to postpone Telethon in June and move it to this date. This is a big enterprise. You're working on it all year. As soon as this show is done and we strike the set, we'll start working on the 40th.
Yeah.
So talk a bit about that.
Well, we are only as strong as the community is with us, right? The community owns the IWK. They built the IWK and they still continue to support it. So when the community's hurting, when the community's suffering, we gotta be there for them. And when these wildfires, really took off more than I think any of us expected in that week leading into the weekend where we made the decision, we knew it was the right decision. We needed everybody's efforts to help those people who were faced with those wildfires in the Maritimes, and not to be facing, we wouldn't go out and say, come and support us. That wouldn't have been right. So we did the right thing. But the community has stayed with us. That's the heartwarming piece. That's the big story here. We are stronger than we know. This community is awesome.
So we've been doing this telethon for 39 years.
Mm-hmm.
The IWK,
Imagine 39
years. This was the first time you've seen something like this. And it's interesting from what you speak of, you continue to learn. Continue to learn about what this facility means to the community.
Yep.
Perhaps in more trying times than when things are normal and going well. But to talk about that need for the community to continue to come together.
Absolutely. We are the #1 trauma center east of Quebec, which what that means is if you have a very sick child or you're in an accident or an unfortunate situation, you will come to the IWK. When you come here, you want to have the best. You want to have the best of equipment, people, programs, everything to support. Because when you're bringing a child in, you're actually bringing the whole family in. And so you want to wrap your arms around that family, right? And so that takes time, energy, money to make that happen, because technology keeps changing medical equipment, and you've got to keep up with it. I've said from the get-go, we deserve the best in this region. Just because we're on the East Coast doesn't mean we can't have world class, and we do have world class. And this community always rallies because they want that for their children.
So you must talk to colleagues who are at similar facilities across the country.
Yep.
And I'm sure there's a lot of sharing of knowledge and visiting and that type of thing. What's the reaction that others have to the IWK?
Well, I am also I'm past chair of a national organization of pediatric foundations. And I've told them for a while now that we have the best in the world, NICU, PICU. And they didn't believe me. They thought I was a crazy Irish woman up in Ontario boasting. Well, some of them came last week and they got a tour of the NICU and they were gobsmacked. They were actually taking pictures. Yeah. Because it doesn't exist anywhere else, right? We were the first with a mental health unit, the way we built it with a chair and mental health outcomes. We continue to be the first. We're now in the process of building what will be one of the best emergency departments in North America. And if the COVID and pandemic ever taught us anything, emergency medicine and the right emergency environment is key.
That's a very good point.
We're going to be ready for those kids and those families.
And certainly your donations play a big part in that. Okay,
Huge.
well, that's a good segue into the Power Hour. And anyone who's watched even a moment of this telecast in the past number of years is familiar with the Power Hour and what that does. You become a monthly donor and help towards the purchase of something significant. So why don't you, Jennifer, get us going on this first?
Well, the great way to get us going is we had a donor this week step up, and they've already bought one of these infusion pumps that we really need. So we just need, Jayson, a few more. I think it's 18 more and we'll be home free. But these infusion pumps, much like all the other equipment that we have or we need at the IWK, it's all to have the best equipment to reduce the pain and anything that we put the child through. These are very critical pieces that we need every day. They'll be used every day at the hospital. So we're hoping people will step up. $19 a month to become a monthly donor. That gives us all kinds of flexibility all year long when you're a monthly donor, or whatever you can give. We know times are tough, and we are grateful for every single cent.
Jennifer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you. And I know you'll be here through the day and, playing #1 cheerleader for us as we push through these
What hours. I would ask our viewers, we don't have the huge phone banks because we weren't able to.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So if you can donate online, please do so. But if you do need to make a call, if that's your preference, we will be there. My staff are all there. The whole team, myself included, is going back to the office, and we're there answering phones. If we don't answer you immediately, leave a message and we'll get back to you. But press the donate button online.
There's the phone number there as always, and of course the web address as well if you want to donate that way.
It's really easy, and if I can donate online, anyone can donate online. That's the way I look on it. So.
Jennifer, good to see you. Thank you.
Too. See you at the other end of the day.
See you at the other end of the day. Right now, let's hand it over. Let's call him the Prince of the Power Hour, Jayson Baxter. Why don't you get us going on this?
It's the Power Hour, and I am ready to go. Jennifer, we have the best PICU and NICU in the country. We're going to make it better today, but we're going to do it with your help. We need syringe pumps for the pediatric intensive care unit. These are $3,600 over that each. We need 18 of them. That's the good news. I thought it was 19. We need 18 of them. You're taking a look at them right here for the unit. We need 16 monthly donors is what we're looking for. 16 monthly donors each will buy us one of these pumps. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I got the board back this year. I haven't used it in a full year. I had to use it last night. I got in trouble talking over Todd's interviews. This reminds me of a lot of my public school experience as well. But that's what we knew. Let's get some numbers on the board and maybe an engineer with a brush here as well for us as well. I have to go slower, I've been told. But let's get some numbers on the board. Here's what we need. We need 19 of these pumps. We also were looking for 16 monthly donors. That's what we're looking for here, Todd. And that's what we're going to make happen right here first thing this morning. I know that we're going to come back to Todd in just a few minutes, but I just have to share, I have a dear family friend who has a little baby in one of these units right now, and thinking of little Wyatt this morning, so feeling extra pumped for the Power Hour. All right. Now we're going to check in with thanks, crowd. We're going to check in with a good friend of the telethon for many, many years, Mr. Bill Carr, to show us how easy it is to donate online. Bill?
Hi, I'm making a donation to the telethon, and I'm doing it by going iwkfoundation.org on my phone. And up comes donate. I'm saying donate. It says monthly gift or tribute gift or memory. I'm going to give a monthly gift, and I'm going to give $19. It says my name, which I put in there, my address, which I put in there, and my payment information, which is none of your business. And then I press donate, and away I go. I'm a monthly donor, and I feel good because you know what? We always feel good when we give to the telethon. And the telethon, the need has never been greater. You know why. Look at the world around you. Huh? Want to feel good? Donate to the iwkfoundation.org. Do it now.
This Power Hour is brought to you by Standard Aero.
Okay, Power Hour, we're going to get right to it. I'm joined now by Lauren Findell, who's a nurse in the neonatal intensive care unit, and she's going to tell us good morning.
Morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Who are we waving to? At home.
Well, I have my son James and my husband Matt, and just everyone in the NICU, I guess.
All right, good. I saw the wave. I knew it had to be directed at somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, we're talking about the syringe infusion pumps.
Yes.
You know how important these are.
I do.
And talk a little bit about.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about them. So these are B-Bron syringe infusion pumps, and they are amazing because they are what we call smart pumps. So they allow us to program every single medication, infusion and fluid into them. And we get to also program safe dosages and safe rates. Okay. And they also allow us to program them by unit. So we get to do it specific to each patient population. So all of these features really allow us to increase the safety of them and allow us to deliver medications safely to all of our patients at the IWK.
And so a much more efficient process?
It is efficient, and it's extremely precise.
What kind of difference does equipment like this have for staff?
For staff, so in our unit, nurses are mostly using it, but throughout the IWK as a whole, anyone's really using syringe infusion pumps. Yeah. Very few of our medications in the pediatric and neonatal populations are able to be pushed. So these syringe infusion pumps are huge in just safe delivery of medication.
Okay, and this would be, if someone's interested in donating, interested in being a contributor, this is the perfect opportunity to do this. This is your pitch here.
Yes.
Why do they want to be part of this machine?
Well, it's as a neonatal intensive care nurse, it's something that I use dozens of times a day. For the NICU specifically, some of our patients, of course, are 1 pound. So it's very critical that we deliver our medications very safely for them. So that's our big thing, is that they're so important for our population. Yeah.
Yeah. And certainly we encourage everybody to get involved, and this is the right time to do it. First thing in the morning as we get going.
Yeah.
Or thank you very much. Good to talk to you.
Yes, you too. Thank you so much for having me and letting me talk about something I'm passionate about.
Well, and we know Maritimers will come through here for you.
Yes.
Isn't that right, Jay?
You better believe it. Let's get an update right now. I was a little backwards. That happens. But when I'm backwards at work, Julie Caswell always straightens me out. She's just off camera here. What we need is 16 monthly donors to buy 1 pump. So we're at 18 pumps. That's what we need to start. How many monthly donors so far, Julie? We have 1. Okay, so a slow start. I know some of you at home may have not had your caffeine yet, but get your coffee in, dear, because we need these syringe pumps for the pediatric intensive care unit. We've got less than an hour to get this done, so let's keep the donations coming in. IWKfoundation.org. You heard Bill Carr just a few minutes ago, Todd, talking about how simple it is, or you can call us as well. 1-800-595-2266. That's your assignment this morning. We need to get this number down to 0. Todd.
Jay, your writing skills.
Yes. My penmanship.
Little penmanship. Thank you. A
Yes.
little clearer this year than last year, from what I recall.
Well, I'm sober this year, Todd. It's a big difference. There's a big difference.
Okay. All right.
15 it is. One more. 14. 14. We're down to 14. That's more like it.
Why are you using you need to get you an eraser.
I know.
For only $19 a month, we can get you an eraser.
Yeah.
Okay, 14. Excellent. We're down from 18 to 14. All right. Time now to highlight some of the many donors who give so generously to the telethon each and every year. Here to do that, our friend from Move Radio in Fredericton, Sarah Betts, and our very own Suzette Bellamo.
We are here in Moncton at the Delta Beaux Jours for the IWK Telethon, celebrating the telethon, but also celebrating with a ton of our fantastic donors. And we've got another one here with us. Would you please introduce yourself?
My name's Sean Amberman. I work for Assumption Life in Moncton, New Brunswick.
Fantastic. So what made your team want to support something like the IWK?
The Assumption Life is a company that supports a family. One of their biggest values is a family with employees. So this is why it's important to us. I also have a personal relation with the IWK. My son has been there when he was a baby. He's now 10 and fully recovered from his surgeries. With them supporting families, we find it very important to give back to the hospital.
That's really special. Thanks for sharing that. And thanks for being here. It's time to flip that check. Let's see what's on there. Let us know what you've got for us.
So today, the Assumption Life employees are proud to present a donation of $4,500 to the IWK Foundation.
Welcome back to Charlottetown, and I am joined now with some members of the Kiwanis Club of Charlottetown. Who do we have here today?
Basil Hambley.
Kyle Hambley.
It was so nice to meet you both, Basil and Kyle. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, I hear there is some banana splits being sold right now for donation to the telethon. Tell me a bit about that. I need to find one.
Yeah, well, they're at the Kiwanis Dairy Bar, and this is the first year that we've done it, and we're doing all the proceeds from the banana splits will be given to the IWK.
That's wonderful, and it's a tasty fundraiser. It's a good fundraiser. Now, I want to see how much you have and how much you've raised. Let's flip that check around. How much do you have there?
$1,000 this year.
Thank you so much. So nice to meet you both, Basil and Kyle.
Thank
have
you.
a great day. Thank you so much. We wish to acknowledge the students of Montague Consolidated School and PEI for their donation of $819.80 from the sale of ice cream sandwiches. A contribution of $1,663.13 is coming to us from Munno's Ice Cream Social, organized by the family of former IWK patient Munno in West Pubnico, Nova Scotia. Thank you so much to Boston Pizza's Paper Heart campaign in locations across Nova Scotia and New Brunswick for presenting their gift of $4,042. And we want to thank Hot Rod Classics and Steel Volkswagen across the Maritimes for their fundraising of $8,000.
Hi, my name is Peter Robichaud, the Executive Director of the Canadian Woodlands Forum, proud sponsors of the Log a Load for Kids Canada program. The Log a Load for Kids Canada program is supported by members of the forest industry who get together on occasion to raise funds on behalf of the Children's Hospital Foundations. Close to home here, the forest industry supports the IWK, who've collectively put together fundraising activities such as golf tournaments, ball tournaments, all to raise money for the IWK and to also have some fun. The forestry sector has supported the Log a Load for Kids Canada program and the IWK since 2000. And in essence, it's really a no-brainer on why members of the forest industry come together to raise money in support of the professional health care provided to kids today. On behalf of Log a Load for Kids Canada, we're happy to announce the total funds raised for last year.
Thank you to our friends at Log a Load for Kids for supporting kids like my sister Noah. You help make the IWK the very special place that it is year after year. Thank you for making a difference.
Thank you.
Hey, we really got around the region there.
Yeah, we sure did.
Montague, West Pubnico, was great. And thank you, of course, to Suzette and Sarah for those impressive checks already as we get going here, 26 minutes after 10 o'clock on this Saturday.
Jennifer from the IWK Foundation, a driving force at the foundation. And of course, our NICU nurse who came in and also explained things. A lot of special guests, actually. And speaking of special guests, we're so happy to have CTV's Steve Murphy join us again for Telethon 39. Steve,
Good
you've
morning.
been a
Good
fixture
morning.
with the IWK Telethon since we first began broadcasting the show on CTV. What is it that just keeps on bringing you back?
Well, you're not allowed to retire from the IWK Telethon or Christmas Daddies or anything of the community nature that we do here at CTV. You know, we do this, I think, because we are part of these communities that we serve every day on television, and it's just a joy to find a way to come back and continue giving to our community as we ask people across the community to pick up the phone and call as they always do. I don't know whether you've heard a single word that I was saying there, but 800-595-2266 is the number. It's now more than a quarter of a century since we've had the IWK Telethon on this television station. So it's a partnership that has gone on for a very long time. And one of the things that I enjoy most, Todd and Maria, is talking to children and their parents and their families who've actually experienced the care at the IWK. And unless you're the parent of a sick child, you don't know really what it's like to be at the IWK during what are some of the hardest days of your life. And we're going to be talking to all kinds of IWK families here during the next 6 hours, including Laura Fader, by the way, who is the mom of now nearly 16-year-old twins, Kendra and Kinsey, and you'll probably recognize them as regulars from the telethon over the years. So that's all coming up here in the next 6 hours, but it all really depends on you now to get on the phone here at 1-800-595-2266. I guess if Jayson is the prince of the Power Hour, that means that Jay and Katie would be the prince and princess of the Power Hour? Or the Duke and the Duchess?
I'll take it.
She's definitely the princess. You know that. Okay, princess. Last year, we held a special telethon tribute show on Saturday night of the telethon weekend. It was a lot of fun. We planned to air our second tribute show this year. But of course, the telethon was postponed because of the spring wildfires. But we still have award winners.
We sure do. We're recognizing the strength and resilience of IWK patient families today. Special awards for some of our amazing families, and we called them the Stronger Than You Know Awards.
Friends at the IWK Foundation selected families from across the Maritimes who are not only strong, but have also been dedicated to helping the IWK by sharing their stories.
Throughout the show, Kaylin Mitchell and I have the honor of introducing you to these incredible families and presenting them with these very special awards. It's time for the first Stronger Than You Know award here on the Telethon Tribute to IWK families. These awards honor strength and resilience as we shine the spotlight on the many families who have come to rely on the specialized care at the IWK. I'd like to introduce you to a very special guest who has given Steve Murphy a run for his money on past Telethon broadcasts. He's a real pro, Van Bernard. Thanks so much for being here, Van.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Oh, we love to see you. It's been a while. You're looking great. You feeling good?
Feeling great.
Awesome. So, Van, you have been a patient at the IWK throughout your childhood after being diagnosed with spinal muscular atrophy. Can you tell me a little bit more about what that condition is?
So, spinal muscular atrophy is a genetic neuromuscular condition, which I know, a little bit weird. But basically that means that the muscles in my body don't develop as much as kids my age. So I'm not as strong as most kids my age. And that means that I'm in a wheelchair and that I grew up in the IWK.
Wow. And I know your family has been here to support you through it all. It's, been a lot over the years. Talk a little bit about that and the support that you've gotten from your family.
My family means everything to me. I mean, every time I've been in the IWK or I've been sick or even for appointments, my mom, dad, and my sister have always been by my side. They're always right there beside me, and they do everything they can to make it better. Even in unfortunate times, things have been going really great.
Awesome. And I know that your mom, Julie, wasn't able to be here, but your dad, Colin, is going to come, and we're actually presenting him with the first Stronger Than You Know award tonight to thank him for all of that support. We want to invite Colin up here. What do you want to say to your dad for everything that he's done for you?
Thanks, Dad.
and Colin, here, I'll hand you the mic. How does it feel to be presented with this award tonight?
Oh, it's a huge honor, especially amongst all these other families that have done so much for the IWK. The IWK does everything for us, and it's always there for us. The least we can do is be there for the IWK whenever we can be. We were helped along this journey that we've been on for 15 or so years by so many families before us. And so we want to return that favor whenever we can, help new families to the IWK get through some of these very tense situations that we face. So thank you very much. It's awesome.
Thank you. All right, Van, do you want to do the honors? Pass that to Dad.
There we go.
Thank you. And on behalf of the real anchor of our family, my wife, Julie, who couldn't be here today, and our daughter, Karis, myself, and of course, Van, thank you very, very much.
Listen, congratulations to you all. Thank you. Thanks, Van. So great.
This Power Hour is brought to you by Standard Aero.
My buddy, Van the Man Bernard, he said he may not be physically strong, but there's different types of strength. Mentally, that young man is incredibly strong. Speaking of strength, give me your best Power Hour pose, Katie. Yeah. We'll work on it. Okay. Let's get an update. We were looking to get our first pump off the boards and purchased for the PICU unit. We need 16 monthly donuts. We also need 16 monthly donors. Katie, we're at 14. We're now down to, this is good news, but we still have, see, that's
why I'm here. Here we go.
She's my Vanna White.
There
Look,
we go.
everyone. 9. We're down to 9.
Yes.
However, what's the time? I don't have a watch on me. The hour is rolling by, and we have a lot of work to do right here, Katie. Right there. If anybody was wondering, 18. That's what we needed to get. We're still trying to get our first one purchased for the IWK. We're going to make it happen. IWKfoundation.org. Katie, what's that number on their screens?
It is 1-800-595-2266.
Uh-oh, Todd, Maria?
This just in.
That's a changing number. Yeah, you're probably better at that.
8?
6. We're down to 6. We are
Amazing.
moving and grooving, but still lots of work to go, folks. IWKfoundation.org. All right, Maria, Katie. Todd.
Old habits die hard, yeah.
How often am I confused with Katie. Happens all the time.
All the time.
All the
All the
time.
time.
It's the thick, luxurious hair, I think.
So many donors to get to, and we want to thank some of our generous IWK donors right now.
Hi, I'm Joe Manhinnick from WestJet here in Halifax. So WestJet has a Care for Kids program where we donate WestJet flights to other donors who utilize that to help raise funds to support the IWK. So the IWK is an important part of our community, providing healthcare and research to all sorts of items. It fits in alignment with our WestJet Cares for Kids program, and we've been supporting and working with the IWK for many years now, and we're very proud of it. I am so excited to share the WestJet contribution to this year's telethon.
I'm joined now by Christopher and Haley Russian of Ledcor. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
So great. So happy you're here. How did you raise the money this year, Christopher?
Well, Ledcor Cares Ledcor celebrated its 75th anniversary in 2022 in November, and they've decided to donate $3 million over 4 years to pediatric health initiatives. And we're just raising money through the Ledcor Cares campaign because the IWK for us has a special spot in our hearts.
Yeah, I know it's important to your family.
Yeah, in 2018, our daughter, who was 3 at the time, had a major surgery there, and the IWK was so supportive for our family. We were there for about 5 days. We had our young baby with us as well, and it was just an incredible experience, and we're very honored to be here representing Ledcor.
Well, thank you so much for giving back. Let's see how much you're able to raise this year.
$11,560.
We're back in beautiful Charlottetown today, and I am joined with Emily McCardle, Kathy McCardle, and Paisley, and you are with Standard Aero. Thank you so much for joining us today. Emily, tell me a bit about how the IWK has benefits you and your family.
Yeah, I would say that Paisley probably wouldn't be here with us today without the IWK. She was born at 23 weeks over there, and we stayed there in the NICU for 4 months with her while she grew and developed, and wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else. They were amazing.
Yeah, they are certainly wonderful, wonderful people. They were certainly fortunate to have them. And I know you also do your Tickets for Takeoff campaign as well. You do a lot of fundraising for the IWK. You're also helping and supporting one of our power hours today as well, which is fantastic news. So let's see how much you've raised.
$8,657.74.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Standard Aero. We really appreciate it today. And again, Standard Aero is bringing us one of our power hours today. So thank you again for joining us.
We are celebrating the IWK Telethon in Moncton, celebrating more of our fantastic donors. And we've got, of course, another one here with us. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Nathan Kierstead. I work with TD Insurance.
Fantastic. We're happy to have you here. Tell us a bit about what fundraising for the IWK Telethon has looked like for you and your team.
The most fun activity, I would say, is the Krispy Kreme donuts. We send a member of staff to Montreal, and they come back with dozens and dozens, hundreds of boxes of donuts for our staff.
Perfect. Jealous, for one thing. That's awesome. So tell us a bit about why it's so important for you and your team to support something like the IWK.
Yeah, good question. I think it's just a small token of gratitude towards a company and team that provides so much support to our communities.
Well said. So let's find out how much we're helping today. Let's see how much you've raised. Woohoo! That's incredible. And I have been told very special with that donation here this year, that will mark the $100,000 giving history milestone with TD, which is incredible. So thank you so very much for being here with us today.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Welcome back. We're joined now by the first family of auto racing in the Maritimes. This is Steve and Marie Lewis. It's so great to see you. Maybe share with us again, our viewers, telethon viewers, your personal reasons for being so involved with the IWK Telethon.
Well, our daughter Kelly and her husband Donald Chisholm, they have a beautiful girl born at the IWK 17 and a half years ago now. Emily, she was a very small, preemie baby, but she's doing great today. She's racing herself. Her sister Shelby is racing, and Ryan will be next. So it's all good. Everybody's doing great.
Feel the emotion, though. I know how much this telethon means to you guys. And tell us about this year's race coming up in July.
Well, it's the main race. Our race is the IWK 250, which is on the 15th of July. We're just getting revved up right now to get her going good. So it's a big deal for us, for sure.
Steve, Marie, could you please flip this check over for us? Let's take a look at this. $50,000 for the IWK Telethon. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. And best of luck at the race this summer. Can't wait to meet you, back up with you again next year at this time.
Thank you, Jayson.
IWK 250, thank you for putting your foot on the gas in support of the IWK. Your generosity ensures kids like my sister Ella get the very best care right here at home in the Maritimes.
Ah, beautiful. Thank you, Jayson. And thanks to all the donors. It's so nice to see support from all over the region. 1-800-595-2266 if you can make a donation. Okay, a patient story for you now. In April 2022, Isaac Frame from Fredericton was diagnosed with a fast-growing type of blood cancer just weeks before his first birthday. He was airlifted to the IWK where he would receive a blood transfusion and undergo aggressive cancer treatment. Despite all he's been through, Isaac is a happy and energetic little boy. Let's meet the special little guy and his loving family.
My name is Amanda Frame, and we're here at our house in Fredericton, New Brunswick.
Isaac's got a lot of energy. He's definitely a fun little guy. Loves his big brothers. Loves to go to the rink and watch them play hockey.
What he really loves is any kind of transportation. He likes tractors, he likes trucks.
Anything that moves and makes noise, he's into.
He was not quite a year old when he started to lose his energy a little bit, just wasn't himself. And then things really started to be more noticeable.
Things became really serious. When we found out that we were going to the IWK, I think there was almost a sense of relief in that you knew he was going to the right place.
He and Chris were airlifted to the IWK.
I felt a little numb.
You feel like you've been hit by a freight train kind of thing.
We were met by a team of pediatricians.
3 days later, we had a diagnosis. We didn't have the full picture, but we knew that it was acute lymphoblastic leukemia. We were admitted on April 29th, and we had been told that the goal was to have us out of the hospital by Christmas. After the diagnosis, there was news that had to be shared with our whole family, something that no one ever wants to have to share with their family, but we felt it really important to tell them what was going on, and that also made it really real to us.
The oncologists at the IWK, they're very good at communicating, what they're doing, why they're doing it, and what's going on.
Initially, we met with Dr. Stephanie Villeneuve, and she was the one who kind of sat down with us and gave us the initial diagnosis. I'll never forget, the person to kind of start the process was Dr. Catan Kilcarney. He was our goal for him is a cure.
Dr. Kilcarney has always given us a sense of hope. When you hear the cancer diagnosis, it's scary. And not everyone's that lucky that a cure is what they're aiming for.
Things kind of changed when we got more of the information back from the initial sample. He switched to a bit of a different protocol for treatment. So we were able to go to and from Halifax. That was a game changer. And we were there initially for 7 weeks. But, we got through it day by day and kind of tried to manage complications as best we could.
He's in what they call maintenance now, which is still receiving chemo, mostly in the form of a pill that he gets at home, really to the hospital once a month for a little bit of treatment and some blood work. The goal of the maintenance phase is to keep him in remission. Just before he starts kindergarten, he'll be done.
His energy is back, his hair is growing back. At this point, you would never know what that little boy went through.
When you walk the halls of the IWK, you can just see that there's thought, recognize that, hey, they're still kids. They still want to play. They still want to have fun. There's fish in the atrium. There's scavenger hunts in the hallways for the kids.
They have a great team of people. It's not just the nurses. It's not just the doctors. It's the whole institution. Child life are incredible. They would take him for an hour every day. That was really important for Chris and I. It was springtime, so we would usually go for a really nice walk down on Halifax.
It's been a challenging year for sure. Luckily, it seemed like neither one of us were down at the same time, so it was nice to have that person to be able to kind of lean on and to have the support of our family and really our whole community meant that we could focus on Isaac.
Being able to stay in Atlantic Canada was everything for us. We were able to still see our other boys via a quick day trip. So having that access here on this coast is required for all the kids in the Maritimes. It's so important.
The money that's given to the IWK, it brings normalcy and it brings joy to the families that are in the hospital. The IWK means everything. They saved his life. You never think that your loved one's going to get sick, but when they do, you want the IWK to be there.
Oh, how many times have you heard that?
Oh.
You never know when you're going to need it, and when you do, you are like, you thank your lucky stars that they exist.
And it's so much more than just the physical medical assistance that the hospital provides. It really is caring for an entire family, as they spoke of.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because if mom and dad and the grandparents aren't doing well, that reflects on the child.
Yeah.
All right, we want to share a story with you about a little girl who's probably one of our youngest donors to the IWK Telethon this year. 1-year-old Gabby Trenholm, the daughter of Shelby and Brody Trenholm of Northport, Nova Scotia, has spent a lot of time at the IWK over the past year of her life and has undergone 2 heart surgeries. 3 days after her second surgery, she took her first steps at the IWK at 10 and a half months old.
So the family decided to organize a fundraiser to give back to the IWK. They called it Gabby's Walk. Gabby and her mom visited many groups within the community, including long-term care homes and businesses, collecting donations along the way. And their walkathon ended at the Northport Elementary School.
Outstanding. Then when Gabby, her mom Shelby, and her grandmother were at the IWK for a post-surgery checkup, they visited the IWK Foundation office to present their donation. Gabby's Walk raised an incredible $13,625. Way to go, Gabby. Obviously an inspiring little girl.
I love it when the check is actually bigger than the person who donated it, right? Which was the case with Gabby.
Very sweet. Oh, and it is
just one of those, right? There's so many of those stories. Of course, we are in the Power Hour. We want to make sure that we focus on that right now and hand it back to Jayson.
This Power Hour is brought to you by Standard Aero.
Power Hour. And I have good news. You better be paying attention at home because there's going to be a test at the end of the show tonight as well. So we need 18 syringe pumps for the pediatric care, intensive care unit, the PICU. That's what I'm going to go with from now. We need 18 of these. We needed 16 monthly donors. Okay, these are expensive items, $3,600 for each one of them. We need 18. 16 monthly donors will get us 1. Okay, last time we checked in, we were down to 6. I have good news. Now, this, Katie, if you would, please. Yeah, it's already starting. Palm. Okay. There's the good news. Now we have 1 off the board. We're down to 17, but look at the time. We need your help. So back up to 16. We already have some more donations rolling in. We're down to 13. Okay, so now 13 is what we need. 13 more monthly donors, and we can take another one of these syringe pumps off the board. We really need your help here. We're off to, I know it's early morning. This is September instead of June, but 1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org. Steve, before I check in you, Katie, don't go anywhere. Obviously, I'm going to need you all day. Steve.
All right, Jay and Katie, thanks very much. You know, the monthly donor option is a good way for small businesses and families to help the IWK in a meaningful way. Small donation every month, multiplied by the 12 months in every year. All of a sudden, it adds up to a lot of money and a lot of people pulling together for that one project that we're all working on here on CTV this morning. We are focusing this year very much on the families who come to the IWK, who need the IWK, and we're very happy to be joined right now by Jeff Ward. His son, Uni, was treated at the IWK. This is hard to believe, I'm sure, for Jeff, 30 years ago. They've never forgotten. And as a matter of fact, as a way of giving back, Jeff has come up with a very meaningful gift. He's here to tell us all about the experience. Joining us now from Member 2. How are things in Cape Breton this morning, Jeff?
Oh, actually, I'm in the South Shore.
Oh, are you really? Okay.
Yes, I'm actually in the South Shore, the former Windhorse. It's called Asidulisk. It's a cultural camp owned by Umnuig Corporation.
Terrific. Well, I'm glad to hear from you wherever you are. I do want to ask you about your son, Uni, and what it was that brought you and your family to the IWK all those years ago.
Well, what happened was years ago, he was just about 1.5, and I remember time feeding him, and he got up he was vomited, and it wasn't right, and he didn't feel good, and I knew something wasn't right, and we took him to the hospital, which we had an amazing doctor who saw him at the hospital, who just started pediatrics in Miramichi and sent him to Moncton. In Moncton, they did emergency surgery on him, and he had a tumor that erupted. And at that time, they went in and they patched up where it was, and then he went to IWK from there. So we went to 3 hospitals, one to another, and at the IWK, the treatment we received there, and everything they've done is truly amazing.
You were, as you say, in Miramichi at the time you were first seen at Moncton, and then you came to the IWK. That's a lot of commuting for a young family and for a young child. Tell us a little bit about what they did for you, what they did for Uni when you got to the IWK.
IWK was truly amazing. When you arrive, they're just so loving and caring, and the way you're treated, and the nurses. I'm telling you, they're true earth angels. The nurses, the doctors, all the people that work there, and all the people that are part of this, being there for us are truly amazing. And they made us feel so welcoming, and they took care of us and any needs, to the point where even when it was shocking because they just wore regular clothes, and I thought that was truly amazing.
Yeah,
and they were so down to earth, and as a young Indigenous couple, we felt very well welcomed and taken care of.
You were just young people yourselves, too. I mean, your child was a baby, but you were, 19, 20 years old yourself.
Yeah, 20. Yeah.
How's Uni doing now?
Oh, he's amazing. He's a teacher's assistant. He's a TA. Actually, he was supposed to be here today, but he's volunteering, working with your youth today.
Terrific.
They're on a camp up in the Highlands. So he's before becoming a TA, he was a sous chef, and he worked at the Member 2 Training Convention Center. And so he's cooking this weekend with the kids.
Jeff, I want to ask you about the special gift that you've given the IWK. A lot of IWK families find a way to give back. You have given the Children's Hospital a very special gift. I'd like you to tell us about the gift and why you decided to make this particular gift to the IWK.
Well, it's a very large dream catcher. It's 4 feet in diameter. It's circumference, 4 by 4, I guess, all the way around 4 feet. And there's special meanings and there's special teachings behind the dream catchers. And there's a picture of it now. It's beautiful. And our community at the time was doing arts and crafts workshops, and people like Patricia Dunnett, Betty Ann Haddad, and my aunt Elaine Paul, they were working on this project, and they would work on this big dream catcher, and they knew what we were going through. And that's how families are coming together. Just like every single diamond in that dream catcher, people don't realize these are all the people, these are all the groups, these are all the organizations that are coming together that support you and that bring and help who we are. So, and there's teachings to that. And we are dreamers as Mi'kmaq people. And there's so much power in that. So it's like all the dreams, they get caught in that web. And when it's a good dream, they go into the feathers and they're for another night. And if they're a bad dream, when the sun comes up, it burns it away.
Beautiful.
So there's teachings to that too as well.
Can't imagine a more appropriate gift. Thanks very much for sharing your story with us. And thanks to you and to Uni. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I'm a big fan. I miss you.
Thank you, Jeff.
We are back and now joined with Chad Milner of LML Trading. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us how you've been raising funds for the IWK Telethon this year?
So what we do is we have donation bins for slightly used clothing in the community, and proceeds from that go to the IWK.
And can you tell us what the IWK Telethon means to you?
It's been a part of my life since I was little. I've had treatment there. My girlfriend started her career at the IWK, and now my stepdaughter has started working there as well.
Oh, amazing. Okay, well, we are very excited to see how much you raised this year. Can you flip that check for us, Chad?
Boom. We raised $120,574.
Thank you to our partners at LML Trading for giving our clothes a second chance through your bin program. You are also giving second chances to kids who rely on the IWK. Thank you, LML.
We are now joined by the representatives of the Admiral Insurance. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us how you've been raising money this year for the IWK Telethon?
Absolutely. So we have a staff-based 50-50 that it's volunteer. They contribute bi-weekly to that. To help promote it throughout the year, we do additional gift draws, gift cards, time off, additional things. Now that money is matched dollar for dollar by Admiral Insurance, and we've also sponsored the digital match this year.
Well, thank you so much for your continued support. Can you tell us personally what the IWK Telethon means to you?
Well, it's a huge pillar in our community, and a lot of the values really align with that we have at Admiral Insurance. We have a large staff, and we always hear stories about how they're in there, the care that's taken, and the support that they receive, so it's really close to us.
Definitely agree with you there. Can we see how much you raised this year and flip that check?
Here it is. $20,000.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for your continued support.
Thank you so much.
And I have an update to Admiral's total. They have actually raised, get this, an incredible $29,109. Give it an applause. Give it an applause. That includes $10,000 that they had contributed to match online donations in the lead up to the telethon. The match raised an additional $10,238 for a grand total of $39,347.
Outstanding.
How do you like that?
Thank you so much to Admiral.
Hi, I'm Grace and I'm from Halifax, Nova Scotia. I was treated at the IWK for blood cancer. Today I want to give a special shout out to my mom and dad for all that they've done for me. My mom spent day and night with me while I was inpatient and took over a year of work off to support me during my chemotherapy. My dad held down the house while taking care of my two brothers while visiting me constantly. Thank you so much for being my biggest supporters.
This Power Hour is brought to you by Standard Aero.
Welcome back. It's time now for the Power Hour. We are running out of time in this hour. We do have some good news, and it's heartwarming news as well, Katie. We needed 17 more of these. Don't you mock me. We got a donation. A donor actually called in and just bought one. Over $3,600. Thank you so much. So that's amazing news. That's the good news. Now we're down to 16. The bad news is still at 13 on this number. So we need 13 more monthly donors to get this number down to 15. Of course, we want to get it down to 0 is what it is. So we need lots of help. IWKfoundation.org. If you can give, it doesn't matter what the amount is. If you can give, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, well, while you continue to do your math, we're going to listen to some fantastic music. Our good buddy. Okay, I guess we're not going to have music yet.
I'll sing to you. I'm going to serenade you shortly.
Fine.
Here's Todd and Maria.
Okay, thanks, you guys. Thank you very much. And yes, we do need help getting those syringe pumps. If you can spare that amount to make a monthly donation, it will go a very long way. 1-800-595-2266 to make a donation. Can you believe we've only made it? We've made it through almost an hour?
Yeah, I can't believe it's an hour already.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
How you feeling about it?
Well, good. The ramp up so far has been good. What have we had? We've had some awards handed out.
Yes.
We've had a couple of great interviews.
Yes.
We have seen some family stories, which are heartwarming.
Mm-hmm.
But look, at the end of the day, we're here to raise money.
That's right.
For this foundation and for this important place. Let's take a look at how we're doing after this first hour. Let's roll the total. There it is behind us.
Wow!
In the first hour, $598,901.75. I'm going to call that $5.99.
Every penny counts.
Sail when the power goes out, it's so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in somehow, can knock your house down. The big waves of murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know.
You're watching Telethon 39 on CTV.
Welcome back. It's the second hour 2 of the IWK Telethon for Children. And we just heard the theme, Stronger Than You Know. We had a great total at the end of the first hour. Feeling good?
I'm feeling really good, but I want to remind everyone it's an abbreviated version of Telethon this year. So make your calls.
That's
now
right.
is the time, right?
Yeah,
like, don't dawdle.
If you're one of these people who watch the show and think, I'll contribute in that last hour when things really ramp up, really get exciting. There's the number right in front of you there. Do it now. If you have the opportunity to go online to the website, iwkfoundation.org, that will help. Because as Jennifer told us earlier, we have a smaller phone bank this year.
Right.
So you may run into some difficulties getting through. We urge you to be persistent, keep calling. But if you do have the opportunity to go to iwkfoundation.org to make your contribution, your donation, that might be a quicker venue for you this year.
We are so incredibly impressed with all of the generosity that we've witnessed so far. This is another power hour where we really rely on generous Maritimers to help us purchase equipment that'll improve patient care at our region's children's hospital, at our region's largest children's hospital.
The IWK is such a special place. It's hard to find a Maritimer, really, and we talked about this, who hasn't visited the health center at some point in their lives, whether it's due to an illness or the happy arrival of a new family member.
So many emotions, right? This year, we are hoping the many families who have spent so much precious time at the IWK are watching. We're sending our love to them.
Our patient stories give you, they give you a sense of what each family goes through, what each patient goes through. And Maria, the next story that we're going to show you really talks about the challenges that many families at the IWK face.
That is so absolutely true. When Jody and Tim Mugford welcomed their youngest daughter, Amelia, in 2016, they never dreamed she would be clinging to life just 2 short weeks later. Amelia had a very serious condition that caused her heart to beat very fast, which turned into threatening or life-threatening condition. She then faced a second life-threatening situation in 2019. This is Amelia's story about overcoming the odds, not just once, but twice.
Parents Jody and Tim Mugford are grateful for moments like this, watching their daughter Amelia laugh and play with her older sister Adeline. They're filled with gratitude as they reflect on the health challenges Amelia has faced in the first 6 years of her life.
She was about 2 weeks old when she seemed like she was just a little bit fussy and not nursing well for a couple days. So we went in to see her family physician. We were living in Goose Bay, Labrador at the time. And that was when she was diagnosed with SVT, which is supraventricular tachycardia. So her heartbeat was going at about, I think they counted 252 beats per minute.
Amelia was airlifted to the Janeway Hospital in St. John's, where her fast and irregular heartbeat continued. But her condition worsened. Amelia was experiencing heart failure. Doctors told Tim and Jody their daughter needed to be placed on an ECMO machine, but the nearest one was at IWK Health in Halifax. The machine works as a mechanical support that does the jobs of the heart and lungs temporarily, allowing those organs to rest. Unsure if she would survive the trip, Amelia was airlifted again to the IWK and admitted to the pediatric intensive care unit.
She came to us in a pretty bad shape. We would call it cardiogenic shock. And so she was barely hanging on there with astronomical doses of medication to keep her heart going. And then when she arrived here, we put her on a mechanical support.
I remember when we first got there and just like everybody just came around and just started supporting us. It was kind of like there was a moment of just like, oh, okay, we might be okay.
Both Tim and Jody say during one of the most difficult moments in their lives, professionals at the IWK like Dr. David Horn provided their daughter with excellent care and compassion.
I just remember that first impression of sitting down in that round room that morning and her front and center and the beeping and the lights and everything so much. And I remember him crouching down next to us and just introducing himself, saying what he was there for. And he was so kind and so gentle and so sweet.
There was just the heart failure. There was a blood clot that ended up in her left leg, which ultimately resulted later on. The blood flow was lost to her left foot. So later on, when we were in the IWK, they kept trying to increase the blood flow and maintain the leg and maintain the function and stuff, but the foot wasn't able to be recovered, so she ended up resulting in an amputation.
Over the next few years, Amelia continued to be followed closely by the IWK. She was growing and developing, but things took another drastic turn in 2019. Her family almost lost her again when fluid built up on her brain, causing pressure in her skull. She needed 3 life-saving brain surgeries. Now 6, Amelia has come a very long way. She loves dancing, singing, and playing with her older sister, Adeline. She goes to school with her friends, and her favorite activity is visiting the library. But she needs regular follow-ups with a number of specialists, which prompted the Mugford family's move to Halifax so Amelia could be closer to the IWK.
I think there's 16 people in her team right now. Probably about 9 or 10 of those are different specialists, so head to toe. We've got neurology and neurosurgery, cardiology, cardiac surgery, and nephrology and orthopedics.
The Mugfords say they're eternally grateful for the quality of care and compassion they continue to receive at the IWK, care that's made possible by the generosity of our community.
Everything that we raise funds for saves lives. And the equipment is expensive. We are in a system where we only have budgets for certain things, and so we need the community to contribute to that. And they need to know that doesn't matter how big or small the contribution is, they're contributing to saving multiple lives.
The Mugfords say it's heartwarming to see everyone working together to make the IWK a state-of-the-art health center for sick children, while serving as a second home for many families around Atlantic Canada like theirs.
Thank you, IWK.
Amelia is now 7 years old, and she underwent an emergency brain surgery just in July, making it her, get this, 4th emergency brain surgery since 2016.
Wow. What a tough little girl.
Yeah, she continues to be followed, of course, closely by the IWK from head to toe, and it goes without saying, Amelia and her family's health journey, well, it certainly highlights this year's theme of Stronger Than You Know.
Yeah. She is the picture of that. Absolutely. All right, let's kick off another Power Hour.
This Power Hour is brought to you by OK Tire.
It is another Power Hour number 2. And I am a stubborn man. I'm going to be here all day. We are going to get the PICU unit at the IWK, 18 of these syringe pumps. Very, very important. There you can see it on the screen right there. Okay, so we got a lot of work to do at this point, though. Every 16 monthly donors, we can have enough money to buy one of these $3,600 pumps. Okay, last time we checked in, we needed 13 more. Jules, that number is? down to 8. So we are definitely making progress. Far more progress. Hold on. Does anyone know? Please, if you would, help me with this.
What do you need?
I need this number to become an 8. See, everyone, it's that easy. We need you to go to IWK Foundation. Thank you, Katie. IWKFoundation.org or 1-800-595-2266. Okay. Got another one? All right, thank you. Thank you, Katie. All right, let's go back, and we are down to 7. 7. Please don't make me do this in vain. I'm not above breaking down in tears and begging on camera. We're down to 7, but lots of room for improvement here on that 16 number. Let's get it down, folks. 1-800-595-2266, IWKFoundation.org. Now let's go to our good friend and colleague, Latavia Beezer.
We now have Ken and Belinda of Atlantic Superstore joining us. Thank you so much for your time. Very excited to find out how you've been fundraising for the IWK Telethon this year.
Absolutely. So in our stores, we've done different things from barbecues, we've done car washes, we've done bake sales, we've done pies in the face, tape somebody to the wall, you name it. We're having fun with whatever way we can fundraise for the IWK at our stores.
Well, we're very thankful for your continued support. Can you tell us what the IWK Telethon means to you personally?
Well, the IWK Telethon means so much to my family, means so much to our colleagues, it means so much to our customers, and that's why we're pretty glad to have this partnership that we do have. And I think it touches all Atlantic Canadians, which is pretty awesome. So we're pretty proud with the passion of our colleagues and how they raise the money, but the generosity of our customers is just amazing. When it comes to the IWK, it's great to see the community come all together.
Absolutely. We're very excited to see how much you raised this year. Belinda, can you flip that check for us?
Absolutely.
$185,398.
Let us thank all of our friends at Atlantic Superstore. Your Give a Little, Help a Lot fundraiser each year really helps kids who rely on the IWK. Thank you, Atlantic Superstore. You're simply the zest.
Thank you so much to the Lower Sackville Lions Club and CIOE 97.5 in Lower Sackville, Nova Scotia for their gift of $2,080. Our record-breaking donation of $3,453.10 is coming to us from the students of Bloomfield Elementary School in Prince County, Prince Edward Island for their annual Heart Arts fundraising event. And we want to thank the good people of Grey Bar Canada in Halifax for their contribution of $6,000.
We're here again for the IWK Telethon. We're in Moncton today with some fantastic donors. Another one right here. Tell us who you are.
I'm Ray Robert, General Manager of the Delta Beau Séjour here in Moncton.
And we are so grateful for you having us today, hosting us today. We're thankful that you are here. So tell us what you've been doing to prepare for today, getting ready for the IWK Telethon. How have you been fundraising?
Okay, well, first of all, I want to congratulate everyone, all the fundraisers. Everyone's doing a great job. And for us, well, all of the Marriott properties in the Maritimers are working hard, including doing golf tournaments, all kinds of creative things, getting all of our associates involved.
That's fantastic. And I understand you have a very special connection to the IWK, and that has brought us here together today.
Yes. So 6 years ago, Ellie, my daughter to my right over here, was diagnosed with a tumor in her left leg. And so it was quite an emotional moment. From the moment we stepped into the IWK hospital, it was like walking into a 5-star resort. The service, the attention to detail, the comfort level that you got, I can't get away. I've never had service like that in the world. The team of doctors, nurses, everyone that works there was just fantastic. The best experience, and the outcome was fantastic because she's all good now. So
exactly, we're so grateful that you're both here today with us. Yeah. So let's celebrate. What do you have for us?
Okay, so for you, we have $33,000 that's been there. And I'd also like to highlight that Marriott's been involved for 40 years now with the Children's Miracle Network And as a group in North America, we've raised over $140 million and much more to come.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're so grateful for this and that you're here with us today.
Thank you very much.
Each year, it is always a pleasure to be here with this dedicated group of ladies to present our donation for such an amazing charity. Hello, my name is Jill Bartlett, and I am one member of a very small committee of 6 women. We are the Charlotte County IWK Committee, and with me is
Jen Johnston,
Catherine Gittens, Diane Jones-Camo, Mae McAllister, and Angela Gadet. We work together to organize many fun and entertaining family and community events. From the Kids Carnival to Chalktail Hour, our annual auction, and more, we have continued to provide entertainment for the young and the young at heart, while raising money for such an important cause. With the help of our family and friends, amazing volunteers, and community supporters, we are able to present this check today with a feeling of accomplishment and pride. So this year, our donation is in the amount of $14,500.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here in Charlottetown. We're having a wonderful day. It's so nice to meet so many wonderful people supporting the IWK Telethon. And right now I have 2 special guests from the Tignish and Albertan Credit Union. I have Irene Gallant and Jamie Leclerc joining me today. Thank you so much for coming in. This is wonderful. Jamie, tell me a bit about all the fundraising you do.
So we do the 50-50. And Irene and I have been with the credit union for about 20 years, but it was like, we've been doing it for about 25 years, I think, or more. So, and then in the past, we have done like festivals in the park and stuff. So we're focusing on the 50-50 this year and hoping that, we can get a large number this year for that. Yeah.
That's good. And we are going to take a look in a second at that large number. Thank you so much for both of you for joining us today, and to the Tignish and Albertan Credit Unions for supporting the IWK Telethon. Have a great day. Thank you again. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to keep the island theme going
Yes.
here. We just saw Suzette in Charlottetown, right?
Yes.
And now I have another large number here with me, or Maria actually does. This is, I don't know, we should probably do a drum roll, but why don't you reveal this big check, Maria?
From Tignish and Albertan Credit Union. Ta-da!
Look at
there
that.
it is.
$2,539.50 from the good folks up west in Prince County. We certainly thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for letting me do the big reveal.
I like that. Okay, we're going to continue with the Power Hour. Let's see how we're making out. Jason.
Yes, indeed. We are in our second hour of the Power Hours. And like Bonnie Tyler, I'm holding out for a hero. We need some IWK heroes. That's what you'll be. 1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org. That's how you can donate. We're looking for syringe pumps for the PICU unit. $19 a month. That's what we need you to, if you can afford it, to log on iwkfoundation.org and donate. $19 a month for us. If we have 16 monthly donors of $19 a month, that will purchase one of these syringe pumps. Last time we checked in, we still had a lot of work to do. We need to buy 18 of them. We're only down to 16 right now. On our monthly donor side, we are down to, I don't need Katie this time. Look, we're down to, maybe I do, five. So they are moving. We're moving in the right direction, but it's moving slowly. We'd like to pick it up a little bit more. Remember, $19 a month, and we need some heroes. Let me ask you, are you a hero? Think that one over and then go and donate, please. Okay, we're going to check back in with our buddy Bill Carter. Remind us, just how easy it is to donate online. Bill, explain.
Hi, I'm making a donation to the telethon, and I'm doing it by going iwkfoundation.org on my phone, and up comes donate. I'm saying donate. It says monthly gift or tribute gift or memory. I'm going to give a monthly gift, and I'm going to give $19. It says my name, which I put in there, my address, which I put in there, and my payment information, which is none of your business. And then I press donate, and away I go. I'm a monthly donor, and I feel good because you know what? We always feel good when we give to the telethon. And the telethon, the need has never been greater. You know why. Look at the world around you. Want to feel good? donate to the IWKFoundation.org. Do it now.
Time for our second IWK Families Stronger Than You Know award. Before I invite this family to the stage, I want to tell you a little bit about them. When Jody and Tim Mugford welcomed their baby girl in 2016, they never dreamed she would be clinging to life just 2 short weeks later. Amelia was diagnosed with a very serious heart condition that caused her heart to beat very fast. This led to an emergency situation that required Amelia to be airlifted to the IWK from Newfoundland, where the family was living at the time. In addition to being treated for heart failure, she experienced complications including massive brain hemorrhage, total kidney failure, and a blood clot that resulted in her left foot being amputated. Thankfully, she got better, but has continued to be followed by the IWK. In 2019, things took another drastic turn. Her family almost lost her again when fluid built up in her brain, causing pressure in her skull. She needed 3 life-saving brain surgeries. Now, Amelia is 6 years old. She's thriving thanks to the incredible support of her family and the many specialists and care teams at the IWK who follow her care, literally from head to toe. I am very pleased to invite Jody, Tim, Amelia, and big sister Adeline to the stage to receive their 2023 Stronger Than You Know award. Go. Now, Jody, can you tell me what receiving this award means to your family?
Receiving this award is very special. This is just an amazing experience to be here with these other families who have gone through so much, just like we have, and just to see their resilience as well. We have walked a pretty heavy journey with some really amazing highs and really dark points in these last almost 7 years. But we've been supported. We've been supported every step of the way. You don't know how strong you can be until you have no choice, and you have to be that for your family. And so, first of all, we have been supported and given strength with our faith in God that has carried us through many things. We have a wonderful family who has supported us every step of the way. Our parents that really just walk life with us, and the doctor's appointments and all of the things with our girls. And of course, the IWK, I don't have enough words to say what they have done and what they mean to us. From the moment we first arrived in the PICU and Amelia was 2 weeks old, we knew we were where we needed to be, and the people around us were supporting. And my husband laughs because when we go back for our regular appointments, he's like, "You seem like you're going home." I was like, "Well, I kind of feel like that because they have become a family to us, and these are people that stay late to operate on your child when she's in precarious situations, or come in on their days off to offer support, or take your older daughter to McDonald's. You know, these are things that, I mean, where do you get that? They're just amazing. The IWK is an amazing facility, and we are very thankful for them.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jen Grant. This is Hank, my second baby born at the IWK, a place that we really love and value, and your donations are so important. So please donate if you can for all the children and families that need your help. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Jimmy Rankin, and please call now and make a big donation or a small donation to the IWK.
This Power Hour is brought to you by OK Tire.
Hey, everybody, I got some good news to share. Just before I do that, let's remind what we're doing. If you're just tuning into the show, we are trying to get these. Let's show it on screen here. Syringe pumps for the PICU unit, okay? Each one of these syringe pumps cost just over $3,600. Take a look at this. This is how it breaks down. So $3,600 for the unit. We need $19 a month donations. If we can get enough of these donations, we can start buying syringe pumps. Okay, last time we checked in, we needed 5 more to go to take another one off the board. And right now, we need your help. We're so close. I'm not doing this on purpose. Katie.
Oh my gosh.
Katie, I
What
need
do you
your wonderful little eraser hands to take that off the board so I can give everybody else the good news. Now step back, we're at 1. We just need 1 more to purchase another syringe pump. 1 monthly donation of $19, folks. IWKFoundation.org. That's how you donate online, or 1-800-595-2266. Let's check in, Maria. Not with Maria. Katie, let's check in with Latavia again.
We now have Julia Kent of CAA Atlantic joining us. Can you tell us about how you've been raising money for the IWK Telethon this year?
Well, CAA Atlantic uses payroll deductions to raise, all of our staff contribute and raise money for the IWK. And yeah, it's a wonderful thing we're very proud to be a part of.
Well, we're very proud to have you involved. Can you tell us about what IWK Telethon means to CAA Atlantic?
Well, CAA Atlantic has 300,000 members in Atlantic Canada, and that actually equates to approximately 1 in 3 driving Canadians. So almost everybody has been touched by the magic that the IWK contributes to our society. So there's no one that doesn't have a wonderful IWK story about how they've been touched. So that's why.
Absolutely agree with you there, and we're very excited to see how much you raised this year. Julie, can you flip that check for us?
Yeah. $28,115, which we're very happy about.
We are here in Moncton for the IWK Telethon with another one of our fantastic donors celebrating the IWK Telethon. So please introduce yourselves.
Yeah, I'm Dennis with Electro Federation Canada.
Wonderful. And who do you have here with you today?
This is Tim Reese with Wesco. He's with one of our member companies.
Wonderful. How have you guys gotten here today? What's the fundraising been like for you?
Yeah, for sure. So last year at Royal Oaks here in Moncton, we had a golf tournament. It was a mix of personal donations made directly by members, and also a portion of the registration fee went to the IWK as well.
Really, really cool. So why has it been so important to you and your team to support the IWK?
I think many members have personal connections with the IWK. It's near and dear to many members' hearts, and it's a charity we're going to continue to support with our golf tournament for 2023.
Fantastic. We love to hear it. So for now, we're here today. Let's flip that check. Tell us how much you have for us.
$3,419 to the IWK.
Woohoo! Well, we are back in Charlottetown, and it is certainly a beautiful day here. So many generous people supporting the IWK, and we are eternally grateful for that. I am joined now with Donnie McLean. He is the King Lion at the Stratford Area Lions Club. Thanks for joining us today, Donnie.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I hear there are some yummy lobsters for sale in your neck of the woods that's supporting this wonderful cause.
Yes, we cook lobsters each year from May till June. We stop Father's Day weekend in June usually. We have a wonderful support from the community.
Donnie, thank you again to the Stratford Area Lions for a decade or so of support now. That's wonderful to hear. Let's flip that check around and see how much you got.
We have a check today for $1,000. Every little bit helps to go a long way. So thank you so much.
Well said, Donnie. Thanks again.
We are happy to be here in Moncton at the Delta Beaux Jours, hanging out today for the IWK Telethon with some of our fantastic donors, and we've got another one right here, so please introduce yourself.
My name is Tom Betts, and I'm representing the Dairy Queen operators in the Maritimes.
Wonderful. We're happy to have you. How have you been getting ready for today fundraising?
Well, we do lots of fundraising throughout the year, but Miracle Treat Day is our biggest fundraiser coming up on August 10th, and we do other things like Roundup throughout the year, but Miracle Treat Day is the biggest.
And delicious as well. Why is it so important for you and your team to be supporting the IWK?
Well, almost everyone you know knows someone that's been to the IWK, so it's a pillar in the Maritimes. So
absolutely, we're happy to have you here to support. So let's find out what is on that check. How much do you have for us today?
Oh, just over $204,000.
Woohoo! Amazing!
Dairy Queen, we know that no one knows better than you Happy tastes good. And thanks to your Miracle Treat Day each year, Happy also creates a world of good for every one of us who relies on the IWK. Thank you, Dairy Queen.
Well, we certainly appreciate the support too. You are watching Telethon 39, 1-800-595-2266 to make a donation, or iwkfoundation.org if you prefer to do it online. Right now, we've got another really impactful patient story to share with you. In March of 2021, Cannon Baisley from Dartmouth was diagnosed with a stage 1 Wilms tumor, the most common kidney cancer in children. Now, Cannon had to have his left kidney removed and undergo many chemotherapy treatments at the IWK. Let's meet Cannon now, 13, and find out how his love of Halloween not only helped his family find courage in the face of adversity, but also gave Cannon a way to support the IWK.
My name is Cannon Baisley. I'm 13 years old and I'm in grade 7.
He's a brilliant, energetic, thoughtful, kind, now 13-year-old. I have a teenager. That just happened.
Well, sometimes he can be really annoying, and then other times he's sweet and kind.
Cannon's always been very competitive in his sports. He plays hockey at a competitive level.
The real thing that he gets out of it is the team, the camaraderie, the friendships that he has. He's a trooper. He's an inspiration to me, and I think an inspiration to a lot of people, given what he's been through.
Initially, Cannon awoke with left-sided stomach pain. I decided to take him to emergency to have things checked out at the IWK. So really late that night, I had a difficult conversation with a doctor that told me that they had found a mass on his kidney. Things started to happen very quickly after that. Dr. Romeo let me know that he felt he needed to remove the mass. And because of the type of tumor it could be, he had to also remove the kidney.
And once I got out of surgery, it wasn't that much longer until they told me that it was cancer.
They let us know that it was a stage 1 Wilms tumor and that there was treatment.
Ironically, the happiest day of my life was the day that I found out that my son definitely had cancer, but we knew what kind of cancer it was. We knew it was treatable. And more importantly, we had a plan on how to deal with it.
I did go through chemotherapy and then after that, some scans to make sure that it was gone.
Really, throughout the whole process of Cannon's chemotherapy, he really barely missed a beat. I mean, there were those obvious days where his chemotherapy, a day or two later, is really kicking in. He's, the classic holding the hair back and your kid vomiting late at night into the toilet. The losing of the hair. There's a lot of heart-wrenching things going on there, but we were well prepared.
And we were very pleased with the care at the IWK.
The staff at the IWK and the doctors are so amazing. They keep in touch and they're very nice to me.
From the time Cannon was probably about 2 years old, and we have some neighbors across the street, they used to put on quite a large Halloween display in their yard. Cannon was obsessed. So because of his love for Halloween, we became a Halloween family.
The House of Doom is our annual haunted house.
It was always a big draw. So, people were always like, oh, you could make money off of this. So he decided to make it a fundraiser for the IWK.
The first year that we did the House of Doom as an IWK fundraiser would have been 2021.
So they come in from this door and they go through kind of like the maze in the garage.
Cannon was still in his treatment and people really wanted to know how they could help. So when we did the House of Doom, that was people's cue. It's like, here's how you can help. You can donate to the IWK.
And scary animatronics that'll pop up. And then inside, we have like spiders that drop.
We also have to do outside. So outside is a lot of work as well.
And that year, it had a lineup all the way down our street and raised $15,700.
I really enjoy Halloween and scaring people, and it's just even better that I can do the things that I love while supporting something that is very important to me and that will go and help many, many people.
The House of Doom is scary. That's enter if you dare. You have to have some courage to enter the House of Doom.
There's different levels of bravery that are needed at different times.
And going through cancer, you gotta be brave to do that.
In December of 2021, Kenan finished his chemotherapy. He had his last treatment, and then he went and rang the bell. Yeah.
When I heard, I think I was at my nanny and granddad's, and I felt very relieved.
I got like a certificate of accomplishment, all the doctors signed, and it made me feel like I accomplished something that's really hard. I would definitely not be where I am today without my family.
This is a challenge that none of us could have taken alone. It really brought us together.
Kenan's family thought the worst was behind them, but their journey was far from over. Several months after finishing his cancer treatment, it became clear Kenan was struggling with his mental health. You can stay tuned for part 2 of Kenan's story a little later in the show. Okay, right now, though, we want to concentrate on the Power Hour.
This Power Hour is brought to you by OK Tire.
Okay, Todd, I'm Maria, concentrating as well, sending out positive thoughts to the Maritimes or wherever you may be watching from right now. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to purchase for the NICU unit these syringe pumps, which cost over $3,600 each. What we're looking for is $19 a month donations, and we have some excellent news on this front. By the way, I have my own eraser now, and that means Katie has become obsolete. Katie, thank you. We have some lovely parting gifts for you. Thanks for participating. Okay, fine. You can use the eraser as well. We need it right over here. If you're going to do the job, get over here. Let's take that 1 off the board. Take that 16 off the board. Make that 16 a 14. We are down to 14. Oh, 13. Woo! This just in, breaking news. 13 pumps now. We started at 18. We're down to 13. We're starting to build some momentum. Oh, 14 here, Katie. Yeah. You know, I tell you, good thing it's for the kids, because Katie and I would be out of here by now. Okay. The good news is 14. That's what we're at here. We're down to 13 on the monthly donors. Okay. So we need 13 more monthly donors of $19 each. I feel a little bit like the late Bob Barker, Steve.
That is a pretty attainable goal, too, for a lot of people, a lot of families and small businesses. $19 a month will help to buy these items that we need for the IWK to keep it the very best it can be. This is the IWK Telethon for Children here on CTV. Yes, it's Saturday morning, and we're here for the next, about 5 hours as we continue to raise money for the Children's Hospital here in the Maritimes, with a focus on the families who've experienced the care and the loving care at the IWK. And one of those folks who can tell us a firsthand account of the IWK is Casey Lamphere from Miscouche, Prince Edward Island. She's joining us now to talk about her story and her daughter, Casey, and all the care that she's received at the IWK. And good morning to you. How are things on beautiful Prince Edward Island today?
Good.
Good. Sun shining. I want you to introduce us to your daughter. Tell us about Addie and what it was that brought Addie and you to the IWK.
Addie. So I was admitted to IWK when I was 30 weeks pregnant, as I was a high-risk pregnancy because I have Marfan syndrome.
Right.
And they wanted to monitor me during my pregnancy, and I delivered her at the IWK.
And I understand that since mom has Marfan, that there was a very good chance, about a 50% chance, that baby would as well. So this is something that you and your daughter share in common. Tell us a little bit about Marfan syndrome.
Sorry, Addie.
It's okay. This is what family life is all about, where the kids come first, which they do at the IWK, of course. And Casey's just stepping off camera because there she is. Is she going to join us here too? Is she going to join us here too, Casey? Hello, Addie. Hi. There's Addie and Casey in Miss Cush. Somebody's having a good laugh at something this morning, Casey.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about Marfan.
So it's a connective tissue disorder, and it affects all the connective tissue in your body. The biggest thing it does is affects your heart. Mm-hmm. So they wanted to monitor me when I was pregnant in terms of that. So my cardiologist was in Halifax, so they thought the best place for me would be IWK. And I was able to safely deliver Addie 3 weeks early.
Wow. And how old is Addie now?
She's 5.
Wow. And what's life like for you and Addie as you both live with Marfan?
For me, it's like I was diagnosed when I was 8. So I've had my whole life to learn how to live with it and learn all about it. So now I feel like I'm able to help raise Addie in a safe way, that I know that I can be there to support her and be an advocate for her as she grows up living with Marfans.
Well, you're an advocate, but you're also an expert because you've lived the experience yourself.
Yes,
and that must help. What does the IWK do, Casey, for you and Addie now?
So the best part about IWK is that they follow their patients until they're 18. So the IWK does a traveling clinic here on PEI where they come twice a year to our hospital in Charlottetown. And they are able to, her cardiologist comes here and they're able to do the tests and see her without us having to travel back and forth, which I know isn't always a luxury for everyone. So we're very lucky. And they did the same for me. So they followed me until I was 18 and now they're doing the same for Addie. She actually goes on Tuesday. IWK will be here to see her. So
that's one of the amazing things too, Casey and Addie, is that you don't always have to go to the IWK. Sometimes the IWK can come to you, which if you live in a place like Miss Cush PEI is pretty darn special that you don't have to take the long trip into the IWK.
No, exactly.
Well, listen, thanks for sharing your story with us. Is Addie going to give us a little wave goodbye or anything? She may have friends watching her on TV. Does she want to?
Addie, do you want to wave to your friends?
You want to come in and wave? No?
Yeah.
Come on in,
Nope,
Addie.
she's coming.
Oh, she's coming. Okay. Because I'm sure all the kids that she goes to school with and everything might want to see
your
her.
friends at
There
school
she
wanna see
is. Hi, let's have a big wave for Addie. Okay, Addie and Casey, thanks. Have a great weekend
Thank
in
you.
Miss Cush, Prince Edward Island.
Hi, everybody. It's Lenny Gallant here. I just want to send warm wishes to the families who are supporting the IWK. Very important organization, as you know. We try to support it as often as we can, and I hope you do too.
Joining us now, we have Benita and Darren of RBC. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us how you've been raising funds for the IWK Telethon this year?
Absolutely. So we have a series of very exciting initiatives that we run to support the IWK. The first one is the RBC Race for Kids, which is actually a global program, and it's a pledge fundraiser that we run right across the world. The second one, which is a very exciting event that we hold, is the RBC and IWK Charity Classic Hockey Game. And it's a great way to bring out all of our employees to join in fundraising for the IWK. And the third is a number of events that we hold right across the year, whether it's fundraisers or hockey pools, all types of things like that locally to ensure that we are keeping IWK top of mind for our employees and that we're having an opportunity to raise funds.
And can you tell us a bit about what the IWK Telethon means to you personally?
Absolutely. Well, when we look at and when we hear through fundraising stories from our employees, and it's over close to 2,000 across the Maritimes, serving hundreds and thousands of clients, we have a wonderful opportunity to hear so many great stories about how IWK has impacted those families. So certainly really important from a community, employee, and client perspective for us.
Absolutely. We're very excited to have your continued support. Let's take a look at that check now and see how much you raised this year.
We know we can always count on LBC. Thank you for being one of the IWK's longest supporting partners. Your contribution to the IWK make an incredible difference to patients just like me.
That was good. It's just
Very sweet.
Just like me. I like that. Earlier this hour, you'll remember we introduced you to Cannon Baisley from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, who was diagnosed with kidney cancer. That was 2 years ago, 2021.
That's right. So Cannon celebrated the completion of his cancer treatment later that year. And although he was physically healthy, his family soon discovered his cancer diagnosis was having a serious impact on his mental health. Here is part 2 of Cannon's story.
Cannon is a resilient, intelligent, creative kid. Initially, Cannon awoke with left-sided stomach pain. I decided to take him to emergency to have things checked out at the IWK. So really late that night, I had a difficult conversation with a doctor that told me that they had found a mass on his kidney.
And once I got out of surgery, it wasn't that much longer until they told me that it was cancer.
But we knew what kind of cancer it was. We knew it was treatable. And more importantly, we had a plan on how to deal with it.
So he had a surgery, he had approximately 10 months of chemotherapy, and then he started to notice some difficulties with his mental health.
A year after his initial pain, which led to his cancer diagnosis, Cannon started to have panic attack symptoms.
I was at hockey, I was getting dressed, and I just got really shaky. And I really didn't know what was happening to me. I almost thought it was like a heart attack or something. He went to the IWK emergency department because they were concerned with the chest pain and his heart beating rapidly. There might be something wrong with his heart. On both occasions, he was given the all clear.
The real big events where he would have these sort of full-blown panic attacks where he was more or less incapacitated. It got to the point where that was happening so regularly that it was interfering with his daily life. He was unable to concentrate. He morphed into this state of derealization, which is just sort of being kind of almost spaced out and detached from reality.
And I think at that point, his parents started to realize that, okay, well, maybe this is more mental health related.
There was just this subconscious part of him that was saying, I'm not ready yet. I can't go on yet. I need more help.
The initial appointment with Dr. Cumming, we spoke with her and a resident. What they were able to do at that point was diagnose him with PTSD.
So we felt that through his cancer journey and the stress and the trauma that he had experienced, that he had a trauma and stressor-related disorder. And it totally upended his life. You know, he suddenly was in hospital a lot, having a lot of investigations. Some of them were painful. There was uncertainty. He wasn't in school. He lost contact with his friends. His brain just really went into survival mode of just getting through each day, one day at a time.
Dr. Cumming, who was able to explain to him that these things happen when your brain goes through a trauma, and that there were treatments that were going to help him.
In terms of the treatment that Cannon received, he received trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. So he was partnered with a clinician called Miss Dawnhall. She went through my story with me, and she taught me all these exercises to help me get better.
The team through mental health at the IWK was extremely knowledgeable. They were comforting by helping educate us on what was going on.
I wouldn't be able to find the care that I needed without my family, and but also the IWK really helped.
Cannon is doing really great. Cannon's back to all of his sports. He does well at school.
The House of Doom is our annual haunted house.
And so every year it just gets a little bit bigger and a little bit more complex in a lot of ways, but a lot more fun as well. But we will have new additions this year, that's for sure.
Yes,
there will be some new homemade props.
But we can't spoil too much.
We can't spoil too much.
We can't spoil too much.
It started in 2021 and raised $15,700.
What started out as a Cannon event, and then Cannon's family event, and now it's a community event.
So last year we made $15,756, and this year we've made $16,000.
So over the 2 years, it's been over $30,000 that it's raised for IWK Foundation.
And I knew it was a cause that would be helping lots of people.
Philanthropy really helped our family take a really hard time, and make it something that we can feel very proud of.
To have a supportive family is just as important as anything else.
We learned of our resilience, and we have grown from this, and we know that we can take on challenges.
And we certainly thank the family for sharing what is a very emotional story with us. And for those who know Cannon, he absolutely loves all things Halloween. We saw that in the first part. It's 2 years now that he and his family have turned their property into a spooktacular haunted house as a fundraiser for the IWK.
Now, if you want to visit what they call the House of Doom, you can do so on Friday, October 27th from 7 until 9 p.m. And to find out more, you can visit the website at houseofdoom.ca. How awesome is that?
Hi, I'm Cannon Baisley. I'm from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, and in 2021, I spent a lot of time at the IWK due to having a stage 1 Wilms tumor and having to go through 7 months of chemotherapy. But I have to give a special shout out to my mom and dad, Dan and Shelley, for always being there when I needed them the most. I could not have done any of this without them by my side. They slept in the hospital with me. They comforted me. They comforted me when I was home or when I was at the hospital, and they found all the help that I needed. I'm truly grateful for having such amazing parents. Thank you so much.
Oh, what a special young man. So poised after all he's been through.
Brave.
My goodness, yeah. So a performance now. Heather Rankin, of course, is a beloved singer and actor who has a very busy performance roster, but always makes time to give back. She stepped into the limelight as a member of the multi-platinum selling musical group, the Rankin Family. We know that.
Yes, and she's continued to record and perform as a solo artist. And as an actor, she performed on stage, appeared in a number of films. And I also happen to know that she was a co-star of a college production called Am I Blue with a fabulous young actor named Todd Battis. Many years ago. And I'm sure she'll be embarrassed to hear that.
I want to see photo proof of that.
And if all that wasn't enough, she's also a co-owner of a fabulous spot in Mabu called the Red Shoe Pub. And I'm super excited to see her opening for the opening concert of the Celtic Colors in Port Hawkesbury. And we'll be hearing from Heather right now.
In the Isle of Cape Breton, my father did stay, and his father's father before, fishing the banks and digging the coal from the mines that don't give or know. I remember the fishermen returning so gay, their nets with the silver cod blessed, but they couldn't compete with the company sweet. Now it's welfare relief for the West. So I'm going down the road, boys, seeking what I'm always, and I know it must get better and if I go. Well, I came to the city with the sun in my eyes, my heart full of laughter and
This Power Hour is brought to you by OK Tire.
Yeah, it's the Power Hour, sure. Katie, you might ask yourself, why am I so relaxed? Why did I have enough time to even create this incredible to scale like-size image of you? Well, that's because I have a lot of good news to share. Of course, we are buying these syringe pumps for the NICU unit. They're very expensive, over $3,600 each, looking for $19 a month donors, and donors, a round of donors on everyone. However, okay, it's been a slow go, to be honest with you. We've been really working to do this. Julie, as far as the donations came in, we thought we were down to about, what was it? 5. We thought Katie, if you would, draw 5 there. We thought we were down to 5, but this is why I'm relaxed. And it's so cool. Thank you to the generosity of Eleanor McCain. She's buying all the remaining pumps. All of them. So I love Eleanor. Even I can do this part. Eleanor McCain, thank you very much. That is 19 syringe pumps off the board for the NICU unit. Absolutely incredible.
Amazing. We're going to have to get Eleanor on the show to perform, also an amazing musician.
And we thank everybody at home who donated as well. Keep up the great work.
Yes.
All right, let's check back in because we have some more exciting news, Maria.
Well, let me say we're so grateful to Eleanor, of course, because she helped fulfill the Power Hour, but also she's going to make it so that we don't have to watch you use that board so badly.
Wax on, wax off. That's what I need to remember. Wax on, wax off.
Katie,
it's all here now.
Katie, we were talking during the performance of Heather Rankin there, and I mentioned that she's going to be at Celtic Colors. You're going to be up there as well.
I am. So it's the opening day, October 6th, and I'm going to be in Port Hawkesbury. I'm going to chat with Heather, get to see her perform, and of course that festival is iconic, and there's musicians from all over going to be there, so can't wait to see Heather there, and so great to see her here on the telethon today.
Is there an extra ranking sibling that we never heard of that just can't sing a lick? Is there like one of them that just
I don't think so.
oh
Doesn't
no,
exist.
please, Steve Rankin, stop. Just like enough of that.
Jay, you made the point that in that video we saw Kim Dunn, we saw Jamie Robinson, who I think have played with every musician
pros.
Yes.
In Atlantic, Canada, right? They are just stellar performers.
Cream of the crop.
Yeah, right? On all kinds of stages. We are getting very close to that time now to see how things are shaping up as we're coming to the end of this second hour.
Wow,
and the morning's going by fast. If you're just joining us, it's almost noon here in the Maritimes, and welcome to the IWK Telethon, Foundation Telethon for Children and Women and Families. And we are going to be here through till 4 o'clock. The number is 1-800
I'll explain in a
I'm
moment.
not sure what's going on.
Are we going to do a total? When was the last time we did a total? We going to do a total?
We're
Yeah, well,
we're getting there.
Before we read that number, we're going to read this number.
Did you see how the camera moved?
1-800-595-2266, iwkfoundation.org. We have fewer people working the phone banks this year, so we encourage you to use the website because that's just a quicker way to get your donation in. All right, here comes a total, Jay.
Oh, it wasn't worth it. Or was it? Yes, it was.
At the end of hour 2, $1,287,447.30, and we thank you very much.
Still when the fire goes out, so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in summer, it can knock your house down. In big waves of murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know.
You're watching Telethon 39 on CTV.
Thanks for joining us. Hour 3.
Yes, we're off to a great start here on the 39th annual edition of the IWK Telethon. We postponed the original, of course, the broadcast due to the wildfires here on the East Coast. And there was just so much devastation and loss. We needed to rally as a community for that. We thought it was better to focus our attention on those in need. But now, feeling a little better. We got through Lee last week, and we are all set to bring you the fall version of your telethon for this year only.
Right. We'll be back again in June next year.
Yep.
Now, feel free to go online and make a donation, iwkfoundation.org. We do have phone volunteers too. If you don't get through, just leave a message and they will call you back.
Right.
Every amount, big or small, helps, and it ensures when maritime kids are sick and need care, they will have the very best support and equipment available to them.
We all have a story about the IWK. I've been there too.
Yeah.
It's been a little while, I must say, but my first son was born as a preemie, spent some time in the NICU, and anybody who has had to get up in the middle of the night and drive their daughter or son to the IWK for treatment, they know that it's there whenever they need it, any time of day.
I've been there too, and I am so grateful that they exist because there's one thing you can shower your kids with love and hug them and try to like kiss them better, but you do need the amazing care that the IWK provides. And it's care for moms and dads too, a little bit of peace of mind knowing that they're in the best hands possible.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, after 2 hours of Power Hours, it's time for our first Miracle Match, something else that we do every year here. And for that, we hand it over to Jayson and Katie.
Oh, yeah, the Power Hour shall return. But right now, this hour is dedicated to our Miracle Match, which means our sponsor will be matching donations made over the phones and online for the next half hour, Katie.
We have a lot of great supporters who are making this miracle match possible. This half hour, it's Lounsbury Group. The Lounsbury Group has been serving people in New Brunswick for over 145 years with a variety of businesses across the province, including car and heavy-duty truck dealerships, not to mention 2 furniture stores.
Lounsbury Group, everybody. We really, really appreciate them. So during the next 30 minutes, if you make a donation, Lounsbury Group will match that amount up to $5,000, which means if you log on right now, iwkfoundation.org, you can double up. 1-800-595-2266. Whatever you can afford to donate, this is your opportunity to automatically double it up through the generous folks at Lounsbury Group. We really appreciate it.
So if somebody donates $10,
$20.
$20. So if you give us $3,459, Jay.
$6,918, Katie.
How'd you do that?
You know, I was turning down scholarships all over the place after my second year of grade 12. I tell you.
Oh, man. We want to thank Lounsbury. You know what?
Oh, you can write on that one too? Heart.
Aww,
Yes.
thank you. They're doubling your donations for the next 30 minutes.
It's all in the details, Katie. It's all in the details.
Oh, very
there
nice.
You go,
Nice touch
folks.
there, Jay.
Let's head back over to Maria, who has a very special story to share with us.
Thanks, you too. So our next story is about honoring the legacy of a young girl named Brooklyn Gray, a former IWK patient who passed away suddenly last June from complications related to a rare and progressive neurodegenerative disease. Although she faced many serious health challenges in her short life, she was always smiling, laughing, and bringing joy to her family and those she met. This is the inspirational legacy of Brooklyn Gray and the lasting love and strength of her family.
Brooklyn was born completely typical, did all the things as any other child would, often reaching her milestones before others.
Hey, look up, Brookie. Hi.
She is the most determined and strong-willed, tenacious little girl with a personality that fills the whole world. She loved to get her feet dirty, but also such a girly girl. She took her queen bee title quite seriously. She kept us all on her toes and out of trouble.
Brooklyn was typically developing until she was 2. She had lots of words, smart little cookie. She was walking, she was running, she was eating. And then all of a sudden around her 2nd birthday, her parents noticed she wasn't hearing very well. And shortly thereafter, she stopped speaking. Turned out that she had profound bilateral hearing loss.
She was then referred to the IWK, where she was diagnosed with riboflavin transporter deficiency.
It is a neurodegenerative condition that's progressive. Only about 1 in a million people are born with RTD, so Brooklyn literally was 1 in a million. Her family is amazing. Immediately, Vanessa and Paul started to teach her some sign language so she could communicate. Shortly after that, though, she started to have loss of use of her arms, and she became quite weak, so she couldn't use that sign language anymore.
Her overall health was declining very quickly.
And the fact that her deterioration happened so very quickly, she lost all of those skills in under 6 months.
Clinical care for Brooklyn was related to her spine curvature, what's called a scoliosis. Early onset scoliosis, which is what Brooklyn had. We're worrying about its effects on all of the organs and if the lungs will develop.
Brooklyn's curve progressed from 0 to 120 degrees, and anything over 50 degrees would be considered life-threatening. And thankfully, due to the new and innovative technology, she was able to have this surgery and improve her overall quality of life.
And Brooklyn, she really had that spirit and that motivation to undergo whatever treatment was necessary. Most children, they might be getting back to full activities around 3 months to 6 months after that type of surgery. Brooklyn was raring to go, just weeks afterwards.
She was eating again, and she was walking independently, and she had some words still.
Most people didn't know that she had, regained that strength and that she was able to walk again.
Ooh, good job!
And something that brought Brooklyn the most joy was her big brother, Braden. He was her hero. He was her ears and eyes and voice at times. He was her interpreter, advocate, and best friend until the very end. Brooklyn lived every day like it was her last, and she woke up with that beautiful smile on her face, bound and determined to face another day.
Sometimes when a child has a serious condition like Brooklyn did, we think about their condition and their medications and their treatments, but it's the families that really let them be little ones. They make sure they have play dates with their friends and keep them safe at home, and they are the piece of the puzzle that don't often get recognized. We cannot overstate the importance of families in caring for these children. They are the superheroes here.
Brooklyn loved her dad so much. He would come home on Valentine's with flowers for the both of us. And I fell more and more in love with him every day, watching him take care of her, love her, protect her. The IWK is extraordinary. They were the reason that I had her for as long as I did.
It's so important that we support children to be able to have the best life they can and the most happiness they can and the most joy they can. And Brooklyn's certainly an example of a little girl with a lot of joy. Her little light burned brightly, but it burned significantly.
Just the spirit that she exemplified in that short period of time teaches us that we need to ensure that we are living each day to its fullest. It's just awe-inspiring for all of us.
She enjoyed being the center of attention as soon as she walked in the room. And that's why I'm doing this for her. She would love to see the cameras show up and remind the world of who she really is and the little girl that she fought so hard to be.
Oh, wow. A great loss to the family. That is a lot to process. I have a feeling there aren't a lot of dry eyes at home. I know it was just, you could hear a pin drop watching that story. These are the types of stories that I always just think to myself, that family didn't have to share that with us. They didn't have to talk to us about these moments in their lives. And they do. And they do it because they understand how profoundly important the IWK is and what an impact it has on their families. We've been there. And we thank them so much. Brooklyn, my goodness, what an amazing girl she was, and inspiring.
Yeah.
Inspiring.
And what our children teach us about, being brave and resilient. And you're right, they didn't have to share their story with us, but there is that sense of greater good for the community and to recognize the strong work that's done by the IWK. And, that's what makes this telethon special. And that's why we do this every year. And we come to you and we make an appeal to you because we just never know who's going to be next. And we need to celebrate each other and help each other. And let's take this opportunity now to head back over to Jayson and Katie.
Yeah, Brooklyn's family, so brave sharing that story. And I think a powerful reminder, too, that it's not always a happy ending, but also a reminder of how important this day is, how important your donations are to make sure that other families like Brooklyn's get the kind of care that they did, but also give them the best chance possible for a very, very different outcome. Lounsbury Group, we're a big fan of this company, Katie. They're going to match our donation. This is the Miracle Match half hour. Basically, you explain how this works. It's very simple.
If you donate, they're going to double your money.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. So for example, Jayson, if I gave $25.06,
that'd be $51.20, Katie. And they didn't even have the auto cue up for me that time. I'm that sharp. Basically, what we're saying is every single penny counts. It matters. If you can only afford to give $5, that's really, really important. $5 makes it 10, just like that. You can double it up. Do we have enough time? Can I share a personal story as well? In our family group are really dear friends of ours. Very excited to have their third grandchild, but first grandson. His name is Wyatt Allen. Born big boy, big handsome fella right there. Born 9 pounds 6 ounces about 2 weeks ago. But they found out that he had an issue with his heart. Had surgery on his heart at the IWK on Tuesday. He's a big, strong boy. He's a fighter. He's doing great, but I'm sure there's going to be challenges ahead. Just one of the reasons I couldn't wait to get out of bed and take part in this today, and really hoping whatever you can donate, you will.
And we just really want to remind people that we do have fewer than normal volunteers on the phone banks today. So if you can, please go online to donate. The website is iwkfoundation.org to donate. And if you do really want to call, of course, please call. But if you can't get through, just leave a message and someone will call you back.
Yeah, listen, we're not going to turn you away. We're definitely going to call you back. So the phone number as well, 1-800-595-2266. It's time once again to check in with Latavia and some more generous donors like you.
We're now joined by Scott Fleming, Jackie, and Max of Trailblazer for Cancer. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Can you tell us more about your organization?
Yeah, we're a good group of friends who started Trailblazer for Cancer. We've going into our 9th year. We do a trail ride down in St. Margaret's Bay, Rails to Trails, every year. And we get our families and friends and colleagues out for a good day on the trail, and we raise money for a great cause.
And we are very excited to have you supporting the IWK Telethon. Jackie, can you tell us personally what the IWK means to you?
Oh my goodness. Well, the IWK is amazing. Max, after I had Max, we spent 3 days in the NICU, and the staff there were amazing and took such good care of him. And they're so kind and so grateful for all of them.
Well, we are so happy to hear that things are great. We're excited to see, Max, how much you raised this year. Can you flip that check for us?
$157,902.
Congratulations to the organizers, walkers, runners, and cyclists of all ages and abilities who have come together each year to support the IWK. Your contributions to cancer research are blazing a trail. Thank you, Trailblazer for Cancer.
We are joined now with Jennifer Salter, the district manager at Kent. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Well, we are very excited to have Kent with us again this year for the IWK Telethon. Tell us how you've been raising funds this year.
Absolutely. So we have about 50 stores across the land of Canada where we have our awesome cashiers that ask for donations at our cash registers. We also have barbecues and different fundraisers throughout the store so people can donate to the IWK. So we've been working really hard at it for the last few weeks.
And tell us what the IWK Telethon means to you.
You know, IWK, I think, holds a big heart or big spot in everybody's heart throughout even our employees and our customers, just to have that support locally that, you know, can help our children and give them the care that they need. So,
okay, well, let's have a look at that check this year.
Welcome back to Charlottetown. It's a great day here, and I have two wonderful girls with me. I have Maya Beaton and Paisley Fletcher. Thank you so much for joining me today, girls. So in 2022, when the schools were closed for a little bit because of the pandemic, I hear you got really creative. Tell me what you were doing.
So we're making bracelets to support the IWK because my brother was in the IWK for a little bit, and we just thought that would be a good idea. And then the bracelets were $1.50. And another fundraiser that we did is, so Paisley's family had this draw thing where they could put in money to win a prize basket.
Now I want to talk about how much you raised. Are you ready to show us this check, girls? All right, let's flip it around. How much do we have here?
$1,131.
Woohoo! Woohoo! From Paisley Fletcher and Maya Beaton. Thanks, girls. Have a great day. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you so much.
I'm joined now by Andrew Inch, who's the Vice President of Cresco, and they are one of our digital match sponsors in the lead up to Telethon. Hi, Andrew. Thanks for coming in.
Hi, how are you?
I am great. So happy you're here, and you have a connection to IWK.
Yes, both my kids, now 10 and 8, were born at the IWK, and we just recently had an addition to the Cresco family as well.
Well, congratulations. And why is it important that you are able to sponsor this digital match program?
Well, Cresco, we say at Cresco that we build communities, and the IWK is certainly an important part of our community. And our values, one of our most important values is family. We're a family-owned business, and so helping other families is very important to us.
Well, Andrew, let's see your sponsorship today. $10,000.
Fantastic. Now, Cresco matched online donations up to $10,000 in the lead up to the telethon. So in addition to the $10,000 donated by Cresco, the online match raised an unbelievable $10,019 for a grand total of $20,019.
Amazing.
Impressive.
Amazing
Thank
community
you very
partners.
much. Yeah.
All right, we are going to take a little look now at some greetings from some fantastic performers who are also big supporters of the IWK.
G'day everyone, Deloise Didi Austin. I'm super excited to be here to give a special shout out to everyone involved in the IWK. I'm also here to encourage everyone to donate. You can donate by phone at 1-800-595-2266, or you can donate online at iwkfoundation.org. Walaliuk.
Hi, my name is Roman Sawa. I'm 13 years old, and at the age of 11 in 2021, I was admitted to the IWK. I was sent there because I had an eating disorder and depression. I spent 10 weeks there, and it wasn't a very good experience, but my parents really helped me get through that. They are amazing people, and I love them very much. And when I was there at nights so lonely, they would be there with me, spending them with me, spending my birthday with me in the IWK. And they're amazing people. You know, this is what this video is about, like just thanking them. Like today, every day, every time I come home from school, like because I had a bad day, like they're always there to talk to me. And I appreciate that so much. And that's what they did at the IWK. It was like, Mom, I didn't eat today. Are you mad at me? No, of course not. I love you so much. And I appreciate that so much. And they do that to me every single day. That's why I love them. So I just wanted to say thank you, Mom and Dad. I love you so much. Thank you for helping me get through this.
Thank you for that. Well, Jayson, the time is ticking.
Oh.
It's ticking. We're getting down to the wire on this miracle match with the Lounsbury group.
Yeah, we got about 10 minutes roughly left in this half hour. Such an important 10 minutes. It's your opportunity to double up the effect you can have with your donation, whatever it is.
Today's telethon is devoted to the many families who have experienced the care at the IWK. Recognizing their strength and resilience, we actually based the theme on a song written by the East Pointers of Prince Edward Island, and it's called Stronger Than You Know.
Such a perfect theme for today, and you can help honor those families by donating to Telethon 39. And the best news is you have this half hour thanks to the Lounsbury group. They're going to match your donation, double it up.
Call now, or you can go online at iwkfoundation.org. All right, time to check in with Mr. Steve Murphy, who has the chance to chat with some of the families who know all too well the kind of care provided at the IWK.
That's
Steve.
correct. Thank you very much, Katie and Jayson. And I'm here with Wendy Griffin. You've got two hats on here today. You are the chair of the IWK Foundation Board, which I think is wonderful and important. But you're a mom of a young person. I think he's 20 now.
He is 20. He'll be 20 on Tuesday.
Yeah, but he has an IWK story. Tell us briefly how Riley came to be in the care of the IWK.
So it was March break of his primary year in school, and we got a call. He was at a day camp and just couldn't keep up with the kids, and the counselors were worried. So we went in, picked him up, and took him right to our family doctor, who immediately sent us to the IWK. The next day, he was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. So he started a long relationship with the IWK.
This is about 15 years ago?
But 15 years ago, yes.
So when you, as a mom, hear that diagnosis for that sweet little face, that little boy, you know, what goes through your heart and mind?
Time stops. Everything gets quiet. Everything gets still, and you just focus on right foot, left foot.
And it's a long journey because you were talking before we came on the air. This was 5 years of treatment for Riley.
He had 5 years of ongoing inpatient and at-home chemotherapy, regular visits to the hospital, follow-ups. So he was very sick for about 5 years and so susceptible to viral infections, which every elementary student is. They just became incredibly important and significant if you caught a bug.
So he was 5 when he got the diagnosis, 5 years of treatment. He's 20 now, so he's 10 years.
10 years
after the successful treatment at the IWK. And is that what made you an IWK volunteer? Is that why you're sitting here now?
Absolutely. During the journey he was on in his treatment, we had the chance to share our story and be one of the families you see in today's telethon. And through that, we got to really get to know the team at the foundation in a very close way. And when the opportunity came up for me to be on the board of trustees, there was not a moment's hesitation for me. It was a solid, absolutely.
We know this brand, the IWK, very well, and the IWK Foundation, but let's talk about the difference between the hospital and the foundation, because they share a name, the IWK initials, but what is it that you do with your group at the foundation versus what the IWK does?
So we focus on making sure we get all the extras and making sure that care and treatment is world class. We think about how we can help the health center and give them all of the amazing tools, equipment that you hear us talk about, all the things that make the absolute difference between good care and great care, and really ensure that those care teams have everything that they could possibly need or want to make sure that families and children get the best care imaginable.
In a country where we have the privilege of publicly funded healthcare, I'm often asked, and I'm not in any position to speak for the IWK Foundation, but you are, why is it that the government can't provide all this?
In the public today, there is no shortage of need, and the public can fund what's necessary. We provide what is terrific.
Right.
And that's the difference. It's taking it from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Right. And that's really what Maritimers deserve. And that's what we focus on.
And after 39 years too, Wendy, it occurs to me that there are a lot of things in that IWK now, including the NICU, we were talking about this, which simply would not be there were it not for the people who watch this program and become supporters of the foundation.
I had a colleague who had a child very early and spent some time in the NICU before we did the transformation. And now walking in after the transformation, which was funded from donors, to see the difference that means for parents who are going through that incredibly tough period. There is no better reason to volunteer time, energy, passion, and resources to see that kind of difference.
It's the difference between good and good enough and great.
Absolutely.
And we're striving for greatness.
It's what our families and children deserve.
Wendy Griffin, thanks for coming in as Mama and as the chair of the foundation.
Thank you.
Of the IWK. Wendy Griffin, a daughter of Kensington, Prince Edward Island. Back in just a moment here.
We are now joined by the co-owner of Legendary Hospitality Group, Joe McGinnis and Matt Blades. Thank you so much for joining us.
Delighted to be here.
So can you tell us about how you've been raising funds this year through your golf tournament?
So this is a passion. It's a passion of the employees of Legendary Hospitality Group to support the IWK. This is our 6th year. We have a golf tournament that everyone rallies behind, the employees, our guests, our suppliers. And it's an opportunity to give back to an important organization in our community, which we all love. So.
Well, we are definitely so thankful for all of your continued support. Matt, you have a personal connection to the IWK. Can you tell us about that?
I do. I have 3 sons that have been born in the IWK since I started at Legendary. And when choosing a charity for our golf tournament, it was very important that it have a personal connection to us. And we have had many more babies born in the IWK since then.
Absolutely incredible. Excited to see how much you raised this year. Can you flip that check for us, Matt?
Absolutely. $30,000 from Legendary Hospitality Group.
We want to acknowledge the good folks of Nautel Limited in Hackett's Cove, Nova Scotia for their donation of $1,305. Thank you so much to the Global Issues class at West Isle Composite High School in Elmsdale, PEI for their gift of $2,120. A donation of $2,333 is coming to us from the Shaw Group of Halifax's first annual hockey tournament fundraiser, organized for the IWK Oncology Unit. And we want to thank the Phantoms Freak Show Haunted House in Kentville, Nova Scotia for their gift of $10,250.
I'm now here with Ross Chapman of Extra Life. You're a member of the Halifax Guild. Hello.
Hi there. Nice to be here.
So great to have you here again. How does Extra Life raise the money for the IWK?
It's all raised online. The members of Extra Life raise money by setting up accounts online, and then lots of donations can come in. And it's all done through a lot of Facebook campaigns, through live streaming, and it all just comes in digitally.
It's a really creative and I think unique way to raise money in the modern day. Why is it so important for you and your members of your guild to do this?
I can't really speak for everybody else in the guild, but for me, it's just something, video gaming and live streaming has been a hobby of mine for a number of years, and just turning it into something beneficial for my community, province, and local children's hospital. It was an easy fit as soon as I learned of it.
That's fantastic. Well, let's see how much you raised. Flip the check there, Ross. $90,766.72.
Thank you to Extra Lifers from all over the Maritimes for gaming in support of the IWK. From streamathons to tabletop tournaments, we love your creativity. Thank you, Extra Lifers. Game on.
How cool is that? $90,000. That is a huge, huge number. Thank you very much. We are getting down to the final minute of the miracle match this half hour, Katie.
Just seconds to double your money thanks to the amazing Lounsbury Group. Get those donations in now. Literally seconds left.
Yeah, double your money just by calling or donating online at iwkfoundation.org.
Yes, or you can call 1-800-595-2266. Thank you so much again to the Lounsbury for sponsoring this half hour. Well, Jayson, I know usually for Telethon you like to visit Cape Breton. I'm really sad you didn't get to go this year.
Oh, hold on. I can do many things. I have talents, including teleportation, Katie. Welcome back to Sydney. Joined now from the North Sydney Sobeys. We have Gordon Ford, who is the store manager, and Donna Gracie, who is a cashier there as well. Gordon, let's start with you. Sobeys has been doing a lot of fundraising. Your store has been doing a lot of fundraising. How have you been doing it?
Well, we asked our customers to go through the registers and donate. The cashiers will ask the customers to donate $2, and you know what? And the customers, the community are so grateful, and we appreciate it very, very much. We have a great support.
Donna, you have a personal story as well. As a child, you were ill and needed the services of the IWK?
I did. I was in there for quite a while, and now I'm healthy, so that's the main thing.
They literally saved you.
They did. They really did. If it wasn't for the IWK, I wouldn't be here.
So you must be pretty personally motivated to fundraise as well.
Always, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Let's take a look at this impressive fundraising total now from Sobeys, everybody. Look at this.
Thank you so much to everyone at Sobeys Incorporated who keep working so hard each year to improve child and youth mental health. We are so grateful to be a big part of your family of support.
Hi, I'm Michelle from the Lounsbury Group. We're supporting the Miracle Match this hour with a $5,000 contribution, and we're so happy to support the IWK because in my role in human resources for our company, I hear about so many of our employees that need to access the services of the IWK. They're so thankful for the support that they receive. They always speak so highly of the IWK and how well their children are taken care of. And I know having our children sick is one of the most stressful things in life. And to know that their children are being so well taken care of just helps them. It helps them with their return to work with us. So we're just always so pleased to support the IWK.
Katie, given just how personal the telethon is, how personal the IWK is to all of us here on camera, behind the scenes as well. Lounsbury Group, thank you very much. It's personally we're affected as well. This company gave us $5,000 for this miracle match. We'll have numbers on the miracle match and tell you what we raised here coming up in just a little while.
Thank you again to Lounsbury, and we have another match coming up in just a little bit. Until then, though, let's check in with Maria.
Too. And speaking of personal stories, William Fraser from Waikagama, Nova Scotia in Cape Breton is only 3 years old, but he's already faced many serious health challenges in his life. William is born with 4 heart defects and a rare disease affecting the colon. He had many major surgeries at the IWK before the age of 1, including open heart surgery when he was just over a month old. This is William's story of finding strength through the love of his family.
William is 3 and very sweet. He's a lover of numbers. He also loves alphabet, and Paw Patrol is a big one right now. You want a little tickle? Think that'll make you smile a little bit?
Tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle. He's bubbly and he likes to talk and he likes to work with numbers and he likes to sing and he likes to dance. He's got a great older brother that plays with him pretty much all day.
We went for an ultrasound in Inverness, our local hospital, and they were going to send us to get better ultrasound at the IWK.
We knew something was up, we could feel it, but we didn't know what we were in store for when we arrived at the IWK.
We discovered there was a problem with William's heart.
There was, 4 issues with his heart happening simultaneously. We knew of the heart issues, but we didn't know what we were going to be up against when he was born. And when he was born, there were many other issues.
It's called Hirschsprung's disease. It's basically a congenital problem of the large intestine. Essentially, the nerves on the wall of the bowel are absent. And because of that, the rectum is simply contracted all the time. It doesn't relax. He had multiple surgeries, so including open heart surgery, airway surgery where he had a trach or a tube to be able to breathe through his neck. And then he had abdominal surgery.
When your baby is so small, it's hard to wrap your head around.
Timeline is hazy because we were immersed in this situation for 4 months intensely. I think he had maybe 10 or 12 surgeries in the first year of life. Yeah.
I can't say enough good things about the IWK, really.
We were able to be a family, even though we were living in a very critical situation with one child.
I mean, we had been at the IWK so long that the nurses had set up dressers in our room and toy boxes and all of those things.
Ewan was there too, and Ewan was you're dealing with a 2-year-old making dinosaur noises in the middle of doctors and nurses, and they were so accommodating. And actually, he was kind of becoming a little bit famous on the floor because of his personality. What about him? Who's he? You never said who he was.
Where's Luke?
He's Luke? He's not Grogu. I thought you were going to call him Grogu.
I think we need to understand that these journeys they're difficult. They're very difficult for a family to go through all that. And then my take on that is that it's a partnership that you have with the family.
They were always very good at kind of looking for our input. I took that for granted, but that's such an amazing thing.
Because we're so close to William, we're watching him every second of the day. We're the first to pick up on a lot of things, and we kind of worked more as a team through some difficult situations.
After 4 months when we came home, we had a special complex care coordinator between the IWK and the local community.
We serve a very large community that's widespread.
We are 4 hours away from the IWK, so that's pretty far away, but we still feel like they're within reach.
This is one of those problems that it's not like you have your surgery and you're done, off you go, normal life. Especially in the early years, like the first few years of life, usually these patients will have a lot of, we call functional problems.
The IWK basically gave us all the education we needed, all the supports, the equipment, the materials, the contacts that we needed to deal with life going forward with William.
Chili.
It's meat.
It's meat, you're right.
These families, I tell them, nobody knows about this disease more than you do, because I have the knowledge about the condition, but I don't have the knowledge about living with the condition. Patients like this, I think the best way to put it is, it takes a village, right? Highly specialized, multidisciplinary teams, equipment, intensive care unit. It's very hard to care for these types of patients without, adequate resources.
The telethon is so important for so many kids like William. I can't say enough good things about the IWK, really. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have William with us.
So many kids have history with IWK. So many families do. So I think there's no better place to put your money.
Well said. William visits the IWK every 6 months for regular checkups and ongoing care for the rare disease that affects his colon. There he is. He also visits the IWK's Heart Center yearly and will likely need yet another heart surgery when he's older. But that's when he's older.
And the IWK will be there for him as well. At that time, there is a theme, and you mentioned there's a theme with these stories, the siblings.
Siblings. You're right. And how much help and support they give.
Yeah, absolutely. So shout out to all the brothers and sisters out there. All right, let's check in with Jay.
That smile on that little fella right there, that was incredible. It's a new half hour. That means a new sponsor for the Miracle Match. This is it right now. Bruce Auto Group. This is this half hour's sponsorship group. They have locations all over Nova Scotia that span from Yarmouth through to New Minas. And this Miracle Match is one more way for Bruce Automotive Group to support the IWK. We're going to give you a chance to pick up the phone or pick up your laptop while we check back in with Maria. But just as a reminder, folks, whatever you donate over this next half hour, Bruce Auto Group, they're going to match it. Maria.
Thank you very much. So we have so many special guests sending their best wishes for a successful telethon, including our maritime premiers, which is fitting because the IWK serves all three maritime provinces. Here's New Brunswick's premier, Blaine Higgs, to kick things off.
Hello, everyone. Bonjour. The life-saving work being done every day by the IWK gives hope to the children and their families from across the Maritimes who are facing battles most of us can't imagine. Many of those families travel to IWK from New Brunswick, looking for answers and support at one of the most difficult times of their lives. Plusieurs familles qui doivent se rendre au centre de soins de santé IWK à la recherche de réponses et de soutien dans une des périodes les plus difficiles de leur vie, vient de New Brunswick. Having a child who is sick requires families to find the strength they might not realize they are capable of as they work through the fear to face this challenge head on. Thankfully, when they arrive at the IWK, they find kindness and compassion alongside the care and healing. Heureusement, lorsque les familles arrivent au centre de soins de santé IWK, elles trouvent de la bonté et de la compassion, en plus de soins et de la guérison. On behalf of all New Brunswickers, I offer encouragement to the families who require the specialized care and services of the IWK, and gratitude to the staff who, through their tireless efforts, are making a difference in countless lives. Thank you. Merci.
We wish to acknowledge previous IWK patient Mackenzie Scanlon for wanting to give back to the IWK, which resulted in fundraising efforts of $765. FJ Shea and Son Limited of St. Louis, Prince Edward Island are celebrating a 35-year milestone of giving with their contribution of $3,500. We wish to recognize a donation of $5,000 from the Lower Sackville Lions Club in Lower Sackville, Nova Scotia. They challenge all other Lions clubs in the district to make a donation. Thank you so much to the Halifax Thunderbirds of Chibuktuk, Halifax, for all of their fundraising efforts, resulting in their gift of $6,023.23. And we want to thank the good people of Spencer's Gift Spirit of Halloween in Halifax for their donation of $8,000. Thank you so much.
I'm Mallory Powell, and this is Ella. And we are here representing all the Maritimers that participated in the Million Reasons Run fundraiser. What's the Million Reasons Run?
It's when mummies run a lot.
The Million Reasons Run fundraiser was a virtual event that took place from May 1st to May 31st, where Mom did run a lot. Individuals participated either on their own or part of a team, and I participated with 5 other women for 6 of us to be called team Run Like a Mother, and we raised over $10,000 for the IWK Foundation as part of a greater good of all Maritimers fundraising in this run for the IWK Foundation. The IWK is really important to me and our family, really because of this kiddo right here. Ella, how old are you?
8.
Ella's 8 now, and she's super healthy and bright and awesome. However, she had a really rough start. Ella was born 4 months early. At 24 weeks gestation, weighing only 1 pound. She had heart surgery, eye surgery, countless transfusions and other procedures, and lived in the IWK NICU for over 3 months. But we really attribute all of her health and wellness to the IWK and all the awesome medical support that she received to her health. So that's my reason why we did the Million Reasons Run and fundraise for the IWK Foundation. And with that, we are so excited to share how much last year's Million Reasons Run fundraiser raised.
We are at the Delta Beaux Jours in Moncton hanging out with some of our fantastic sponsors, or donors rather, for the IWK Telethon today. And we've got another one. We're here with, who are you? Please introduce yourself.
My name is Selassie Abuku. I am a production planner at Irving Oil, and I'm here representing them today.
Fantastic. So what does Irving Oil do to support and fundraise for the IWK Telethon?
Irving Oil has a program called the Fuel to Care. Anytime that you use any of our establishments, whether it's at the Big Stop or our locations, even if you use our energy to heat your home, you would be supporting this great cause.
Why is it so important to you and your team to support the IWK?
I think it's really important to help the families that are already going through a tough time bridge the gap between their home and the hospital. It's really nice to be able to alleviate some of that stress and remove that added layer of financial stress for them.
Let's find out how much have you fundraised for today.
We've raised $140,000. Yay.
We want to say thank you to our amazing friends at Irving Oil for providing fuel gift cards to IWK families in need of a lift. You bridged the distance between home and hospital, and we're so grateful. Thank you, Irving.
What an amazing contribution from Irving Oil. Now, they actually doubled their fuel, the care donation this year. So many families faced, inflation, increases in cost of living expenses, the pressures of higher costs, especially felt for families who were traveling long distances. We know that, for many people in northern New Brunswick, Cape Breton, the West Coast Prince Edward Island, it's a trek.
It is. It's
right?
a strain for sure.
Yeah.
And that support is in addition to an awe-inspiring $6 million donation made to the IWK Emergency Department Redevelopment Project. The gift was a partnership between Irving Oil, the Arthur L. Irving Family Foundation, and Arthur, Sandra, and Sarah Irving. Thank you for the leadership and commitment to healthcare services and the monumental impact your support has on the lives of maritime families. Pretty special. All right, let's hand it over to Jay and Katie.
All right, Todd and Maria, this half hour as we head toward 1 o'clock, it's a Miracle Match opportunity. So if you donate before 1 p.m., our Miracle Match sponsor, the Bruce Automotive Group, will match dollar for dollar whatever you donate. And I made Katie do some complicated math here, but she's really getting used to it. She's coming along so much faster than we expected. Are you ready to hand out another Stronger Than You Know award?
I sure am, Jason. These awards honor the many families from across the region who are not only strong, but have also been dedicated to helping the IWK by sharing their stories. Is it me, Katie, or is there another Katie?
Here's Katie Kelly with the introductions.
Live TV. And it's time to pass out another Stronger Than You Know award. And this one goes to the Doucettes from Prince Edward Island. In 2019, mums Diana and Nicole Doucette knew something was wrong when their baby boy, Ty, was sick and not getting better. Their world changed forever when 7-month-old Ty was diagnosed with cancer. He was immediately airlifted to the IWK. Ty had acute myeloid leukemia, which is rare for a child of his age. This type of cancer affects the blood and bone marrow. The Doucette family spent the next 7 months living at the IWK while Ty underwent an intense chemotherapy treatment. It was at the IWK where Ty learned to crawl, to walk, and to say his first words. Thankfully, Ty's leukemia went into remission and he was able to return home with his moms just in time for Christmas that year. Now, Ty is 4.5 years old and about to celebrate 4 years of being cancer-free. He will continue to be followed by the IWK throughout his childhood, but is healthy, growing, and exceeding all his milestones. And joining us now, here's Diana, Nicole, and Ty to receive their 2023 IWK Family Stronger Than You Know Award. Hello. Hi, Ty. Hi. How are you? Can you say hi? Hi. Hi. Great to see you. You look amazing. You look so good. Thanks for being here. All right. Can you do me a favor? You're going to give this to your moms. And can you say thank you? Say thank you. Thank you from Ty for all you do. Tell me about the experience you had and what this means to you.
It means the world to me that we can have him standing here with us to give us this award. We're very, very close to losing him, and the IWK saved his life. The IWK became family. We met a lot of great people there. We had a lot of support there, and in the darkest time of our life, they were the light that guided us home.
And how is Ty doing today?
Amazing. He's thriving in everything he does. He's growing great. He's hitting every milestone, and so far, it's been good.
Awesome. And very fashionable while doing all of that. Awesome. Well, listen, thank you so much for everything you've done, being such a great support to Ty.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations. Where are you going to put that? Do you have a trophy shelf ready?
It'll be right in the living room on the mantle.
Right on the mantle. Awesome. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie. Time now to introduce you to another amazing patient. Felicia Hunter from Kentville, Nova Scotia, was 17 months old when she was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, an inherited life-threatening disease that causes severe damage to the lungs, digestive system, and other organs in the body. Felicia is now 11 years old. She's continued to visit the IWK regularly since she was a baby. Her mom also plays a critical role in her ongoing care at home.
I am Felicia Hunter. I am in 6th grade in middle school in Kentville, Nova Scotia. I want to be a marine biologist, so one of the big factors is I definitely want to study a lot of penguins. I have an addiction to penguins, let's say. This is Bob.
Felicia is 11 years old. She's very, very active. She does theater, dance, gymnastics, swimming, and at 17 months, she was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis. She started to get sick around 6 months old. And so my mom came down and she was about 4 months old. And mom gave her a kiss and she said, "Felicia's really salty." And I'm like, okay. Like, what do you mean? She said, "Leslie, you should get her tested for cystic fibrosis."
Cystic fibrosis is a genetically inherited disease. It mainly affects the lungs and digestion. It's kind of thick, sticky mucus that clogs the lungs so they can get damaged to their airways. So it's all about getting them gaining and growing well and keeping their lungs healthy.
I knew the background of what cystic fibrosis was because my nephew deals with cystic fibrosis. And back when Evan was younger, it was not a good prognosis. So we were petrified. But the IWK, the staff there were absolutely amazing. They made it almost like a warm blanket is the only way to describe it. You know, we have doctors and nurses and psychologists and nutritionists, people that we never thought we would ever need, that became our family.
The IWK, they definitely helped my parents learning everything that they need to know. Physio, nutritionist.
They need more salt than normal because they lose salt when they sweat and they can get dehydrated more quickly than normal.
And working with the nutritionist to make sure that she needs a balanced diet, but she's, you know, she has every man's dream diet, high fat, high protein, high salt.
So the team would teach the family how to give the enzymes, how to do her aerosol and chest physiotherapy.
I have a mask that I do a ventilator. It's like 25 to 30 minutes. Then you also do chest percussions.
It's basically banging the mucus off her lungs. So physiotherapists would come in and teach us. Them doing it, to them watching us, to us doing it on our own. So we do that every morning, and then we do that again at night. There you go, 3 minutes, kiddo. Finish it. So every 3 months, we go in for a checkup to the CF clinic. They are amazing. They are true superheroes. When I first was at the IWK, the nurse, Paula Barrett, she's amazing. She was talking to us about new progress, new research.
The CF gene was discovered in 1985, and it's been from then until just 2 years ago that they discovered medication that can fix the problems.
It actually goes down to the gene, and it corrects the gene. It's life-changing. It's past life-changing. She's going to have healthy, normally functioning lungs for as foreseeable future as I can see.
So in the 1970s, cystic fibrosis, kids would mainly survive to if they're 20 years old. Nowadays, the median age of survival is 57 years of age. In Canada, we have the best survival in the world. And now that we have Trikafta, I don't think it's going to affect their lifespan.
You know, the first time I went on the CF Canada's website, the definition of cystic fibrosis is it's a fatal genetic illness. And they've even removed it from fatal to life-shortening. And who knows where it's going to go.
I've always wanted to swim with penguins. That's one of my dreams. Definitely, I want to swim with penguins.
I wish I'd win the millions because I couldn't repay what the IWK has given us. They literally saved her life.
If they weren't there, I don't know what I would do, to be honest. The IWK is like family to me.
I was always worried that with cystic fibrosis that you're going to outlive your child. I don't have any of those worries anymore. I'll be long dead and gone. She'll be, you know, having children upon children and grandchildren and living the best life.
So Felicia will continue to visit the IWK's Cystic Fibrosis Clinic every 3 months for routine checkups with caregivers who have become like family to her. She'll continue to live her life to the fullest thanks to the IWK, her family, and the recent advancements in treatment. And now it's time to check back in with Jay and Katie.
Yeah, and that's why we need you to donate to the IWK. We are in the second half hour of our Miracle Match, sponsored by Bruce Auto Group, Bruce Automotive.
Yes, every dollar you donate until one will be doubled thanks to these guys.
That is twice the impact that you can make right now, so don't forget, just go right now, iwkfoundation.org to donate.
Or you can call. We do have limited phone banks open today, but if you leave a message, we will call you back, 1-800-595-2266.
Now here's our good friend and colleague, Steve Murphy, with a special tribute.
Jay and Katie, thank you. We want to take just a moment now to remember and honor the memory of a very, very dear friend of the IWK Telethon who passed away in March of this year. Carol Young was a real trailblazer in bringing this telethon for children to the Maritime provinces 39 years ago. At that time, Carol was a former member of the board of directors of the IWK, and she was always a bright light for all of those who worked with her. She was filled with passion and dedication for helping her community, and Carol and her team worked very hard to create the first of these telethons on the CBC 39 years ago. And of course, the legacy's here on your TV today. We're still able to benefit women and children from every corner of the Maritimes thanks to her work. Carol Young and her late husband, John, were married in 1972. And a few years later, they found parenthood at the IWK and they adopted their son, Michael. Unfortunately, Michael was taken from them far too soon at only 12 years of age. But his legacy lives on through the thousands of patients and families who receive care at the IWK. Carol Young's commitments to the IWK never wavered. She was a pillar in creating this telethon, a program that continues to survive and thrive today as we are here with you live. And although Carol was born out in Regina, this part of the country, the Maritime Provinces, became her home, and we are so grateful that she and John chose to settle down here as well. Carol later served as chair of the IWK Foundation, and along with her many other commitments and causes, she was devoted to changing the way people think about mental illness. She was a member of the Order of Canada, appointed in the year 2005 for what was cited as her tireless devotion to voluntary service. And it was tireless. Her attitude, a can-do attitude, will be remembered forever by her family and friends. And Carol's legacy will continue to live on through the generosity of donors like all of you here on the IWK Telethon for Children. Carol Young was 81 years old. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you, Steve. Carol was she was a gracious woman. She always had a smile on her face, and she will be missed. Time now to recognize one of the many donors who go above and beyond to raise money for the IWK Telethon, and they rely on the generation of their customers, they call them members, and the engagement of their employees to make a significant tribute each year.
We love working with the IWK, and we feel it's really important for our community. Many of our employees have used the IWK either for their own families, or even some of them personally use the IWK. So we feel excited to raise some money for the IWK. It's really great for morale too. Our team gets together. It's fun to create some friendly competition. There's a number of leaders in our front end, particularly that get some fantastic results, because they're very competitive with one another.
We raise funds by asking members to buy balloons that we post on the front end part of the warehouse. The jumbo balloons are a fantastic way to get some of our best members to contribute funds, and we definitely like to celebrate that success.
So I think this is a great, unique a partnership that we've had over these many past years. And I think that we look at this as a fundraiser for the month of May, as an opportunity to give back to the community, because just like our staff has used the IWK many times, and all of our members, we want to make sure that we go above and beyond.
We're so fortunate to be members of the Costco family here in the Maritimes. Thank you very much to Costco for being such big supporters of the Children's Miracle Network and the IWK more than 30 years.
Thank you, Cotton.
Okay, let's see how much Costco raised. You ready, Maria? Let's flip that.
That I get to do this. I am a loyal Costco shopper.
That's a very
they know. My Costco friends know.
That's a very heavy check. So flip it over. Let's see what they raised. $500,000, $500,000, and we certainly thank the employees and members of Costco.
Yeah.
That's almost what Maria spends there in a year. See, anytime I need something from Costco, I just send Maria the list.
Hey, if you're going to buy some, why not buy in bulk? You know what I'm saying, Katie? All right, we are getting towards the end of our Miracle Match half hour. Just a little time left. If you donate right now, the Bruce Auto Group will match your donation. It's a way of doubling up by going to iwkfoundation.org or calling 1-800-595-2266.
The time is running out, so please do that. And we're going to check back in with Todd and Maria.
Yeah, for a total. Looking forward to that coming up in just a second. You're watching Telethon 39 on CTV.
I can't believe it's already the end of the third hour.
It's been fantastic. Let's check out how we're making out at the end of hour 3. Let's roll that total. At the end of the third hour, our grand total is $2,679,850.04, and we thank you very much.
Sail when the power goes out. It's so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in somehow to knock your house down. Big waves of murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know.
You're watching Telethon 39 on CTV.
It's
What
just
a
after,
total.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yes.
Holy cow! And it's just after 1 o'clock. We have just under 3 hours to go for the IWK Children's Telethon right here on CTV. Great to see so many people around the Maritimes supporting us and the Regional Children's Hospital. There are the numbers: 1-800-595-2266, or, and this might be quicker, iwkfoundation.org.
Absolutely. This is the place you want to bring your kids if they're not feeling well. There's nothing worse than having a sick child. But once you've crossed the threshold at the IWK, there's some peace in knowing they're going to get the very best care possible. We're going to meet a family who probably felt exactly like that when they needed care for their son, Isaac, in just a moment.
My name is Amanda Frame, and we're here at our house in Fredericton, New Brunswick.
Isaac's got a lot of energy. He's definitely a fun little guy. Loves his big brothers. Loves to go to the rink and watch them play hockey.
What he really loves is any kind of transportation. He likes tractors, he likes trucks.
Anything that moves and makes noise, he's into.
He was not quite a year old when he started to lose his energy a little bit, just wasn't himself. And then things really started to be more noticeable.
Things became really serious. When we found out that we were going to the IWK, I think there was almost a sense of relief in that you knew he was going to the right place.
He and Chris were airlifted to the IWK.
I felt a little numb.
You feel like you've been hit by a freight train kind of thing.
We were met by a team of pediatricians.
3 days later, we had a diagnosis. We didn't have the full picture, but we knew that it was acute lymphoblastic leukemia. We were admitted on April 29th, and we had been told that the goal was to have us out of the hospital by Christmas. After the diagnosis, there was news that had to be shared with our whole family, something that no one ever wants to have to share with their family, but we felt it really important to tell them what was going on, and that also made it really real to us.
The oncologists at the IWK, they're very good at communicating, what they're doing, why they're doing it, and what's going on.
Initially, we met with Dr. Stephanie Villeneuve, and she was the one who kind of sat down with us and gave us the initial diagnosis. I'll never forget, the person to kind of start the process was Dr. Katan Kilcarney. He was our goal for him is a cure.
Dr. Kilcarney has always given us a sense of hope. When you hear the cancer diagnosis, it's scary. And not everyone's that lucky that a cure is what they're aiming for.
Things kind of changed when we got more of the information back from the initial sample. You switched to a bit of a different protocol for treatment. So we were able to go to and from Halifax. That was a game changer. And we were there initially for 7 weeks. But, we got through it day by day and kind of tried to manage complications as best we could.
He's in what they call maintenance now, which is still receiving chemo, mostly in the form of a pill that he gets at home, really to the hospital once a month for a little bit of treatment and some blood work. The goal of the maintenance phase is to keep him in remission. Just before he starts kindergarten, he'll be done.
His energy is back, his hair is growing back. At this point, you would never know what that little boy went through.
When you walk the halls of the IWK, you can just see that there's thought, recognize that, hey, they're still kids. They still want to play. They still want to have fun. There's fish in the atrium. There's scavenger hunts in the hallways for the kids.
They have a great team of people. It's not just the nurses. It's not just the doctors. It's the whole institution. Child life are incredible. They would take him for an hour every day. That was really important for Chris and I. It was springtime, so we would usually go for a really nice walk down on Halifax.
It's been a challenging year for sure. Luckily, it seemed like neither one of us were down at the same time. So it was nice to have that person to be able to kind of lean on and to have the support of our family and really our whole community meant that we could focus on Isaac.
Being able to stay in Atlantic Canada was everything for us. We were able to still see our other boys via a quick day trip. So having that access here on this coast is required for all the kids in the Maritimes. It's so important.
The money that's given to the IWK, it brings normalcy and it brings joy to the families that are in the hospital. The IWK means everything. They saved his life. You never think that your loved one's going to get sick, but when they do, you want the IWK to be there.
And Isaac's cancer treatment, which includes chemotherapy, will continue for the next 2.5 years. And he'll be followed closely by the IWK, of course, to ensure that he stays cancer-free. Okay, we're about to check in with Jayson about this hour's Power Hour. But before we do, one more shout out to the Bruce Auto Group for their support.
Yeah, certainly. My name is JP Martel. I'm the Executive Vice President for the Bruce Auto Group right here in the Valley. It was 3 years in a row for us that we've partnered with the IWK. And so we had, a large haunted house at our Nissan store in Colebrook. We had, a 1-year lease contest at our Mazda store. We had a whole bunch of raffles and gift baskets and 50/50s, wine survivor, that sort of thing. So it's been a lot of fun. And, we have a social purpose at Bruce Auto Group, which is to, make a long-lasting and impactful, impact on children in the communities we operate in. And there's no better partner than the IWK for this. Right? So I'm very excited to share the final amount that Bruce Auto Group raised, including the sponsorship for this hour's Miracle Match.
I'm joined now by Abby Helm, registered nurse, and Christine Jabali, clinical leader of development in the family newborn unit at the IWK. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you for having us.
So this hour we're raising money to buy Halo bassinets, right? Okay, tell us about what those are.
So our Halo bassinets are a significant improvement in what our older bassinets used to look like and used to be. We do still have some of those on our unit, but our hope with this is to now be able to give these to all of our patients and families. So they have a lot of great features that are really beneficial for a lot of our families. So they have a 360-degree rotation that allows the parents to position them in whatever position they need to. They also have height adjustability, so they can be raised and lowered as well, which our old bassinets were not able to be adjusted that way. And they also can actually slide underneath our patient beds, which allows the families and the parents to actually bring the baby right up next to them in bed, which is great. So they're great for all families, but in particular, those patients that maybe have had a C-section birth, are experiencing increased pain, or any families with mobility concerns. They're great for that purpose because of all of these features. The babies can be easily accessible for these families as well.
I guess this seems obvious, but tell us why it's so important that babies and parents are together after birth.
So on Family Newborn, we are always looking at ways to improve our levels of care to keep families together.
Yeah.
And the Halo bassinets actually work with this philosophy by keeping parents and infants together immediately after delivery. So keeping families together is great for bonding and reducing stress and anxiety levels as well.
So would that be the idea of, because if it got clear sides, right? We see the picture of them here, that's for interaction as much as anything?
Yeah, so the clear sides of the bassinet really allows the parents to observe and respond to the baby's feeding cues and behavioral cues. As well, it also actually has a retractable sidewall, which you can kind of see in the picture there. So that also really helps. And sometimes even families don't even need to get out of bed to access and kind of tend to their babies as they need to.
This, having done these telethons in the past, this seems like one of these pieces of equipment that keeps coming up. And I guess the idea is we can never have too many of these kind of things. Maybe give us a pitch here as to why they're so important, not only to the families and obviously to the patients, but to staff as well.
Yeah, and I think the big thing with us too is that ultimately these bassinets are to support the patients and family members that are a part of our community. So we want to support our community members. So it's great to have that from them as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you too.
Yeah, thank you
appreciate
so much.
Yeah, appreciate it. Great having you on. We'll hand things back to Jayson. Let's start selling these things, Jay.
I need my graphic, Todd. Right? Do I have my graphic?
We're close.
I'm gonna do the my Power Hour naked without the graphic. Yeah. That's just fine. It is the Power Hour once again.
This Power Hour is brought to you by TD Bank Group.
Who's the director today? You're never going to work in this town again, I'm telling you. Bassinets, the Halo bassinets. I've drawn one for you. I think, which is a little bit of an improvement on the basic graphic that we had a little bit earlier. There's your Halo bassinet. Very expensive pieces of equipment, 6,527 of them. We need 5 of them for the family newborn unit. Okay, let's crunch some numbers here again. We need 5 in total. Establish that part. $19 a month. This is where you come in. If you think you can afford $19 a month, boy, oh boy, do we need them. So 5 of them, we need 29 total donors. So $19 a month, but 29 is the magic number right here. That's how many donors we need for one of these Halo bassinets. As we just heard the 2 nurses explain why they're so important and why you can never have enough of them. Simple to do, iwkfoundation.org. We encourage you to pick up your laptop, your computer, and make a donation, or you can do it by calling as well, 1-800-595-2266. And if we don't answer, which is possible, seriously, leave a message. We promise we will call you back as well. Now, let's check in with our good friend and our colleagues, Suzette Beliveau and Sarah Betts from Fredericton Radio.
We are here in Moncton at the Delta Beaux Jours with another one of our fantastic donors for the IWK Telethon. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Coulter Wood.
Fantastic. I understand that you are actually a current patient of the IWK. So if you don't mind, can you tell us a little bit about your experience with that?
Yeah, so I've been with the IWK as long as I can remember. I've had growth problems in my left leg for most of my life. So I've had 3 surgeries on my ankle and knee and that area in general. And it's been going really well.
That's great to hear. How have you been fundraising leading up to today?
So for the past couple months, we've been organizing things. So with the Marysville Wiseman, they held a breakfast for us, and that raised a lot of money. We also had my parents hosted a kitchen party, and that raised a big majority of it.
So it's time. Let's just flip that check. Let's see, how much do you have for us today?
We've raised $15,000 all together so far.
That is amazing.
We are back here in beautiful Prince Edward Island on the waterfront in Charlottetown today, and we have met with so many amazing, generous donors, including the 2 organizers of a very special event I'm going to introduce to you now. We have Caitlin Johnson with us and Dylan Lowry, and they are organizers of the Cody Dixon Memorial Bonspiel. Thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure. So happy to have you here. Tell us a bit about the Cody Dixon Memorial Bonspiel and how that helps to raise funds for the telethon.
So we'll take either 32 or 24 teams. It depends on the year. We usually do an online auction or a silent auction. And then we have lots of local businesses too that donate to the cause.
That's incredible. Yeah. Let's flip that check over and take a look. How much do we have?
$9,005.
$9,005 from the Cody Dixon Memorial Bonspiel. Thank you so much for joining us both today. Pleasure to meet you. Take care.
Thanks.
We want to acknowledge the students of O'Connell Drive Elementary in Porters Lake, Nova Scotia. Their IWK Spirit Days raised $2,051 in honor of a former student. Thank you so much to the Scotchtown Volunteer Fire Department in Scotchtown, Cape Breton, Nova Scotia for their gift of $2,300. A donation of $14,470.79 is coming to us from Play Yellow, a golf tournament presented by Dormy Workshop. And we want to thank the good people of Enterprise Holdings across Atlantic Canada for their gift of $15,410.
Hello, my name is Jen Auld, Vice President TD in Atlantic Region, board member of the IWK Foundation, and most importantly, a maritime mom of 3 boys. Life as a parent is busy, but at the end of the day, nothing is more important than the health of our children. With the birth of Mason Bennett and Campbell at the IWK, we've experienced everything from scheduled appointments to unplanned emergency room visits, and have experienced firsthand the excellent treatment that the IWK team delivers to young patients and their families. At TD, together with our clients and colleagues, we are working to support more equitable kids' health outcomes for today and tomorrow. Through our corporate citizenship platform, the TD Ready Commitment, we are investing in the health of our children and adolescents across Canada in children's hospitals just like the IWK, and are committed to enriching the lives of our customers, colleagues, and the communities we serve. I am thrilled to share, on behalf of my colleagues at TD, how much we have raised this year.
TD Bank Group. You are a true green machine. Thanks for always being there for maritime children and our families and all they do for our community. Everyone at the IWK is so grateful for your support. Thanks, TD!
Well, it's time for another Stronger Than You Know award. These awards were first handed out last year to deserving teams at the IWK. This year, we honor the families from across the Maritimes who are not only strong, but are also dedicated to helping the IWK by sharing their stories within our community. Kaylin has our next award.
When Nora Matchett was 3 years old, she was adopted from an orphanage in India. Her parents, Marie and Eric, brought her home to Charter Settlement, New Brunswick, knowing the IWK would become part of their lives. Nora was born with a bilateral cleft lip and palate, a common birth defect of the upper lip and roof of the mouth. This condition requires surgical repair. Nora also had some challenges with hearing and speech. Nora had surgery while she was still in India. She needed more after moving to Canada. During her first visits to the IWK, it was clear Nora had a deep fear of hospitals. Nora's family and her care team have worked hard to help Nora overcome these fears. She has been given the nickname Big Brave Nora, a mantra she uses during her IWK visits to this day. Nora is 7 now. She has had several successful surgeries at the IWK and continues to visit for regular checkups. She is living her best life, doing all of the things she loves, including crafting, playing, and going to the beach. Nora's dad, Eric, and brother, Caden, weren't able to be here tonight, but Nora and her mom, Marie, are with us to accept this Stronger Than You Know award. So welcome to the stage, and Big Brave Nora. Hi, Nora, how are you? Good. Do you want to give this to your mom? Look at that. Thank you so much for being on the stage here, Nora. So brave. You're sitting right up front for the show today as well. So, Marie, what does it mean to your family to receive this award?
This award's a huge honor. I mean, it's been a reoccurring theme here tonight that we do what we do because we have to. We don't have a choice. So we have to be brave for these kids who, in the end, they surprise us and they're braver than, anybody could be. And we couldn't really do it without the staff at the IWK. They make it kind of easy for us and less painful and less scary for kids like Nora, who the hospital isn't such a friendly place sometimes for. So we're really grateful for this award and we'll put it in our house with pride.
This Power Hour is brought to you by TD Bank Group.
All right, folks, I need your help. Don't make me Hulk out of my shirt and suit right now. Although, I probably would for the right number. Speaking of numbers, we are looking to buy bassinets. We got a deal for you. We're looking to buy bassinets, Halo bassinets for the family newborn unit. Very expensive item. Very, very important as well to that unit. $6,500. Okay, so 29 monthly donors is what we need for $19 a month. There it is right there. Let's see where we're at to buy one of these. We're already down to 25. That's where we're at. But we need you to help us out with this. We need to get moving. We need to buy as many of these as we possibly can. We'll sell you the used ones once we get the new ones. So let's check in now with Sarah Betts.
We're here with another fantastic donor for the IWK Telethon with us here today at the Delta Beaux Jours. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Charles Mamie, and I'm here with Larissa Lahanke. We're from Allsco Windows and Doors in Moncton.
Wonderful. So we're so grateful you're here, of course. Tell us what you've been doing to get ready for today for your fundraising and stuff.
Well, we've been supporting the IWK for the last couple of years through proceeds from our window sales. So every percentage of window that we sell in Atlantic, Canada goes towards the IWK.
Easy peasy, perfect, just like that. Why are you here with us? Why is it so important to you and your team to support the IWK?
Well, we chose to support the IWK because we believe it's a fantastic institution. It touches the lives of every Maritimer, either directly or indirectly. So we just thought it was a great cause to get behind.
Definitely. Let's find out how much you've got here for us today.
We've got $25,000. Woohoo!
Now I'm joined by Valerie Sampson and Kim Silver-Colley from RE/MAX. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to represent the Atlantic provinces for RE/MAX and their contributions to the CMN.
Yes, and how did you raise the money this year?
We're a miracle network, and we basically support by the homes we sell. We give donations, and so all of the agents from their proceeds donate automatically to the IWK and to the various CMN projects throughout the Atlantic provinces.
So it's a real team effort, obviously. Why is it so important for you and your team members to support the IWK?
I think every real estate agent involved are generous and kind and affiliate themselves with RE/MAX partly because of the generous donations given.
Wonderful. All right, Kim's got the check. It's a record-breaking donation this year. Thank you so much. Let's take a look at how much was raised. $268,064.
Thank you to RE/MAX teams and agents from across the Maritimes for supporting the IWK through your Miracle Home program. It was a record-breaking year, and we're so grateful for all you do to help patients like us. Thank you.
Power Hour continues, everybody. We're roughly about halfway through it or getting there. Anyways, we're buying Halo bassinets for the family newborn unit. For every 29 monthly donors of $19 each, we're going to buy a bassinet. 23, this is good news. We are down to 23, but we still have a long way to go. Call us or log on, iwkfoundation.org, everybody. That's the website. Go there. Very, very simple. Or give us a call, 1-800-595-2266. Let's check back in Moncton.
We wish to acknowledge the Lions Foundation of Nova Scotia for their donation of $5,000. Another donation of $5,000 is coming to us from the family, friends, and community of IWK patient Ryan McKinnon of O'Leary PEI, affectionately known as Ryan's Warriors. Thank you so much to J.D. Irving in the Valley Truro and Bible Hill area of Nova Scotia for their donation of $9,020 from their annual sale of mulch. And we want to thank the Truckers Association of Nova Scotia for their donation of $9,917.12 resulting from their many fundraising efforts. Well done.
Welcome back to Charlottetown. I'm here with Sharon Rostad, and Sharon is the store manager at the Northern Reflections right here in Charlottetown. Sharon, tell me a bit about how your store fundraises for the IWK Telethon.
Well, it's a few times a year, and we ask our lovely customers for donations. We also, at Christmas time, have Christmas boxes that we sell and T-shirts throughout the year that are special for. We partner with Children's Miracle Network.
Sharon, I want to see how much you've raised. Flip that check around and show us how much is there.
Oh, $11,844.79.
Oh my gosh, over $11,000. Thank you so much, Sharon. Have a great day. Take care.
Thank you so much.
We are in Moncton celebrating the IWK Telethon. We're at the Delta Beauce Jour, and we've got another donor with us here. Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. We're great. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Keith Asaf. I'm co-president with Eddy Group, head office in Battis, New Brunswick.
Wonderful. It's great to have you here. We want to know a little bit about how you've been fundraising for the IWK Telethon.
We raised funds through our corporate golf tournament, through our Christmas card program, and the company topped it up to a nice round numbers. So
We love to hear that. Let's flip that check, Keith, and see what's on there. Let us know.
it's $5,000.
I'm joined now by Justin Bright from Lids. Hi, Justin.
Hi, how's it going?
I love your lid.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's so sparkly and bright. I love it. How did Lids raise the money for the IWK?
We usually raise money right in our store. So therefore, we're actually working with our customers, and most of the donations actually come from the actual parents of the patients. So therefore, we actually tend to get a little backstory and why they like to donate and why they're so passionate about it. And it adds a little extra flavor, and we actually really appreciate it. So it drives more passion for us to do.
And the IWK appreciates your support. Let's see how much you were able to raise this year, Justin. $3,820.
Thank you to Lids, and thank you to everybody who is making donations today. Now, we say it time and time again how lucky we are to have this world-class facility in our own backyards. And Premier Tim Houston thinks so too.
Hey folks, Premier Tim Houston here. Just wanted to quickly say thank you for being with us for the 2023 IWK Telethon. Year after year, Atlantic Canadians generously support this wonderful foundation and facility, and in doing so, support the children, women, and families who rely on it. We are blessed to have the IWK here in Nova Scotia. It truly is a special place. Anyone who's set foot inside the IWK knows that it's special because of the care, compassion, and dedication of everyone who works there. It really is about people. On behalf of all Nova Scotians, I'd like to thank every single member of the IWK staff for all you do every day to care for children and families in our region. As a parent, your kids are everything, and knowing that there's an amazingly talented team on your side, should you ever need them to provide the support you need, is crucial and it's comforting. Thank you again for everything you do, and thank you all for supporting the IWK. Be well, and chat soon.
Hello everyone, I am Skylar Cote. I am from Marigat, Nova Scotia, and I went to the IWK seeking care for my gender journey as I am a trans woman, and I had some amazing doctors who were helping me guide me along that path. I would like to give a huge shout out to my parents, Marcel and Jill Cote, and my little brother Joshua Cote. They have been such huge supports for me in this journey. It's not been really easy. Having gender dysphoria, you have to face a lot of very personal things and very different things from other people, and they have helped guide me along and supported me every step of the way, and every decision I make, they are 100% supportive of that, and I love them so dearly. And yeah, they are just the best.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm John Schneider.
And I'm Marie Osmond. We're the co-founders of Children's Miracle Network.
And we wanted to thank you so very, very much for tuning into the IWK Telethon.
Your support will help thousands of children. And remember, 100% of your donation stays right in your local area.
100%. So we surely hope that you will support this great fundraiser for the IWK.
Hey, there's some familiar faces for you, of course, Marie Osmond. How good she looks, huh? And great to see John Schneider, too. Now, they are the co-founders of the Children's Miracle Network, which all started with a telethon in Utah in 1983. The IWK, of course, is part of the Children's Miracle Network, and they are so happy to have the support of such a big network of hospitals all over the world, or all over North America. Here's Steve.
That is a tremendous legacy. Thank you, Maria. You know, we're spending a lot of time on the telethon today talking to IWK parents to get their firsthand accounts of their experiences with the IWK. And that brings us to our next guest, who's Dina Sarchfield. She's joining us today via Zoom from Fredericton. And hello to you. How are you, Dina?
Good, Steve. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Doing very well. Happy to hear from you and hear your story. I want you to tell us about Ellery Pembridge, who's your daughter, who was, I guess she's about 5 years old now. Tell us what brought her to the IWK.
Ellery was born just after Christmas in 2018, and she was born with this rash all over her body. And so the nurses quickly took her from me and ran some tests, and the pediatrician came in telling me that they suspected that she had some form of leukemia. She was airlifted right away to the IWK, and they did unfortunately confirm her diagnosis of acute lymphoblastic leukemia.
And this
She was
again,
only 3 days.
she's going to be 5 years old here just around Christmas time. So,
She will be.
5 days old, and she starts chemotherapy. How difficult was that for you and for her?
Well, thankfully, she's too young to remember. She doesn't really remember much of her journey, except for that the hospital was her first home. For me, it was terribly tough. It was a really hard pill to swallow. She's our fourth daughter, and being away from them and trying to fight for the life of their new sister, it was just all a lot. And thankfully, the staff, the doctors, the nurses, everyone in that hospital took good care of her and me, and we got through it. They gave me the hope to get through it.
And it just said on the sign there, 262 days in the IWK. That's a long time.
It was actually 293. It was 262 days on chemo.
Wow.
And then we would get home until just after Thanksgiving that year.
Wow. You know, we've been celebrating the redevelopment of the neonatal intensive care unit into a brand new state-of-the-art facility for babies just like Ellery. What was it like for you to be able to stay in an ICU, a NICU, as you were able to do?
It was unbelievable to be able to sleep right in the room beside her, to be there when she woke up through the night or anything went wrong, that I was able to be at the bedside with her along with the nurses who were taking care of her. It was just the most grounding feeling, being able to be part of everything and know that she was okay and witness firsthand the world-class care that she was getting.
And again, as a parent, it's important that you be cared for as well. The IWK was caring for Ellery. How are they caring for you?
You know, they did so much for me. The palliative care team, they arranged for us to have our first family photos done in the hospital. When my other daughters would come visit, the child life specialists would take them and do activities with them. They would also volunteer or have volunteers come into the room to watch Ellery for me so I could get out and get a coffee, go for a walk, get my hair cut. They did. They looked after us all. It was total family care.
After that long stay for all of you, you were, of course, able to go home to Fredericton. So what is the care and what is the treatment regimen now there in Fredericton and with the IWK?
So Ellery finished her last maintenance chemo on New Year's Eve of 2020. And now we just do every 6 months a visit to the IWK. We do see the heart section once a year just to have her heart checked on because one of the chemos does damage some heart function. And we just got good news here 2 or 3 weeks ago. She's now being transferred to long-term follow-up care, which back in 2019 was a day I wasn't sure we were ever going to get to.
Wow.
So to be this far is only because of the people in that hospital.
It's a powerful message coming from you as a mom. It's great to hear such good things about Ellery. And Dina, thanks so much for spending a few of your precious minutes here with us today.
No, thank you. Thanks for all you guys do.
You bet. That's Dina Sarchfield from Fredericton. Jayson.
This Power Hour is brought to you by TD Bank Group.
Katie and Maria, Todd knows I can be a little bit of a prima donna behind the scenes to get what I want. Okay, this is what I want. 29 monthly donors in total at $19 a month. We're trying to purchase Halo bassinets for the family newborn unit. Now, when we checked in about 10 minutes ago, we were at 23, trying to get down to 0. Ooh, we are building some momentum here. Now we are at 13, folks, 13, but still looking to buy our first Halo Bassinet. So we got some work to do, lots of work to do there. If you'd like to donate, our good friend, Mr. Bill Carr, is here to remind us how to do it. Bill.
Hi, I'm making a donation to the telethon, and I'm doing it by going iwkfoundation.org on my phone, and up comes donate. I'm saying donate. It says monthly gift or tribute gift or memory. I'm going to give a monthly gift, and I'm going to give $19. It says my name, which I put in there, and my address, which I put in there, and my payment information, which is none of your business. And then I press donate, and away I go. I'm a monthly donor, and I feel good because you know what? We always feel good when we give to the telethon. And the telethon, the need has never been greater. You know why. Look at the world around you. Huh? Want to feel good? Donate to the iwkfoundation.org. Do it now.
Wouldn't be a telethon without Bill Carr. Thank you, Bill. Time now to introduce you to one of the IWK's largest donors. The NSLC has contributions come in from all of its stores all over Nova Scotia, literally from one end of the province to the other. Staff and loyal customers always ready to help the kids at the IWK and their families.
Here at the NSLC, we're big supporters of the IWK. We all have children, so when it comes down to it, we gotta support our children's hospital. The IWK impacts everybody in some way through their life.
When I was 2 years old, I was diagnosed with JRA, which is a childhood form of arthritis. So I had to make some special trips from Sydney to Halifax, and I'd drive up with my mom, and we'd just do little exercises in what looked like a playroom just to assess my physical ability. And the care was always exceptional, and it hasn't been something that I've struggled with for years. So it's been great.
Well, we have some very close friends of ours whose son unfortunately ended up ill and had to be treated at the IWK. Their experience from what they shared with us was outstanding. The care they were given, just keeping the family calm and also giving amazing treatment to their child.
The customers, first and foremost, are the number one reason we are able to help support the IWK Foundation in the way we do. We get cash donations, we do fundraisers, balloon pops, silent auctions, 50/50s, everything that we can to make it fun and also helpful to fund the IWK Foundation.
We'd like to say cheers to our friends at NSLC for another wonderful year of supporting the IWK. Thank you for all that you've done and continue to do for IWK patients and families.
And we have the pleasure of getting to do the big reveal for the NSLC on the check. Maria, flip it over. What do we got?
A big one.
Wow. $685,000.
Wow.
And
outstanding.
Thank you to the customers and employees of the NSLC. The location nearest to you, certainly involved.
Yeah.
This Power Hour is brought to you by TD Bank Group.
Okay, we got some breaking news over here. We checked in a couple of minutes ago. We needed 13 more donors of $19 a month to buy one of the Halo bassinets for the family newborn unit. But guess what? We've just purchased one because we've had a donor call in. Do we have a name with the donor? No. Well, whoever you are, you know who you are. And wow, so generous. We're talking about a purchase of over $6,500 to get that bassinet. I got some good news on this front too. We're getting closer and closer to buying a second bassinet. Of course, the goal is 5, but we're not going to get ahead of ourselves. We're going one at a time. We're down to 10 more donors. That's all we need in this power hour. Whoa, it's happening fast and furious. Fast and furious. I'm going to have to go for physio on my right shoulder here. 8. We're down to 8. 8 more donations of $19 a month, and we will have a second Halo bassinet for that very important unit, the newborn unit, family newborn unit at the IWK, iwkfoundation.org, 1-800-595-2266. No more news just yet, but I'll check in with you in just a few minutes. In the meantime, let's go to CTV Morning Live's Latavia Beezer, who had the awesome task of accepting donations for the IWK.
I am joined by Alexis from Geese Frenchies. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us today.
Very excited to have you with us. Can you tell us personally what the IWK Telethon means to you?
I mean, to Geese Frenchies, it's really hard to put into words. We have a world-class facility right here in the Maritimes, and it's amazing that children and their families don't have to leave the Maritimes to receive incredible care.
Absolutely, I agree with you there. Can you tell us how Geese Frenchies has been raising money for the IWK Telethon?
Yeah, twice a year we do a ticket raffle, and they're extremely successful thanks to the support of the community and our partner of WestJet. So several thousands of dollars are raised every year, and we're just really happy we're able to do that.
Well, thank you again for your continued support. We're excited to see how much you raised this year. Can you flip that check for us?
I sure can. So I'm happy to present $45,748 on behalf of Geese Frenchies.
That's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Mary Beth Rowe. I'm one of the managers here at the IWK, and I'm here today to do a check presentation with the amount of funds that the staff here at the IWK have raised for Telethon this year. So staff have the opportunity to raise funds in two separate ways. One of the ways that we do that is through payroll deduction, and the other way is through our Grand Slam lottery. And really, this is kind of the opportunity for staff to also give back and to give to the community so that we can provide the excellent care that our patients' families deserve and absolutely need. So I am proud to say that we have raised a grand total of $51,712.88.
With the funds they've raised through employee giving, the staff of the IWK Healthcare have hit it out of the park again this year, just like they do it every day with the care they provide to patients like me. Thank you, IWK.
I am joined now by someone who is no stranger to our telethon, IWK Health's President and CEO, Dr. Krista Jangard. How many of these has it been?
I don't know. I've been at the IWK for 30 years in one way or another, so probably that many.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of telethons, but everyone is fresh and exciting.
And something new.
And something new, yeah.
And something trusted and old.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Look, we were talking about this just before we came on, and we spent a lot of time talking about the incredible work done by the team, obviously, at the IWK. It's been a challenging couple of years for healthcare systems right across the country. Certainly in the Maritimes, no exception. And I'm guessing at the IWK, you're not immune from that either.
No, it's certainly been, Todd, probably 3 years now that it's been really tough. You know, between the pandemic and the staffing issues, we're not immune to those. We are a place that people like to work, but we still have some areas where it's tough. And that's the same across the country. But the people are incredible. And, you know, they come to work every day. I think you've talked to a few of them on the show. You get to talk to them throughout the year. They love what they do. They do what they do because it makes a difference.
You have been in management for some time, but you're first and foremost a physician.
I am indeed.
And so talk about how that is at the core of what you do.
So I would say every day, and I drive my people crazy saying the core of what we do is the purpose of why we're here. And the purpose of why we come to work every day at the IWK, whether it's on the main campus or any of our other sites, is to care for people, to make people better, to take care of them when they're ill, to do research, to teach the next generation. And when you keep that at the core, all of the other stuff becomes easier to manage. So it is about the purpose of what we do and adding value to caring for our patients and families and children and moms and across the Maritimes.
And you work so closely with these people, with the staff that are there. It's such emotional work. We've seen the stories and just sitting here watching them in the past couple of hours, and it takes an emotional toll. What do you say to your staff to keep them energized, to keep them keep them healthy as they do this important and often emotional work.
Be proud of what you do.
Mm.
What you do adds value. It's meaningful, and being part of a family's life when they're sick and going through that stress is a very incredible privilege to have. And then the second thing is to go home and take care of yourself.
Right.
So just like you take care of your patients when you come in, take care of yourself when you go home.
And you and I had the chance to talk about the sense of ownership that Maritimers have
Yes.
To this facility, no matter where they are. They could be, the top end of northern New Brunswick or the tip of Cape Breton Island or western Prince Edward Island. There is a real sense of ownership of this facility right across the region.
The IWK is the Maritimes. We belong to everybody. We're here for everybody. And that's what we do. I was home in Riverview this weekend and went into the superstore, and there was the thing to donate to the IWK. It's always a privilege to see that when you go out. It's humbling.
We are raising money for through the Power Hour and the matching very specific pieces of equipment. And maybe you can talk about the importance that that people help us raise the funds for those items.
So it's one, if you're raising money for pumps, I understand this year, and for incubators this year. So when you have a teeny tiny baby, that's what I used to do when I was working clinically. They need to be warm. That's their home for the first little bit. The pumps let us safely give them the medicines they need. Having the newest, most up-to-date incubators and pumps is what allows our staff, who are so passionate about the work, as we said, to do the very best work. The donors help us do that. And I can't say enough thanks for every single donation that lets our folks do the best we can for the people that are in our care.
Dr. Jangard, we appreciate your time so much and your words and allowing us to be part of this very special entity and the work that you do. So thank you.
And thank you to CTV for pivoting with us and coming in the fall and allowing us to have our 39th telethon.
Yeah,
very
certainly
much
our pleasure. Let's take a moment now to hear from another remarkable IWK patient.
Hi, I'm Mia, and I'm from Eastern Passage, Nova Scotia. I needed support when it came to my mental health and my severe OCD. I want to give a special shout out to my parents, Mark and Shauna Williams, and my little sister Callie for all that they do for me. When I got diagnosed with severe OCD in 2020, my parents did everything they could to help support me. They went in parent support groups, read books, and did tons of research to help me in any way possible. My parents would join in on my weekly therapy meetings and see where I needed help the most. They would help me with my reassurance and encourage me that I'm not alone in this. Aside from my mental health, my parents have supported me in so many other ways. My family is also some of my biggest fans. They believe in me when it comes to school, sports, and any other extracurricular activities. I honestly don't know what I would do without them. Thank you guys. I love you so much.
Hello everyone, I'm Natalie McMaster, and I want to encourage you to join us all for the IWK Telethon. Please pour your hearts out for these beautiful people that work so hard to help your community, serve the needs of those wonderful children. And I know from firsthand, what it's like. I have 7 children, and they've all had different things from time to time, so we would really appreciate your support for your community and for the kids around you. God bless you.
Jayson, what is it that you're doing?
You don't know what this is, Katie?
What is it?
It's Power Hour crunch time because it's almost at the top of the hour as well. We are getting into crunch time.
You just didn't want to do push-ups this year.
No, I've been slacking off a little bit, okay? I will if I have to. If there's enough money. Hey, look, I can be bought. If there was enough money, I might do some.
Good to know.
This, speaking of money, speaking of generosity, this is amazing. So, last time we checked in, we needed 8 more monthly donors, I did it again, of $19 a month for the Halo bassinets for the family newborn unit. But guess what? This number is down to 0 because of these IWK heroes right here, Ivan and Judy Douglas. They called up, they said, how much to take the last 8 off the board and buy us a second Halo bassinet? The price tag was over $2,300, but they stepped up and going to cut us a check. So, Ivan and Judy Douglas, thank you very, very much.
Woo!
We really appreciate it. Of course, we've got another miracle match coming up. We've got another power hour coming up. Don't go anywhere. Please donate. IWKfoundation.org or 1-800-595-2266. Woo! There you go. And you know what? This is new this year too. But if you have to leave a message, please do leave a message. We're going to call you right back and get that donation. Katie.
All right. Yeah. Speaking of which, we are going to check in with another one of our generous donors right now.
Hi, my name is Holly Knott. I'm a multi-store manager for Napa and Cape Breton. I manage the Sydney, North Sydney, and Glace Bay stores. And this is my son, Leo Knott. For Napa and Nova Scotia, we have chose the IWK to do our fundraiser. And what we have been doing is asking customers simply to round up. So at the end of their purchase, if it happens to be $10.05, we ask if they'd like to round up their purchase to $11. And all that with every transaction has been helping us raise the funds for today. I think everybody knows somebody who has been part of the IWK. It may be personal or family, but everybody knows somebody who's had to receive benefits or help from the IWK. So for us, it was just something that was very near and dear to our hearts. For us personally, Leo is going through his second treatment of Langerhans cell histiocytosis, also known as LCH cancer. And he was first diagnosed when he was 4 years old. And we did 1 year, we got through that and then did 1 year of remission. And then it relapsed in January of this year. So we are in the middle of receiving our chemotherapy for it again. And this time we're going to go stronger. And what are we hoping for? Kick its butt. That's what we're hoping for. for indefinite this time. And we are so excited to share how much we have raised now.
All right. Show me the money. How much?
There it is. $4,164.41.
You know what I think? I think we should celebrate with a song.
We should. Thank you to Love Napa Auto Parts. Thank you, Napa Auto Parts. Now let's take a timeout for a musical interlude, shall we? From a friend of mine and a friend of the IWK, Halifax-based singer-songwriter. His talents are extraordinary. He's written and produced music in Los Angeles and Nashville. He's a great homegrown talent from Hansport, Nova Scotia, the wonderful Ian James.
There's never been a day when I walk this world alone. Never was a night when I didn't feel at home. It's been a part of me forever. On this road I traveled on for so long. It's like you've been the only one for all my life. Like I never looked into another's eyes. The only hand I've ever held on to. No, I can't remember never loving you. Every morning I wake up and thank my lucky stars. Another day with you, my love, is where you are. Simple and it's beautiful. I guess some things never change. Never change. It's like you've been the only one for all my life. Like I never looked into another's eyes. The only hand I've ever held on to. No, I can't remember never loving you. It's like you've been the only one for all my life. Like I never looked into another's eyes. The only hand I've ever held on to. No, I can't remember never loving you. No, I can't remember never loving you.
What a voice.
You know,
what a song.
That was his son who said that to his wife, that line.
I can't remember
And he
a
turned it
time.
into a song. Yeah.
I can't remember a time I never loved you.
Yeah. I know. Ian James, fantastic. We're coming up on the end of our 4th hour. Can you believe that?
No, I cannot. It's going too fast.
Time it flies.
If you haven't donated, please, right now is the time.
Here's our total for this hour. There it is, $4,165,416.34. And we thank you very much.
Still when the fire goes out, so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in summer to get knocking your house down. In big waves of murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know.
You're watching Telethon 39 on CTV.
Here we are, hour 5 of Telethon 39. What a spectacular day it has been so far, Todd. So many moving stories and so many generous donors. It is so good to be here together celebrating the wonderful care at the IWK, even if it's a couple of months later than we anticipated.
Yeah, it's good that you mentioned that because, of course, normally this is held in June, but as you know, a lot of spots on the East Coast were devastated by those wildfires, and it just didn't seem to be the right time to do the telethon, to ask people to donate, because there was so much else going on and so many other people who needed the community's assistance. But we're certainly glad to be back right now for this and the first day of fall. And just a reminder, if you would like to donate, we certainly hope you would. There's the phone number, 1-800-595-2266. And we're encouraging people this year to go to the web, to iwkfoundation.org, because you'll likely get through there quicker with your donation. If you do call the number and you don't get an answer, if you are interested, you can leave your name and number and somebody will call you back.
Yeah, we're trying to make it as easy as possible for you. Now, this hour, we have even more heartfelt stories and special appearances coming up. But first, we have a very special family to introduce you to. In March of 2021, Cannon Baisley from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, was diagnosed with a stage 1 Wilms tumor, the most common kidney cancer in children. Cannon had to have his left kidney removed and undergo many chemotherapy treatments at the IWK. Let's meet Cannon, who's now 13 years old, and find out how his love of Halloween not only helped his family find courage in the face of adversity, but also gave Cannon a way to support the IWK.
My name is Cannon Baisley. I'm 13 years old and I'm in grade 7.
He's a brilliant, energetic, thoughtful, kind, now 13-year-old. I have a teenager. That just happened.
Well, sometimes he can be really annoying, and then other times he's sweet and kind.
Cannon's always been very competitive in his sports. He plays hockey at a competitive level.
The real thing that he gets out of it is the team, the camaraderie, the friendships that he has. He's a trooper. He's an inspiration to me, and I think an inspiration to a lot of people, given what he's been through.
Initially, Cannon awoke with left-sided stomach pain. I decided to take him to emergency to have things checked out at the IWK. So really late that night, I had a difficult conversation with a doctor that told me that they had found a mass on his kidney. Things started to happen very quickly after that. Dr. Romeo let me know that he felt he needed to remove the mass. And because of the type of tumor it could be, he had to also remove the kidney.
And once I got out of surgery, it wasn't that much longer until they told me that it was cancer.
They let us know that it was a stage 1 Wilms tumor and that there was treatment.
Ironically, the happiest day of my life was the day that I found out that my son definitely had cancer, but we knew what kind of cancer it was. We knew it was treatable. And more importantly, we had a plan on how to deal with it.
I did go through chemotherapy, and then after that, some scans to make sure that it was gone.
Really, throughout the whole process of Cannon's chemotherapy, he really barely missed a beat. I mean, there were those obvious days where his chemotherapy, a day or two later, is really kicking in. He's, the classic holding the hair back and your kid vomiting late at night into the toilet. The losing of the hair. There's a lot of heart-wrenching things going on there, but we were well prepared.
And we were very pleased with the care at the IWK.
The staff at the IWK and the doctors are so amazing. They keep in touch and they're very nice to me.
From the time Cannon was probably about 2 years old, and we have some neighbors across the street, they used to put on quite a large Halloween display in their yard. Cannon was obsessed. So because of his love for Halloween, we became a Halloween family.
The House of Doom is our annual haunted house.
It was always a big draw. So, people were always like, oh, you could make money off of this. So he decided to make it a fundraiser for the IWK.
The first year that we did the House of Doom as an IWK fundraiser would have been 2021.
So they come in from this door and they go through kind of like the maze in the garage.
Cannon was still in his treatment and people really wanted to know how they could help. So when we did the House of Doom, that was people's cue. It's like, here's how you can help. You can donate to the IWK.
And scary animatronics that'll pop up. And then inside, we have like spiders that drop.
We also have to do outside. So outside is a lot of work as well.
And that year, it had a lineup all the way down our street and raised $15,700.
I really enjoy Halloween and scaring people, and it's just even better that I can do the things that I love while supporting something that is very important to me and that will go and help many, many people.
The House of Doom is scary. That's enter if you dare. You have to have some courage to enter the House of Doom.
There's different levels of bravery that are needed at different times.
And going through cancer, you gotta be brave to do that.
In December of 2021, Cannon finished his chemotherapy. He had his last treatment, and then he went and rang the bell. Yeah.
When I heard, I think I was at my nanny and granddad's, and I felt very relieved.
I got like a certificate of accomplishment, all the doctors signed, and it made me feel like I accomplished something that's really hard. I would definitely not be where I am today without my family.
This is a challenge that none of us could have taken alone. It really brought us together.
Cannon's family thought the worst was behind them, but their journey was far from over when several months after finishing his cancer treatment, it became clear Cannon was struggling with his mental health. And we will have part 2 of his story a little later in the telethon.
This Power Hour is brought to you by the Air Canada Foundation.
And this is Hour 5, and as the graphic and music says, it is a Power Hour. During this Power Hour, we're hoping you'll help us purchase some sleeper chairs. And to tell us how they make life better for parents and patients and staff, I'm joined by Erin Thorne, a registered nurse in the Medical Surgical Neurosciences Unit at the IWK. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
You've been at the IWK 3 years?
3 years, yeah.
So you know the need for these patient chairs. And as somebody who has used them and as somebody who was in a situation where they didn't have them, I can tell you they're awfully nice to have around.
Oh, yeah.
So tell us the advantage of having these available.
Yeah, so a sleeper chair is kind of like a very comfortable, big recliner chair that can adapt and flatten out into a bed. And they're mobile, and we can put them right beside the crib and right beside the beds. And so at the IWK, we are a patient family-centered care facility. And so being able to offer these to parents when their child is in the hospital is so, so, so important so that everyone can get the sleep that they need while their child's there.
So imagine a first-class chair on an airplane. We see those that lie flat like a bed, but these are more comfortable.
Yes.
They're wider, they're sturdier, and in many ways it allows a partner of someone or a parent of a child. You know, so much is said about a good night's sleep, and if you can get even a bit of rest when you're in hospital with your child, must make it, and you must see it. It must make a big difference to how nurses are able to treat patients if the support givers are feeling, rested and energized.
Absolutely. It provides them the opportunity to get the sleep they need so that they can tackle whatever's going to come the next day.
You were in you deal in the inpatient units. What are the conditions like in there?
There's multiple reasons why you could be on an inpatient unit at the hospital. It could be a planned surgery or a planned admission, or it could be an emergency room visit that turns into an extended hospital stay that you didn't expect. And so having these chairs available for those families when they're in need is so, so helpful because there's a lot of times that they didn't know they were going to end up there and they don't have all the supplies and stuff they need to be prepared for that.
Right. So you've been at the IWK for 3 years now. And so you've been involved in telethons in the past. And when this equipment shows up that these viewers of ours help purchase and those roll through the doors, that must feel pretty good.
It is a very exciting time. All of the nurses get excited. And then when we're excited, patients and families are asking why we're excited. We get to show them and tell them how all this new equipment that we have for them to give back to them.
Yeah, and this is very front-facing, the equipment that we're asking people to donate for. This isn't going into the back of the hospital or, where people aren't necessarily going to see them. This is for direct patient care.
Absolutely. It's directly giving back to those patients and families.
Erin Thorne, thank you very much. Registered nurse at the IWK. Appreciate you being here and helping make the pitch.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, we will hand things over now to Jay. Let's get this rolling, right?
I want my graphic. I heard my graphic. Did you see me? I almost came running in like Kramer into Seinfeld's apartment there. I'm like trained as soon as I hear the graphic music. We can do it without it just the once here. So as you heard Erin eloquently say and talk about the sleeper chairs for the pediatric medical unit and the medical surgical neurosciences unit, we're looking to purchase as many of these as we can. Here's the financial breakdown on them. We're still looking for $19 a month from you if you can afford it. We really, really appreciate it. Or, if your pockets are a little deeper these days and, there's so many people out there doing really well financially, we get it. But if you can't afford it, each one of these chairs costs $1,000. So we're looking to purchase 5 of them at $19 a month. 5 monthly donors. That's what we're looking for. 5 monthly donors to purchase one of these chairs. So that's where you come in at $19 a month again. Okay, are we off to what kind of a start? We're just getting started on this power hour. Going to check back in with you in a few minutes' time, and I hope that's a 4, 3, 2, 1 coming up over the next little while now. Let's check in with some more very, very generous donors.
I'm Kim Day, and I'm the president and COO of the Steel Auto Group. The dealerships participate on an individual basis in fundraising. Our employees participate in different initiatives as well. So does the corporate office. We wanted to do a little bit more. So what we asked everyone to do on a voluntary basis, of course, is to donate $1 a pay. The corporate office here too has committed to match the employees' donations. One of Steel Auto Group's community initiatives and community pillars is sick children. I myself had an experience at the IWK with my son many years ago, and I can personally speak to how professional and dedicated these folks are. We are so excited to share with you the total that was raised.
We wish to acknowledge the fundraiser Paintball for Kids in Upper North River, Nova Scotia for their donation of $2,200. Thank you so much to PAL Aviation Services in Enfield, Nova Scotia for their gift of $2,361.50. A contribution of $6,012.25 is coming to us from the students of Armbray Academy in Halifax as a result of fundraising efforts for their Friends of the IWK Club. And we want to thank Nova Scotia Network across Nova Scotia for their Profit with a Purpose donation of $7,700.
Well, we are certainly having a lot of fun here in Charlottetown today, and I am joined now with some members of the O'Leary Lions Club. Thank you so much for joining us today, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
Now, I'm here with Paul Arsenault. Paul, tell me a bit about how the O'Leary Lions help support the IWK.
We put on different programs to make money to donate to the IWK. We're hoping that they do well, because I know my own children went there when they were young, and I know the benefits of having it.
Well, let's take a look at that check you got for us. Let's flip it around. How much do you have?
We got $500.
$500 from the O'Leary Lions. Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today.
We are in Moncton at the Delta Beaux Jours, continuing with the IWK Telethon, and we're here, of course, with another fantastic donor. Would you please introduce yourself?
My name is Bob Dunnett. I'm the chairman with the New Brunswick Asphalt User Producer Group. We are a group that have been doing it. This is our 20th anniversary. So every year we get together and do a seminar. From that seminar, we invite speakers from all over North America. Instead of giving the speakers a gift, we decided to donate to the IWK.
Why has it been so important to you and your team to support the IWK?
Well, I think the IWK has affected everybody in the Atlantic provinces in one way or another. And if you sit down, 33 years ago, my nephew was hurt and was rushed to the IWK. So there's always something from that. And I think it's a very important cause. So we're very pleased to be able to support it, and we'll continue to do it. So very good.
And we're pleased to have you here. So let's do it. Let's flip that check. How much do you have for us?
$1,500.
We are now joined by Terry Mullock of Castle Building Supplies and Specialty Stores. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us what the IWK Telethon means to you?
It means a lot for our stores across the Maritimes. We have over 40 Castle stores, specialty stores, building supply stores, and all families have been affected with their children, and going to the IWK with the support of the nurses and doctors have been fantastic. This year, in support of the IWK, will be a matching sponsor of $20,000. And in support of that, we have these store decals that we're putting in all stores. And as you can see, there's a barcode scan that they can scan and make a donation right there at the store.
Well, thank you so much for your continued support. Can you flip that check for us now?
$20,000, a matching sponsor for the IWK in 2023.
They are such a good partner of the IWK Telethon. Thank you very much for Castle. $20,000 as a matching sponsor.
Yeah, so the folks with Castle Building Supplies and Castle Specialty Stores committed that $20,000 to an online match campaign leading up to Telethon.
People were encouraged to donate, knowing their money would be doubled. So in addition to that $20,000 check you just saw, the online match program raised, get this, $20,600.90 for a grand total of $40,600 and those 90 cents.
Wow.
Great.
A little goes a long way,
That's great.
huh? Over to you, Katie, with our next Stronger Than You Know award.
You might recognize this family. It's the LeBlancs from Port Hawkesbury, Nova Scotia. Matthew is the 2023 Children's Miracle Network champion for the IWK. In this role, he and his family have been representing IWK patients and supporters from across the Maritimes this year. Matthew has been a patient at the IWK since he and his twin brother Ben were born at 32 weeks gestation. Matthew was born with a disease that caused kidney failure. As a result, he spent his first 6 months at the IWK receiving care and dialysis. He continued to receive dialysis at home until he was big enough for a kidney transplant at just 19 months old. And we want to welcome Matthew, our champion child, to the stage. And looking amazing. Hi, Matthew. How are you today?
I am doing good.
Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
And are you having fun?
Yes.
What do you think of the music so far?
Oh, the music is great.
It's been awesome, huh? You look just fantastic. Do you like getting all dressed up like this?
Yes.
Awesome. Would you mind sharing a little bit of your story with us? So first, tell us how old you are now.
I am 11 years old now.
You're 11 and you have a twin brother, Ben. So how old would that make Ben?
11 also.
11 also. Good. Okay, so we know you're also good at math. So we thought you might follow Steve Murphy's footsteps, but it's also possible you could follow Kaylin's as well. So can you tell us who gave you your first kidney?
The person that gave me my first kidney is my father.
Your dad. What's dad's name?
My dad's name is Andy.
Andy, and he gave you a kidney. What does that mean to you that he gave you one of his kidneys?
It means a lot to me, and if he didn't give it to me, I would have been here.
Wow, that's a good dad. You got a pretty good dad there.
Yes.
For many years, you were doing really well, but then in 2020, your kidney began to fail again. So you went on the transplant list, and then in 2021, you received your second successful kidney transplant. So how have you been feeling since then?
Since that kidney transplant, I feel great.
Good. Awesome. So you're feeling good. You've been having a great time here today, and I saw you doing a little dancing over there. So you're feeling really good. That's awesome to hear.
Yes.
Amazing. And I know you brought some of your family with you today, and we're going to present them with this very special award. So we'll call up your family. We've got Tanya and Ben. We've got Mama Tanya, twin brother Ben, and then you have a sister, Lily?
Yeah.
Yes, a sister Lily, and your dad, and they couldn't make it today, but thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Would you like to present Mama with this award?
Sure.
Thank you. Great job. And Tanya, tell me what it feels to receive that from your son.
Oh, it's a really big honor. I mean, I feel like we could be giving out awards to everyone at the IWK, all the staff. They've just been amazing on this journey since I've been pregnant with the boys. They've helped us along the way, every step of the way. They really focus on patient care there at the IWK and family care. You know, not only do they focus on him, they always helped him and, you know, always made sure he was doing things if he was there when we were babies. They put a lot of trust in us to do a lot of Matthew's care at home, do his dialysis at home, his feeding tube care, all that, which just meant a lot less time in the hospital, more time spent with family, which was really important. So we're honored to receive this award tonight.
Mm-hmm. It's been, I feel like, a theme here tonight that we keep honoring the parents, and then you use this time to thank the IWK
it's hard not to.
again. But we just want to know how, we know it's difficult. We know it's hard, and you're from Cape Breton. It's a lot of traveling. It's a lot of time. So thank you for being such a good mama.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And extend as well to Dad, because he gave a kidney, and that's a big gift.
Yes.
So you guys
do anything for your kids.
Absolutely.
And we're happy that we were able to do that. And
when we can't do everything we can, the IWK is there to do the rest. So,
And I hear you have a pretty cool twin brother there, Matthew. Ben, will you come over and say a few words as well? What does it mean to be part of this family? And, because you helped a lot too. You've been a really great brother.
Yeah. It means a lot to me to be a part of this family. And I'd like to thank CTV News and the IWK for this amazing award. It means quite a lot to me.
Oh, awesome.
I think I can time this right. I want the graphic. I think we've established that. I want the graphic. Okay, so let's pizzazz it up a little bit. Are you guys ready for the graphic? I'm ready for the graphic.
This Power Hour is brought to you by the Air Canada Foundation.
Yeah, thought that was kind of slick myself. Okay, sleeper chairs, everybody, sleeper chairs. This is what we're trying to purchase for the PMU and the MSNU. I'll read it all out if you need me to. Okay, here's what we're talking about. Todd was talking to Nurse a little bit earlier in the show. This is the chair you're seeing on screen, and we need a lot of them at the IWK for multiple reasons. We're hoping to buy 20. We got some great news. We've already purchased 3, and we're getting really close to 4. So let me just backtrack for a second. For $19 a month, or to just straight up buy a chair for $1,000. But let's focus on a month for a moment. If you can afford $19 a month, we need 5 of these donors to purchase a chair. And look at this. We are so close to purchasing chair number 4. We just need 1 more. That's it. 1 more donor of $19 a month, and we can have another chair for the IWK. We're really moving here in this Power Hour. Just to remind folks, again, very quickly, we have less people on the phone banks this year. So the easiest way is iwkfoundation.org. But we do have the phone answering machines all hooked up as well. Leave us your name and your number and how to get back to you. We'll get back to you as quickly as possible. And we promise that we will do that. Update. Love breaking news. That's why we're in this business. 0. That's how we meet. Now we're actually 0. That doesn't look as good. Thank you. Thank you. Try the veal. I'll be here. Okay. 5. We're back to 5 again because we've purchased 4 chairs now. 4 chairs. So right back to the top. 5 is the key. 5 more donors and we'll have that 5th chair as well. I told you there's going to be a test later on at the end of the show. So I hope you're paying attention as well. All right. Where are we going next, folks? Let's roll the tape. Roll the tape.
Hi. I'm making a donation to the telethon, and I'm doing it by going iwkfoundation.org on my phone. And up comes donate. I'm saying donate. It says monthly gift or tribute gift to memory. I'm going to give a monthly gift, and I'm going to give $19. It says my name, which I put in there, my address, which I put in there, and my payment information, which is none of your business. And then I press donate, and away I go. I'm a monthly donor, and I feel good because you know what? We always feel good when we give to the telethon. And the telethon, the need has never been greater. You know why. Look at the world around you. Huh? Want to feel good? Donate to the iwkfoundation.org. Do it now.
Hi, my name is Nancy Regan, and once upon a time I used to help host the IWK Telethon. I really miss those days. I believe in it so strongly. Please support the IWK. I want you to know that I understand what it's like to be a family with a child in the hospital, because this kid of mine, when she was born, she had a condition that required that she be in an incubator in the NICU for the first month of her life. Do you remember that?
I actually don't particularly.
Well, you did a really good job. You got better fast, and the nurses and doctors at the IWK were just beyond. And I have to say, I'm forever grateful. So please support the IWK Telethon.
Hey, I'm Carlton Stone. Just want to give a quick shout out to all the IWK patient families this year. And if you're watching this at home, please donate at 1-800-595-2266.
All right, here goes nothing. Here comes something. Hey everybody, do you know the deal? There's this place in town that's realer than real. It's the place where all of your kids might go when they stub their toe or get frostbite out in the snow. It's the IWK. IWK. Hey, everybody, sing along to the IWK Telethon.
Be amazing, Joel Plaskett. How did he do that? Just out of nowhere. What a talent. All right, so on to a patient story here. Earlier this hour, we introduced you to Cannon Baisley from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, who was diagnosed with kidney cancer in 2021. Cannon celebrated the completion of his cancer treatment later that year, and although he was physically healthy, his family soon discovered that his cancer diagnosis was having a serious impact on his mental health. This is part 2 of Cannon's story.
Cannon is a resilient, intelligent, creative kid. Initially, Cannon awoke with left-sided stomach pain. I decided to take him to emergency to have things checked out at the IWK. So really late that night, I had a difficult conversation with a doctor that told me that they had found a mass on his kidney.
And once I got out of surgery, it wasn't that much longer until they told me that it was cancer.
But we knew what kind of cancer it was. We knew it was treatable. And more importantly, we had a plan on how to deal with it.
So he had a surgery, he had approximately 10 months of chemotherapy, and then he started to notice some difficulties with his mental health.
A year after his initial pain, which led to his cancer diagnosis, Cannon started to have panic attack symptoms.
I was at hockey, I was getting dressed, and I just got really shaky, and I really didn't know what was happening to me. I almost thought it was like a heart attack or something. He went to the IWK emergency department because they were concerned with the chest pain and his heart beating rapidly. There might be something wrong with his heart. On both occasions, he was given the all clear.
The real big events where he would have these sort of full-blown panic attacks where he was more or less incapacitated. It got to the point where that was happening so regularly that it was interfering with his daily life. He was unable to concentrate. He morphed into this state of derealization, which is just sort of being kind of almost spaced out and detached from reality.
And I think at that point, his parents started to realize that, okay, well, maybe this is more mental health related.
There was just this subconscious part of him that was saying, I'm not ready yet. I can't go on yet. I need more help.
The initial appointment with Dr. Cumming, we spoke with her and a resident. What they were able to do at that point was diagnose him with PTSD.
So we felt that through his cancer journey and the stress and the trauma that he had experienced, that he had a trauma and stressor-related disorder. And it totally upended his life. You know, he suddenly was in hospital a lot, having a lot of investigations. Some of them were painful. There was uncertainty. He wasn't in school. He lost contact with his friends. His brain just really went into survival mode of just getting through each day, one day at a time.
Dr. Cumming, who was able to explain to him that these things happen when your brain goes through a trauma, and that there were treatments that were going to help him.
In terms of the treatment that Cannon received, he received trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. So he was partnered with a clinician called Miss Dawn Hall. She went through my story with me, and she taught me all these exercises to help me get better.
The team through mental health at the IWK was extremely knowledgeable. They were comforting by helping educate us on what was going on.
I wouldn't be able to find the care that I needed without my family, and but also the IWK really helped.
Cannon is doing really great. Cannon's back to all of his sports. He does well at school.
The House of Doom is our annual haunted house.
And so every year it just gets a little bit bigger and a little bit more complex in a lot of ways, but a lot more fun as well. But we will have new additions this year, that's for sure.
Yes,
there will be some new homemade props.
But we can't spoil too much.
We can't spoil too much.
We can't spoil too much.
It started in 2021 and raised $15,700.
What started out as a Cannon event, and then Cannon's family event, and now it's a community event.
So last year we made $15,756, and this year we've made $16,000.
So over the 2 years, it's been over $30,000 that it's raised per IWK Foundation.
And I knew it was a cause that would be helping lots of people.
Philanthropy really helped our family take a really hard time and make it something that we can feel very proud of.
To have a supportive family is just as important as anything else.
We learned of our resilience, and we have grown from this, and we know that we can take on challenges.
You have proven that indeed. So for those who know Cannon, you know he absolutely loves all things Halloween. And for the past 2 years, he and his family have turned their property into a spooktacular haunted house as a fundraiser for the IWK. If you want to visit what they call the House of Doom, it's open Friday, October 27th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. And to find out more, please visit his website at houseofdoom.ca. All right, let's check in with Suzette.
We're here at the Delta Prince Edward in downtown Charlottetown, and I am joined by the Mayor of Kensington, Roan Casely. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mayor.
It's great to be here.
Now, I hear this is your first time on the telethon. Isn't that right?
This is the first time on the telethon. We made a donation last year, but the town committed to making $1,000, a minimum of $1,000 a year for the next 10 years, which helps the planning for the telethon going forward.
Let's see that check. One of the first $1,000 going to the IWK Foundation from the town of Kensington. Thank you so much, Mayor Casely.
Thank
nice
you.
to meet you. Take care. Have a
good
great
to meet
day.
you. Thank you. Bye-bye now.
I'm joined now by Tamara Gordon with Glow. Hi, Tamara.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Oh, we're so happy to have you here today. Tell us how you raised the money.
So we ended up matching $1 for every ticket sale that was processed through the first 4 Wednesdays of the season, along as we had a donation station within the gardens for IWK, and all the donations that came through there, we matched that as well.
And you were able to actually give the experience for free to some IWK patients and their families.
Yeah, we were able to donate 100 tickets to IWK for the families, family passes. And on the first Wednesday that we opened, we invited them in an hour early to attend the gardens.
Wonderful. Well, let's see how much you were able to raise this year.
So we were able to raise $14,188 for IWK Foundation.
Well, we are so happy to be here in Charlottetown today, and I am joined right now with Jayson Roberts, the president and CEO of Maritime Electric. Thank you so much for joining us today, Jayson.
Happy to be here.
What's a wonderful day. Tell us so much about how Maritime Electric supports the IWK.
Well, we've been supporting the IWK for over 30 years. I think maybe 33 so far. It's been a wonderful thing. We're so happy to support the IWK each and every year.
And I'm sure a lot of customers, employees, have used the services at the hospital.
Absolutely. We have over 200 employees that live and work here each and every day. It's good to know that we have the IWK here for our friends and our family when we absolutely need them.
Yes, absolutely. And I know the IWK certainly appreciates your generosity as well. Jayson, let's flip that check and tell us what you've got for us this year.
We're happy to support the IWK with a check for $1,000.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jayson.
Thank you
so much. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for your generosity.
Thanks, you too.
Welcome back to Sydney. We're joined now from the Shetty Camp Cooperative Limited, Tyler Patcherell. Tyler, you're the general manager there. We appreciate you coming into Sydney today and talking about your fundraising. What have you guys been up to in Shetty Camp?
We currently are doing what was a longstanding tradition for our co-op at checkout. When customers or members come through, they have the option of donating funds to the IWK. And that's been a longstanding tradition for us. Even when I was a kid, I remember our back wall being covered, ceiling to floor, with the balloons that used to exist now and the flags of today.
All right, well, let's see how you guys did this year.
We are here at the beautiful Delta Prince Edward Hotel in downtown Charlottetown on the waterfront today. And I am joined now with Nadine Chasson. And Nadine, you are in charge of the Roy Chasson Memorial Fishing Derby. I know that was your late husband, but you have a strong connection to the IWK as well, which is why you donate funds from the fishing derby to the telethon. Tell us a bit about your connection.
Hi. So 24 years ago, my son was born. He was airlifted to the IWK and they saved his life. So for 24 years, I've been doing fundraising, but at first I was doing little bingos or just little things in my home. But when my husband Roy passed away, the love of trout fishing he had, I turned it into a trout fishing derby every year. So this year will be my 15th trout fishing derby.
Well, I know the IWK Foundation, the telethon, they certainly appreciate everything you do, Nadine. Thank you so much. Now let's take a look at how much you've raised.
I'm joined now by Marie-Claire Desroches with the Air Canada Foundation. Hello.
Hi, nice to meet you. Thanks for having us.
Oh, it's so great to have you here today. You actually make it possible for a couple of really special programs at the IWK. Tell us about them.
Yes, so we're really proud to partner with the IWK for the hospital transportation program. So this allows children who don't have access to medical care in their community to travel with Aeroplan Points donation. So it alleviates the burden for the families and the children.
That's magnificent. And there's another special program that you help fund.
Yes, absolutely. So in 2023, we were super pleased to approve a grant request for the therapeutic in-hospital clown program at the IWK.
All right, bringing smiles and cheer to kids. That's just so fantastic. Well, let's see how much you've raised this year.
So we're pleased to offer a contribution of $73,560.
Hi, everybody. It's Nana Margie coming to you straight from the IWK. And I just wanted to say, Air Canada Foundation, it is because of you that the sky is truly the limit here at IWK. Well, because of your support for the hospital transportation program, and your support also allows me to bring smiles to all my friends here. So I'm not clowning around. I am clowning around. Well, anyway, I just want to say I'm not clowning around when I say that your support makes a huge difference. Yeah, so thank you, Air Canada Foundation. Woo!
Very nice. All right. Okay, Jay, you're trying to get us some sleeper chairs, and I can tell you firsthand how important they are. We spent 81 days in the NICU with my little guy, Marco. And I will tell you, I spent every one of those days on one of these sleeper chairs, whether you're nursing or holding your baby, snuggling with them, or just full on sleeping in it. These are imperative pieces of comfort for moms and dads.
Yeah, your journey was such a happy ending, and we want to provide that for others. We got some great news. We're building momentum. We're running out of time in the Power Hour, but we want to purchase 20 of these for the IWK. We've already reached 8. We've had so many generous donations, including one person, a woman. I know her name, but we're not going to share it. But she just called in and purchased one outright for $1,000. That's a lot of money. If you can't afford that, $19 a month. And we are, oh, geez, that's the name right there. Never mind. $19 a month, folks. Anita, thank you. Let's check in with Steve.
Happy mistake. Happy mistake. Thank you, Jason. We are continuing our focus on families who've come through the IWK experience, and we're happy to be joined now by Ruby Magara, who is an IWK mom extraordinaire. And I've been talking to you, and I think that's a very fair description given your own experience. Tell us about Anno, your son, and how he kind of surprised you by arriving 13 weeks early.
Yeah, so Anno has been a rock star from the time he was in my belly, obviously. He was too excited to come into the world. He's like, I belong here. So he came pretty early. At 27 weeks, I was already at the IWK for an appointment and found out I was already in labor. So quite early.
Quite early. And what happened, after it became apparent that he was going to come? He wasn't waiting. That, by the way, was your first lesson from your children, that they don't wait. So what happened then?
Panic. Immediate panic. It was just like, I was like, oh my gosh, I have nothing prepared. I don't have, mom guilt kicks in. I'm like, I don't have my, hospital bag. And they're telling me I'm staying the night. And they're telling me, do you have a friend that can pick up some stuff for you? Like, it was just all this guilt and panic and just stress and anxiety from the situation I was in. But like the IWK staff just they checked in with me every few minutes to tell me what was going on and were very open and honest about what was happening. And they're like, hey, mom, we've tried to stop the labor, but the baby is coming. Yep. And he came.
And then you had to stay. He had to stay for a while. How long was he in the NICU and then in the IWK?
About 4 months. 4 months, yeah. October to about end of January.
And what were the medical issues that you and your your little guy and your family were dealing with?
Yeah, so he had something called necrotizing enterocolitis. I will always remember what that is for the rest of my life. But it is like a flesh-eating or bacteria eating. It eats like organs or your skin, and it started eating away at his intestines.
Wow.
So basically, half of his intestines just stopped functioning in his first week of life.
That must have been frightening.
Very much so, yes.
And it led to some surgeries and so on.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So the first surgery was about in his 8th or 9th day of life. They told me that they had tried antibiotics at first because they never want to operate on someone so small so early. But they tried the antibiotics for a few days. They just weren't kicking in. He started puffing up. So I thought he was gaining weight. They explained that no, he was just filling up with water from like his body shutting down. And then they were like, we have to operate. So they did his first surgery, which was about 3.5 hours. And then they took a break, stitched him up because they had slices belly open, stitched him up and waited a few days and then went back in for the second round.
Wow. That was then. How is he now?
He is. You wouldn't think it's the same kid, honestly. If he wasn't here right now, he would probably be trying to figure out how to function with everything. He'd be like, how does this work? And how does this work? He is everywhere. And like, he's such an excited boy.
Yeah. And he's doing well.
He's doing really well.
And your message to anybody who's wondering about the IWK?
I would say, like, honestly, it's just, it's so good to donate to the IWK because you might think, well, this won't happen to me. Well, you know, maybe you don't plan on having kids and that's okay. But someone you know is going to end up at the IWK and you want to make sure they're getting the best care possible, right? Like we want to make sure that everyone around us is receiving the care that myself and my son received. He still goes to the IWK till today. They still monitor him. He, up to when he was 2 years old, he was still going there for different little surgeries. And if it wasn't for the trust that I have in them, I would have been nervous. I'm never nervous anymore when I show up. I'm like, I know it's going to be fine. Obviously, we still have the little panic as a parent, but you know they're in good hands.
Ruby Magara, we appreciate your telling your story and Anna's story for us today.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in. You
Yes.
bet. Okay, Todd, over to you.
Boy, did she sum it up well, Steve. Thank you very much. It's that time again when we get to learn about one of our generous donors. The Kent Great Big Dig is a huge fundraising event, largely supported by the construction industry of Nova Scotia. And when these groups get together, a lot of fun is had, good times, and good things happen for the IWK. Let's take a look.
The Great Big Dig's a culmination of the construction industry to a singular event where we get together, have a good time, and raise a bunch of money for the IWK and the needs they have any particular year.
The IWK is fundamental to our community. It provides the care for women and children when we need it the most. As such, it's really fitting for the construction industry to come together every year and rally around the IWK to help the IWK provide excellent health care for women and children today and into the future.
The event raises money through sponsorships in which the construction community buys sponsorships to attend the event, table sales, and live auction. It's known to have one of the probably premier live auction events in the city, and that's predominantly where the funds are raised from.
It's a way for myself and the whole construction industry to say thank you to the IWK, everybody that, and all of the roles that go into making the IWK what it is today. Thank you for all of your hard work, and we can't wait to thank you again in November by raising a ton of money that'll help you do what you guys do best. Take care of our women and our children in our community.
Thank you so much once again to everyone involved in the Great Big Dig for your groundbreaking work. And for helping to build a better future for IWK patients like us. Thank you.
Over $500,000. How amazing is that?
Amazing. And
Yeah.
it's important to note too, the IWK helps women too. It's a women's center as well, keeping mamas safe and healthy and thriving so that they can mother their babies.
It's a very good point. Katie Kelly.
Thank you so much, Todd and Maria. Well, we are lucky to live in a region where women and children can access world-class care right here at home. Many children come from all over the region for specialized care. That, of course, includes kids from Prince Edward Island. Here is the Premier of PEI, Dennis King, who we caught up with on the ECMA red carpet a little while back.
I just want to say hi to everyone on behalf of all Prince Edward Islanders and to all of those who are working so hard for the IWK. Such an important resource for all island families and all Atlantic Canadian families. So many people have talked to me over the years about how their journey through the healthcare system started at the IWK, the wonderful level of care and service that they have received. It just means so much to so many. And I think part of what makes us Islanders and what makes us Atlantic Canadians is that we care for one another, that we look after one another, and that is certainly at the root and the heart of the IWK's mandate each and every day. So thank you for all you do. Please continue the support across the board. This is the most worthwhile cause that you can ever imagine, and we just love to know the IWK is there for Islanders and for Maritimers and Atlantic Canadians.
This Power Hour is brought to you by the Air Canada Foundation.
You've got them trained now, Jay.
They know. They're. You know what? Everything is really starting to roll along. And Katie, it's kind of crazy, right? We're already getting into the home stretch. Going to share good news here in just a second. But usually this telethon is over at 6 o'clock. Want to remind folks it's over 4 o'clock. So the urgency and the energy, we got lots of work left to do. This is amazing, though. So sleeper chairs, Katie.
Yes.
We're looking there for the pediatric medical unit and the medical surgical neuroscience sciences unit.
He's killing it today with the word. We gotta write this down.
Here, you do the rest of the reading. Me not so good at reading. Anyway, we need 20 of these sleeper chairs for the IWK. We are up to 14. We're running out of time, but the goal is 20. We're up to 14. We just received a donation from one individual. 5 chairs.
No.
Yeah, 5 chairs at $1,000 each. That's why we've taken this big bump up to 14 chairs. We're working on that 15th chair right now, and we need your help. $19 a month. $19 a month. If we get, Jules, let's get one little update here. We need 5 of these. We just need 3 more monthly donors of $19 a month, and bang, we're going to have that 16th chair for 50.
Speaking of donors.
Okay, please take it away.
Speaking of donors, here's a few.
What Katie said.
Hi there, my name is Jacqueline Foster with Nova Scotia Power, and I'm really excited to be back at the IWK Telethon again this year. My friends and colleagues here at Nova Scotia Power and Emira have been raising money for the IWK for 35 years. It's obviously very near and dear to our hearts, as we know it is to so many Maritimers. This money is raised through our payroll deduction programs, and we're really proud to be presenting a check this year in the total amount of $33,688.
I'm now here with Greg Connor of the Halifax Tuna Tournament. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I am great today. How did you raise the money?
This is for the Halifax Tuna Tournament. We run it every year. This is our 12th year. And we have a recreational tournament that people go out and catch tuna fish, and all sales go towards the IWK.
That is just fantastic. What a creative way to raise the money. Now, why is the IWK important to you?
We've been raising money for many years, and we're just really happy to be supportive for such a great charity.
Well, it was a great catch this year, if you will. Let's have a look at that check, Greg. $66,747.72.
Thank you for the organizers and participants of the Halifax Tuna Tournament. It is official. You always make a huge splash with your great donations in support of the IWK.
We're here for the IWK Telethon. It's a great day. We're at the Delta Beaux Jours, and we are with another one of our fantastic donors. So tell us who you are, who you're here with today.
I'm Darlene, and this is
I'm Heather. And we're from Atlantic Windows in Port Elgin, New Brunswick. This is our 40th anniversary at Atlantic Windows. And we have basically around 300 people between our Port Elgin plant and our Amherst plant.
Tell us what you've been doing to fundraise.
We do bake sales. We do 50-50 every payday. We have book sales, bake sales, raffles. Like, we do it all. And a golf tournament as well. I forgot the big one.
Fantastic. Now you have something special here today. It looks very cute inside. I can see you poking around. Explain this to us.
Our employees, if anybody knit baby hats, right? So we had people bringing us baby hats for the IWK.
That is very sweet. So let's find out, with all this, you've been very busy, how much you've raised today.
So the good folks at Atlantic Windows sent us a photo with their check total.
Oh, great.
Look at what they raised. Over $50,000. That is amazing and so generous. And we thank you so very much, Atlantic Windows. Now we have another patient story to tell you.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Felicia Hunter from Kentville, Nova Scotia, 17 months old when she was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, an inherited life-threatening disease. It causes severe damage to things like the lungs, the digestive system, other organs in the body, right? Felicia is now 11 years old and has continued to visit the IWK regularly since she was a baby. Her mom, of course, plays a very critical role in her ongoing care. Let's watch Felicia's story that reminds us, never lose hope.
I am Felicia Hunter. I am in 6th grade in middle school in Kentville, Nova Scotia. I want to be a marine biologist, so one of the big factors is I definitely want to study a lot of penguins. I have an addiction to penguins, let's say. This is Bob.
Felicia is 11 years old. She's very, very active. She does theater, dance, gymnastics, swimming, and at 17 months, she was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis. She started to get sick around 6 months old. And so my mom came down and she was about 4 months old. And mom gave her a kiss and she said, Felicia's really salty. And I'm like, okay. Like, what do you mean? She said, Leslie, you should get her tested for cystic fibrosis.
Cystic fibrosis is a genetically inherited disease. It mainly affects the lungs and digestion. It's kind of thick, sticky mucus that clogs the lungs so they can get damaged to their airways. So it's all about getting them gaining and growing well and keeping their lungs healthy.
I knew the background of what cystic fibrosis was because my nephew deals with cystic fibrosis. And back when Evan was younger, it was not a good prognosis. So we were petrified. But the IWK, the staff there were absolutely amazing. They made it almost like a warm blanket is the only way to describe it. You know, we have doctors and nurses and psychologists and nutritionists, people that we never thought we would ever need, that became our family.
The IWK, they definitely helped my parents learning everything that they need to know. Physio, nutritionist.
They need more salt than normal because they lose salt when they sweat and they can get dehydrated more quickly than normal.
And working with the nutritionist to make sure that she needs a balanced diet, but she's, you know, she has every man's dream diet, high fat, high protein, high salt.
So the team would teach the family how to give the enzymes, how to do her aerosol and chest physiotherapy.
I have a mask that I do a ventilator. It's like 25 to 30 minutes. Then you also do chest percussions.
It's basically banging the mucus off her lungs. So physiotherapists would come in and teach us. Them doing it, to them watching us, to us doing it on our own. So we do that every morning, and then we do that again at night. There you go, 3 minutes, kiddo. Finish it. So every 3 months we go in for a checkup to the CF clinic. They are amazing. They are true superheroes. When I first was at the IWK, the nurse, Paula Barrett, she's amazing. She was talking to us about new progress, new research,
The CF gene was discovered in 1985, and it's been from then until just 2 years ago that they discovered medication that can fix the problems.
It actually goes down to the gene, and it corrects the gene. It's life-changing. It's past life-changing. She's going to have healthy, normally functioning lungs for as foreseeable future as I can see.
So in the 1970s, cystic fibrosis, kids would mainly survive to if they're 20 years old. Nowadays, the median age of survival is 57 years of age. In Canada, we have the best survival in the world. And now that we have Trikafta, I don't think it's going to affect their lifespan.
You know, the first time I went on the CF Canada's website, the definition of cystic fibrosis is it's a fatal genetic illness. And they've even removed it from fatal to life-shortening. And who knows where it's going to go.
I've always wanted to swim with penguins. That's one of my dreams. Definitely, I want to swim with penguins.
I wish I'd win the millions because I couldn't repay what the IWK has given us. They literally saved her life.
If they weren't there, I don't know what I would do, to be honest. The IWK is like family to me.
I was always worried that with cystic fibrosis that you're going to outlive your child. I don't have any of those worries anymore. I'll be long dead and gone. She'll be, you know, having children upon children and grandchildren and living the best life.
All right, what a beautiful story. It's motivated me. Hopefully everyone at home, you know what time it is, everybody. It is Power Hour.
This Power Hour is brought to you by the Air Canada Foundation.
I'm just watching myself on Katie's phone. Sorry about that, folks. I'm all excited, and I have reason to be. Reason is this. Sleeper chairs, the goal almost an hour ago was 20 chairs. We are at 20 chairs, everybody, which is absolutely amazing. This is a combination of folks. A second person called in, donated $5,000 or 5 chairs. But check this out. For $19 a month, we need not 3, but just 2 more people before we hit the top of the hour, and we will have gone over our goal up to 21 of these chairs. 21. Incredible. So pick up that phone or iwkfoundation.org right now. Keep it coming. Todd, Maria.
Okay, we're just getting ready. It's the top of the hour, Jay. The end of hour 5. Let's turn our attention now to the video screen and find out where we sit at this hour. Your grand total is $5,122,501.27. And we thank you very much as we head into hour 6.
Sail when the power goes out. It's so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in somehow to knock your house down. Big waves of murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know.
You're watching Telethon 39 on CTV.
And here we are already in the last hour. If you haven't made a donation today, your time is getting short. We would encourage you to go to the numbers on your screen or the website to make a donation.
Okay, we have a lot of good news, remarkable stories, and a musical finale coming up that you don't want to miss.
It's also a miracle match hour. That's where your money goes twice as far. It's been a hard year for so many, with prices going up on everything. We talk about that every night in the newscast at 6. So we appreciate your donation as it comes our way more than ever. We know that every penny makes a difference. Well, you can see it in the stories that we've been running here.
Absolutely.
So let's head to Katie now and find out how to stretch your cash for the IWK.
Hey, Todd. So as you said during the Miracle Match, generous sponsors will match your donation, and that's going to happen now for the next half an hour. This hour's sponsor is the Grocery Foundation of Atlantic Canada. They have their big grocery gala this evening, in fact.
The Grocery Foundation of Atlantic Canada is a partnership of Atlantic Canada's grocers, Sobeys, Foodland, and Co-op. It represents retailers, manufacturers, brokers, and other businesses connected to the food industries. Through its annual gala, the foundation raises funds for children's hospitals in Atlantic Canada. This miracle match is one more way for the Grocery Foundation to support young patients across the region.
All right, so this is it. It is your time to call. They're going to double your money. The number is 1-800-595-2266. Or if you can, please go online to make your donation. It's iwkfoundation.org. Again, the Grocery Gala Foundation is going to double your money for the next 30 minutes. So if you've been waiting, now is the time to do it.
I'm copying you, but I'm going to put the heart over the apple here as well.
And that is how Jayson draws a heart, and I will never forget it. It's better we throw things back to Maria now.
I think mine grew 3 sizes today.
You're no Grinch, Jay. All right, so thank you two. William Fraser from Waikagama, Nova Scotia is only 3 years old, but he's already faced many serious health challenges in his life. William was born with 4 heart defects and a rare disease affecting the colon. He had many major surgeries at the IWK before the age of 1, including open heart surgery when he was just a month old. This is William's story of finding strength through the love of his family.
William is 3 and very sweet. He's a lover of numbers. He also loves alphabet, and Paw Patrol is a big one right now. You want a little tickle? Think that'll make you smile a little bit?
Tickle, tickle. Tickle, tickle.
He's bubbly and he likes to talk and he likes to work with numbers and he likes to sing and he likes to dance. He's got a great older brother that plays with him pretty much all day.
We went for an ultrasound in Inverness, our local hospital, and they were going to send us to get better ultrasound at the IWK.
We knew something was up, we could feel it, but we didn't know what we were in store for when we arrived at the IWK.
We discovered there was a problem with William's heart.
There was, 4 issues with his heart happening simultaneously. We knew of the heart issues, but we didn't know what we were going to be up against when he was born. And when he was born, there were many other issues.
It's called Hirschsprung's disease. It's basically a congenital problem of the large intestine. Essentially, the nerves on the wall of the bowel are absent. And because of that, the rectum is simply contracted all the time. It doesn't relax. He had multiple surgeries, so including open heart surgery, airway surgery where he had a trach or a tube to be able to breathe through his neck. And then he had abdominal surgery.
When your baby is so small, it's hard to wrap your head around.
Timeline is hazy because we were immersed in this situation for 4 months intensely. I think he had maybe 10 or 12 surgeries in the first year of life. Yeah.
I can't say enough good things about the IWK, really.
We were able to be a family, even though we were living in a very critical situation with one child.
I mean, we had been at the IWK so long that the nurses had set up dressers in our room and toy boxes and all of those things.
Ewan was there too, and Ewan was you're dealing with a 2-year-old making dinosaur noises in the middle of doctors and nurses, and they were so accommodating. And actually, he was kind of becoming a little bit famous on the floor because of his personality. What about him? Who's he? You never said who he was.
Luke.
He's Luke? He's not Grogu. I thought you were going to call him Grogu.
I think we need to understand that these journeys they're difficult. They're very difficult for a family to go through all that. And then my take on that is that it's a partnership that you have with the family.
They were always very good at kind of looking for our input. I took that for granted, but that's such an amazing thing.
Because we're so close to William, we're watching him every second of the day. We're the first to pick up on a lot of things, and we kind of worked more as a team through some difficult situations.
After 4 months when we came home, we had a special complex care coordinator between the IWK and the local community.
We serve a very large community that's widespread.
We are 4 hours away from the IWK, so that's pretty far away, but we still feel like they're within reach.
This is one of those problems that it's not like you have your surgery and you're done, off you go, normal life. Especially in the early years, like the first few years of life, usually these patients will have a lot of, we call functional problems.
The IWK basically gave us all the education we needed, all the supports, the equipment, the materials, the contacts that we needed to deal with life going forward with William.
Chili.
It's meat.
It's meat, you're right.
These families, I tell them, nobody knows about this disease more than you do, because I have the knowledge about the condition, but I don't have the knowledge about living with the condition. Patients like this, I think the best way to put it is, it takes a village, right? Highly specialized, multidisciplinary teams, equipment, intensive care unit. It's very hard to care for these types of patients without, adequate resources.
The telethon is so important for so many kids like William. I can't say enough good things about the IWK, really. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have William with us.
So many kids have history with IWK. So many families do. So I think there's no better place to put your money.
And that right there, that's why we're here today.
So inspiring. This is also inspiring. Of course, it's our second last miracle match of the show here, but let's go back to Power Hour just for a second. Remember, we were raising money for sleeper chairs. The goal was 20. We blew that right out of the water because of the generosity of folks at home. 24 sleeper chairs.
Yes!
That is what we ended up. Thank you so much. Now, let's talk Grocery Foundation again, Katie.
Yes, so if we want the IWK to continue to be the world-class facility that it is, we need your donations, and it's from help like sponsors like the Grocery Foundation. We're in our miracle match. They're doubling the funds that you donate for the next, there's 20 minutes left. So if you've been waiting, please make that donation now, because like I said, these generous people are gonna double that donation, and all you have to do is call or go online.
It's literally the smartest time in the show to donate, especially if your donation is modest, and they're all equally important to us. We appreciate anything you can donate, but it'll double it if you do it right now.
Absolutely. All right, we are going to check in with Suzette now.
Welcome back to beautiful Charlottetown, and I am joined now with Gar Gillis. And Gar, you are the owner of Hannah's Bottle Village, and this is a handmade bottle village on your property in Point Prim, right? That's fantastic. Tell me why it's so important for you to support the IWK Telethon, Gar.
Well, it gives a lot of kids a second chance at life. And that's all that matters to kids, So it gives a lot of kids a second chance.
It really does. That's a wonderful way to look at it. Thank you for everything you do, Gar. That's wonderful. Let's see how much you've raised. It was a good year, wasn't it?
The best year yet.
Oh,
here we go.
Here
we go.
What do we got?
$19,005.02.
Gar Gillis from Hannah's Bottle Village. Thank you so much, Gar. Have a great day. Thanks.
Thank you.
We now have the marketing manager, Tim Haynes of Circle K, as well as Lisa Sanderson joining us. Thank you so much for joining us for the IWK Telethon. Can you tell us about how you've been fundraising this year?
Well, we have golf tournaments that we put on that, we raise money through those golf tournaments, and that's basically how we do it.
Well, we thank you so much for the continued support for the IWK Telethon. Can you tell us what it means to you as well as Circle K?
Well, Circle K is really proud to support the IWK. We're really excited to be here, and they provide such a worthwhile support to families in the community. So we're proud to support that.
Well, we thank you so much. And Lisa, we're very excited to see how much you've raised this year. Can you flip that check for us?
$10,125.
We're here on beautiful Prince Edward Island, and I am joined now with Mary Clow, and Mary is with PEI Mutual Insurance Company. Mary, tell me, how did your company raise money for the IWK Telethon?
So we host an annual fundraising auction, silent auction and bake sale. And we also donate our toonies every Friday for wearing jeans.
That's fantastic. But I hear this is a record-breaking total for you, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, let's flip the check and see how much you've raised. Tell us what you have there.
So we have $5,894.60.
Woo! Thank you so much, Mary. Have a great day. Thank you for joining us.
I'm with Pat Healy of Long and McQuaid. Hi, Pat.
Hello.
So great to have you here. How did you raise the money for the IWK?
So from November to end of December, we ask every single customer, would you like to make a donation to the IWK Music Therapy Program? And we leave it open. So it could be $1, it could be $100. And it's a great opportunity for us to educate our folks in Halifax about the IWK Music Therapy Program and in the Maritimes in general.
Yeah, and you do a gig as well.
We do. So we host everyone around town to come in and watch all of our staff perform, because we're all musicians and we all enjoy it. So the entirety of the ticket price goes right down to the program.
All right, that's music to our ears. Why is this program such a great fit for Long and McQuaid, the music therapy program?
It's very important to us. We believe strongly that music is what propels a lot of people. And with the music therapy program being so strong with Daryl and his crew down there, it really is a big impact on children who are going through a trying time.
Well, Pat, let's see how much you've raised. Here's the check, $25,475.
Well, we're back in Charlottetown, and we are joined now by a couple members of the Parkdale Sherwood Lions Club. I've got Peter McCready and Brian Bradley with me today. Thank you so much for joining us. And you know what? I heard that your first gift to the telethon was way back in 1987. Can you believe it? Here we are in 2023. What drives you and motivates you to keep donating to the IWK?
It just shows how easy it is to give. And it's a pleasure to be able to afford that we have a little bit of dollars to be able to put towards such a worthy cause.
All right, gentlemen, let's flip that check around and see how much you got. Here we go. How much do we have?
$2,500.
$500 from the Parkdale Sherwood Lions. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Have a great day. Thank you.
We are here for the IWK Telethon, hanging out at the Delta Beauce Jour in Moncton, hanging out and celebrating a ton of our donors. And we've got another one here with us right now. So please introduce yourself.
My name is Kristen Cook D'Entremont, and I'm with Cook Inc.
Why is it so important to you and your team to support the IWK?
You know, Cook is a company that really embodies family and community, and it really runs deep in the roots of our organization. And our employees, expressed an interest in one employee in particular, Abe Gibbons, that had been directly impacted by the IWK, had really, championed this program and thought it was important that we give more and see if employees want to take part more than just the corporate giving strategy. So they actually kind of developed this bucket pay program. So it's directly from our employees.
Perfect. And that's why you're here today. And we're going to flip this check right now that you've got in your hand. Show us how much is there.
It's $13,300.
All right. And we actually have two checks here because you're also not only on top of that, you're also an online matching sponsor at what I have, $10,000, which is really, really cool. So all of that, all from you. And we're so grateful for it. Thanks for being here with us today.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
No. It doesn't stop there. No. Cook Incorporated matched online donations up to $10,000 in the lead up to the telethon. In addition to the $10,000 donated by Cook, the online match raised an incredible $10,624. Do the math, a grand total of $20,600.24. And we thank them very much.
Absolutely, we sure do. All right, let's hand it over to Steve Murphy, who's standing by with a special guest.
Indeed, we are, and it's a familiar and a friendly face. Laura Fader is the mom of 16-year-old twins Kendra and Kinsey. You've all been great ambassadors for this telethon over the years. As a matter of fact, you were the central telethon family, 6 or 7 years ago on the big show.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Oh, when we were the champion?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really exciting experience, and it was quite an honor to represent the IWK as the Children's Miracle Network champion family in 2017. And we met so many amazing families on that trip.
I bet you did. You've now got two 16-year-olds. Now, that's That's a lot of work.
It is.
2 16-year-olds. How are they doing?
They're doing well. They're happy and they are loving school. They had gone to Halifax Independent School and now they're at Shambhala for high school. And they're happy kids. Kinsey loves playing or doing musical theater. Kendra plays the fiddle and is learning piano.
Right.
And
Remind us of how you became an IWK family. How did these girls come to the care of the IWK?
Kendra and Kinsey were born 3 months premature. It was thought really early on in my pregnancy that they likely had twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome. So I was on bed rest in the hospital. And they were born at 27 weeks. And Kinsey was 1 pound, 8 ounces, and Kendra was 2 pounds. So they were in the NICU for 4 months on life support.
Wow.
And after that, through the years, on and off, we were living in the IWK a lot. They're each followed by many different teams. Kendra has had 22 procedures going to the operating room for over the years.
Procedures.
Yeah, and she was tube fed for a lot of her life. She's got juvenile arthritis too, which really affects her. Kinsey has mild autism and developmental coordination disorder and Tourette's syndrome. And they both have some learning challenges related to the prematurity. So there's a lot of ways that their prematurity has gone on to affect them through life.
And they continue to be regular visitors at the IWK.
Well, yeah, we see many different teams at the IWK. Yeah,
And,
regularly.
and how long will that go on?
They'll be staying there till they're finished high school.
Right.
Yeah.
I
The
should ask-
prospect of leaving is pretty scary, though.
Well, I'm sure it is. I mean,
Yeah.
the IWK has become part of your family life.
Absolutely.
And part of your family routine.
Yeah. There's so many things people take for granted, like, celebrating Christmas with their family, birthdays, holidays like Thanksgiving, Easter. We've experienced all those things in the IWK.
In the IWK.
Yeah, at different times over the years. Santa comes to the IWK. Trick-or-treating, do trick-or-treating in the IWK. Those things happen. And, first steps and all those types of things. Those are things that we've had our firsts at the IWK while we've been there.
Do you talk to the girls about how they feel about the IWK? How they feel?
I haven't point blank really asked them about that. I mean, sometimes in interviews like this, when people say, what does the IWK mean to you? That sounds like it should be an easy question to answer, but it's not, because it's such a huge part of our life in every way. It's like woven into the fabric of our family, this place and the people.
And it's 2 children. It's twins.
Right.
It's twins who came early together.
Right.
And now they've had this journey with you and, of the whole IWK group. It's quite an amazing story. How the girls are doing well now?
They are. Kendra has continued to have a lot of ups and downs. And for the last year or so, she's been having a lot more trouble again. So we're still trying to sort some things out that kind of are evolving and changing. So we're still seeing a lot of specialists related to that.
Before we came on the air, you said that when you go walking through the IWK and you see a new piece of equipment, you want to stop and say, wait a minute, who gave us this? I want to send them a letter to thank them. I mean, you take all this personally.
Well,
very personally.
Doing a lot of speaking, like for the IWK Foundation over the years and meeting all these incredible corporate donors and community donors.
Yeah.
They do such a good job with their fundraising and they're so passionate about it, but it really makes a difference in the lives of families like us. And I don't know that people really appreciate how much that does.
I think maybe people have a better sense of it now, having heard you, Laura Fader. It's great to hear from you. And I don't think it would be appropriate if we ended without hearing from Kendra and Kinsey. What do you think? You're there.
Hi, I'm Kendra. Hi, I'm Kinsey. We live in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Since being born 3 years premature, both of us have been followed by many different care teams at the IWK. Over the years, we've completed many different procedures, surgeries, inpatient stays, and appointments.
We want to give special thanks to both our parents, Laura and Sean, for all they have done to support us over the years. Our mom has been coming to our appointments with each of us since we were babies. She lives in the hospital when we have inpatient stays and is there when we have procedures. She makes us feel safe and helps us calm down when we are anxious. When we were little, she was our voice. She was sure the doctors knew how we were feeling and advocated for us. Now that we are getting older, she is helping us learn to advocate for ourselves.
Thanks to our dad who looks after everything at home, when our mom was staying in the hospital with one of us. He makes sure we still have family time when we are separated by inpatient stays. He comes to the hospital for family movie nights and sometimes brings our dog down to visit. Thanks, Mom and Dad. We love you.
Oh, the Fader twins, Kelsey and Kinsey. I've known them. I feel like I've known them since they're about this big.
Everyone here does.
Yeah. I suppose because I have known them since they're this big. I can't believe they're 16 years old. It's so great to see them.
Yeah, we've definitely gotten to know them over the years, and they are a pretty impressive duo, that's for sure. Jayson, as we draw closer to the end of this year's telethon, do you have anything that, I don't know, you'd like to remind us about?
Oh, my idea for the Grocery Foundation, the new logo. I think that's a slight improvement, eh? I mean, I'm only looking for a piece of the action, guys. That's all I'm suggesting. Okay, I'm only kidding about that part. That's, okay, after being abbreviated, of course, in the spring because of the spring wildfires from the original June date, the message is more important than in other years because we have less time to make the phones ring. We're literally in our last hour right now, and it is Miracle Match time, brought to you by our generous donors, the Grocery Foundation of Atlantic Canada. Basically, tell them how it works, Katie.
It's pretty simple. For every $1 you donate, they're going to match it. These amazing folks right here, and that's only for 7 more minutes. So if you can make a donation, you've been waiting to make a donation, big or small, this is the most important time to do it, because they are going to double it.
Yeah, it's the smartest time. You're literally going to double your impact over the next few minutes if you'll go to iwkfoundation.org or 1-800-595-2266. Let's check in again with Suzette.
Thank you so much to the Eastern Passage Cow Bay Lions Club in Eastern Passage, Nova Scotia for their gift of $200. They challenge all other clubs to match their donation. Molly's Mission has raised $2,564.28 in honor and memory of 12-year-old Molly, who passed away last July of Ewing sarcoma. Molly's family planned to continue this mission that Molly began, and we thank them so very much. Alyssa Rose has been fundraising for the place that saved her life since 2018. We wish to thank her for her donation of $3,000, just part of her fundraising from the past 5 years of over $50,000 for the IWK.
We are here in the absolutely beautiful Charlottetown on Prince Edward Island, and we are so thrilled to be here today with all our generous donors. And one of those amazing generous donors is the Brick. And right now I am joined with Andrew Graham, and he is the Atlantic Canada Director of Stores. Andrew, thank you so much for coming here today. This is awesome.
It's awesome. I'm glad to be here.
Tell me a bit about how dedicated the Brick is to supporting the IWK.
This is really part of our culture now. You know, it's been for quite a few years, and we really put a lot behind it. Our team associates get engaged in it. They really want to participate and to fundraise, and it's come to a point now where they actually do things like bake sales and all these little events in the stores, but mostly it's customers, right? It's our customers that are supporting the IWK and helping us do all of this great work, and we're just super proud of it.
And as you should be very proud of it. Let's flip that check around and see how much the Brick has raised this year. What do we got?
$120,500 and some dollars.
Woo!
On behalf of the IWK patients from across the Maritimes, congratulations to the Brick on the record-breaking year of fundraising. Thank you for support and care at the IWK.
Hey, Maria, this just in. We have another update for you. This time, we want to talk about our good friends at Hustis Insurance, who've been very busy. Check this out. We have a photo of the gang with their check. There's the whole crew there. They raised a remarkable $50,525 for the IWK. So thank you very much. That is an impressive amount.
It is. It's
These
so
maritime companies, right? We're used to the big corporate, the national
and we
companies,
appreciate
and we
those.
certainly appreciate those, and that the lifeblood in some ways of these telethons. But these individual companies, these maritime mom and pop outfits that we've seen year after year, hour after hour today, and that that total that they come up with is just staggering.
But it doesn't surprise me either, because if you live in the Maritimes, you have been touched by the IWK in some way, whether you've gone in to meet a new baby in your family or you've needed them in your darkest hour. We all have an IWK story. And that's why we keep on saying it. You don't know how important it is until you need it for yourself. And when you get there, we all want the absolute best care that our children deserve. And, you know, we get it.
And it's amazing as we bring Jayson in here, you've got these companies that come on board. And often, Jay, we hear the story of, well, we got involved because somebody in our firm had a child who needed to be, you know, rushed to the IWK, or who was born at the IWK and needed that support and was there. And that's how oftentimes they come online.
Absolutely. And it's why it's such an amazing partnership too. It's so important that you sitting at home right now will donate whatever you can today, but it's that corporate partnership too. But it's not just a corporation doing this because they think it's good public relations. By the way, it is.
It doesn't hurt.
But it's exactly why you said. It's because they also have these personal connections. They feel that connection to the IWK, and we hope you're feeling it today as well. The Grocery Foundation of Atlantic Canada. We want to thank them for being our miracle match. In our final hour tonight, we have 2 miracle matches. Grocery Foundation of Atlantic Canada, thank you very much, matching the donations that you've been so generously giving to us through iwkfoundation.org and 1-800-595-2266. Every year at their annual gala, they raise lots of money, which coincidentally is happening this evening. I think it's perfect timing. Let's see, by the way, how much money they raised at last year's gala, and have fun, be safe tonight.
I'm joined now by Kevin Connors and Jim Cook with Grocery Foundation Atlantic, and they're our Miracle Match sponsor this hour. So you both have an important connection, personal connection to the IWK. Why don't we start with you, Jim?
Oh, thank you, Crystal. We all have a personal connection. Ours is our oldest daughter was born 29 years ago, just a couple years after the IWK opened. And it was a long and difficult delivery process. And about 2 o'clock in the morning, we had to go into the emergency room. And you have a vision that never leaves you. And I still remember looking around the emergency room. And because we're at the IWK, there was 9 doctors and nurses. Doctors and nurses to look after our oldest daughter. She was born, and also to look after my spouse. And I'll never, ever forget looking around that operating room and realizing how fortunate we are to live in Halifax and have the IWK, because I don't know what would have happened if we were anywhere else in the world. You know, and I'll always be very thankful to those doctors and nurses because 3 of them, 2 doctors and a nurse, were 3 or 4 hours after their shift ended, but there was no way they were going home until they were sure that our daughter was healthy and my wife was healthy. So I'll be always grateful to the IWK.
Let's see how much you've raised this year. $191,500.
Thank you to everyone at the Grocery Foundation of Atlantic Canada for helping kids like me for nearly 25 years. You are exactly the type of magnificent partners who make a great difference.
We're back to present our final IWK Family Stronger Than You Know award. You may remember Katie Hallett, last year's IWK champion and co-host of last year's Tribute Awards. It's not uncommon to hear IWK patients say the IWK is like a home away from home. But for Katie, it's where she lived with her parents, Daniel and Tammy, for the first 360 days of her life.
When she was born, Katie was diagnosed with a condition called laryngeal cleft type 4. That meant the tissue between her feeding and breathing tubes was not fully fused, causing life-threatening respiratory and feeding issues. Over the years, she has had dozens of surgeries to help repair and correct her condition. For most of her life, Katie had a tracheostomy tube to help her breathe, but she was finally able to have it removed in 2017. Katie continues to be followed closely by many teams at the IWK, including ear, nose, throat, respirology, orthopedics, physiotherapy, nephrology, a dietitian, and a pediatrician.
Wow.
She loves dancing, riding her bike, listening to music, playing with her dog Shadow, making crafts, and going for walks.
Through it all, Katie's parents have been there with her every step of the way. Unfortunately, Katie and her family aren't able to be with us here tonight, but they are watching, and we wanted to be sure to recognize them. So, Katie, it is my great honor to accept the Stronger Than You Know award on their behalf. We'll make sure they get their trophy, and Katie's parents, Tammy and Daniel, have sent along a few thoughts to share.
Yeah, we are truly humbled to receive this award. Part of being a parent is loving your children unconditionally through sickness and health. Unfortunately, some of us deal with more sickness than others. There are so many families across the Maritimes who deserve recognition. So to be chosen amongst those many families is definitely an honor. We're honored to receive this award on behalf of all the families who rely on the IWK for the health of their children. They say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, our village happens to be a team of healthcare practitioners at the IWK and in our hometown of Shelburne, Nova Scotia. They have led by example and have given us the knowledge and tools to care for our daughter at home. They continue to play a very important part in our journey. So this award belongs to our healthcare village as well. It was a very nice sentiment by them.
Beautiful. No doubt the Hallets speak for so many families who feel the same way. I know many of you watching at home right now have your own experiences with the IWK and your stories. Please know that our show tonight is dedicated to all of you.
You know, I raised 3 girls. I've got very, very important connections to the IWK as well. They really helped save one of my girls, and I'd be always grateful personally. We are heading into our last miracle match of the day. This is our time to recognize one of our most generous donors. They're not only given us over the years huge donations, but they also match any donations you make before the end of the show, and they're doing it again.
And that generous donor, you might have guessed it, Walmart. The staff at Walmart run campaigns across the Maritimes throughout the year in support of the IWK. They have a month-long push in May to raise money. They do their Spark a Miracle campaign during the holidays. They sell pens in August. They do so much, and we appreciate them so much.
Yeah, we're going to show you how much Walmart and their generous customers were able to raise in just a little while. But in the meantime, let's make the most of this match. You know, I said earlier, like in the last half hour, this was the best time to donate. That was a little fib. Now is the best time to donate, Katie.
That's right. So please do. Your money will be doubled. Please go online or call the number on your screen and make that donation. Walmart is going to double it.
We're going to go back to Todd now. He's going to show us why it's so important.
Thank you, Jayson. This story honors the legacy of a young girl named Brooklyn Gray, a former IWK patient who passed away suddenly last June from complications related to a rare and progressive neurodegenerative disease. And although she faced many serious health challenges in her short life, she was always smiling, laughing, bringing joy to her family and those she met. This is an inspirational story of the legacy of Brooklyn Gray and the lasting love and strength of her family.
Brooklyn was born completely typical, did all the things as any other child would, often reaching her milestones before others.
Look up, Brookie. Hi.
She's the most determined and strong-willed, tenacious little girl with a personality that fills the whole world. She loved to get her feet dirty, but also such a girly girl. She took her queen bee title quite seriously. She kept us all on her toes and out of trouble.
Brooklyn was typically developing until she was 2. She had lots of words, smart little cookie. She was walking, she was running, she was eating. And then all of a sudden around her 2nd birthday, her parents noticed she wasn't hearing very well. And shortly thereafter, she stopped speaking. Turned out that she had profound bilateral hearing loss.
She was then referred to the IWK, where she was diagnosed with riboflavin transporter deficiency.
It is a neurodegenerative condition that's progressive. Only about 1 in a million people are born with RTD. So Brooklyn literally was 1 in a million. Her family is amazing. Immediately, Vanessa and Paul started to teach her some sign language so she could communicate. Shortly after that, though, she started to have loss of use of her arms, and she became quite weak, so she couldn't use that sign language anymore.
Her overall health was declining very quickly.
And the fact that her deterioration happened so very quickly, she lost all of those skills in under 6 months.
Clinical care for Brooklyn was related to her spine curvature, what's called a scoliosis. Early onset scoliosis, which is what Brooklyn had. We're worrying about its effects on all of the organs and if the lungs will develop.
Brooklyn's curve progressed from 0 to 120 degrees, and anything over 50 degrees would be considered life-threatening. And thankfully, due to the new and innovative technology, she was able to have this surgery and improve her overall quality of life.
And Brooklyn, she really had that spirit and that motivation to undergo whatever treatment was necessary. Most children, they might be getting back to full activities around 3 months to 6 months after that type of surgery. Brooklyn was raring to go, just weeks afterwards.
She was eating again, and she was walking independently, and she had some words still.
Most people didn't know that she had, regained that strength and that she was able to walk again.
Ooh, good job!
And something that brought Brooklyn the most joy was her big brother, Braden. He was her hero. He was her ears and eyes and voice at times. He was her interpreter, advocate, and best friend until the very end. Brooklyn lived every day like it was her last, and she woke up with that beautiful smile on her face, bound and determined to face another day.
Sometimes when a child has a serious condition like Brooklyn did, we think about their condition and their medications and their treatments. But it's the families that really, let them be little ones. They make sure they have play dates with their friends and keep them safe at home, and they are the piece of the puzzle that don't often get recognized. We cannot overstate the importance of families in caring for these children. They are the superheroes here.
Brooklyn loved her dad so much. He would come home on Valentine's with flowers for the both of us. And I fell more and more in love with him every day, watching him take care of her, love her, protect her. The IWK is extraordinary. They were the reason that I had her for as long as I did.
It's so important that we support children to be able to have the best life they can and the most happiness they can and the most joy they can. And Brooklyn's certainly an example of a little girl with a lot of joy. Her little light burned brightly, but it burned significantly.
Just the spirit that she exemplified in that short period of time teaches us that we need to ensure that we are living each day to its fullest. It's just awe-inspiring for all of us.
She enjoyed being the center of attention as soon as she walked in the room. And that's why I'm doing this for her. She would love to see the cameras show up and remind the world of who she really is and the little girl that she fought so hard to be.
My heart breaks for Mama and the dad and the brother. What a great loss that is, and how hard it is to watch this story. I can't imagine living it. We're so grateful that the Gray family decided to share that story with us. And I am speechless just at the profound pain, but also just how inspiring it was, because you saw Brooklyn joyful through all of her treatments.
Yeah, and when you do a production like this,
yeah,
that's not one visit by the TV cameras.
No.
This is, it takes time. There are multiple interviews, and we're asking people to do things, over again, and so it's a taxing effort, and to have the emotion so high through it all. It's Yeah, it's quite a contribution.
It's a lot, absolutely. And we thank all of the families that have shared their stories with us today. All right, let's check in with Jay and Katie.
To Brooklyn's family, our hearts absolutely break for you. What a beautiful, beautiful child. That smile, that's her legacy, that joy that you see, that spirit coming through. It is our last miracle match. It's a huge miracle match. You donate your money before 4 p.m. and Walmart is going to match your donation. So you're essentially as generous as you plan on being. You can be twice that generous. Whatever you can afford, we'll double it.
So, Jayson, what if I donated $486,349.15?
Yes, I don't know what the technical term is for it, but that's a lot of money, Katie. Yeah, that's a lot of money. I may have to carry a few ones and nines there. It would still be a lot of money. We just want to remind you, you have fewer volunteers here today on our phones. So the best way to reach us is iwkfoundation.org, but certainly we have folks on the phone, 1-800-595-2266. If that's the only way you can donate, then you absolutely can.
Less than 20 minutes left in our broadcast today. Walmart is doubling those donations. So
Thank you, Walmart. You know what? Let's make them write a huge check like they always do. Todd, Maria?
Yeah, you bet, Jayson. You know, the number it always is staggering amount, and we look forward to that. And as we start to wind down here on CTV, wrapping things up at 4 o'clock today, we generally have that huge presentation right about now, right?
So you're so right, Todd. And we always say one last check presentation. Until now, we go out with a bang, you might say, with our biggest donor of the day. This year, it might not surprise you to find out our biggest supporters are once again our friends at Walmart. With the support of their customers, they have raised an incredible donation.
Would you like to donate to the IWK Children's Hospital today? Sure. Oh, thank you so much.
What we hear a lot from our customers, where we get most of the donations from, is that they're really excited to be able to donate to the IWK, whether it's that they have a story from their own personal family or a friend that had to use the IWK. They're always really excited to be able to give money and donate to such a great cause. And what they love even more is that it's going towards their local IWK within the community.
Our Walmart in Bridgewater supports the IWK in several ways. We do a lot of fundraising through customer donations, and we also do a lot of in-store fun activities. Everybody has an IWK story, and it's great to give back. Besides customer donations at the checkouts, we set up all kinds of displays throughout the store. We do a pen display. We have some fun things. They even tie me to a pole for a day and won't let me go until I raise $1,000 for the IWK. We do some cookie sales and all kinds of things.
We do a lot of treats. People love food and treats. So we do a lot of treat bags and barbecues and, you know, selling popsicles and stuff like that. We do can drives, but the bulk of it actually comes from our front end. Cashiers and our skull attendants, you know, and from our customers.
We're very, very grateful to have them helping our families, our communities throughout the Maritimes. What they do for everyone is just a great thing that they can do for them, and we're just very happy to be able to help them out.
On behalf of everybody in this store, the tremendous amount of support that we've had from our customers, you know, we thank you from the bottom of our heart. We're going to keep pushing to raise as much money as we can for the IWK, and hopefully the customers will keep donating.
I want to say thank you to our customers for the donations and our staff, but to the IWK staff, like, nobody really knows what goes on in there till you've seen it happening and you're impacted by it. And it's a tireless job, and you know, we want to thank them, and hopefully that money helps them and helps, you know, all the kids in the IWK.
We're so grateful to Walmart teams and customers from around the Maritimes for raising money so IWK patients can live better. Thank you, Walmart, for always being champions for kids like me.
Wow. Amazing. $1.3 million.
Okay, I don't trust my math skills anymore. I was making sure that's a lot of zeros. 1.3 million, Walmart. thank you so much. This generous donation is going to go such a long way for the caregivers and kids at the IWK. Great job by Walmart, all their amazing customers, their employees too. I know they take this very seriously.
Such an amazing, amazing contribution. We love you, Walmart!
Thank you very much. Let's check back in now with Todd.
Thank you very much. A couple of special guests joining us towards the end of the telethon, as they do every year. We have Jennifer Gillivan, who is the CEO and head of the IWK Foundation, and next to her, Trent McGrath, who is the general manager here at CTV Atlantic. Great to have the two of you here.
Great to be here.
Your initial reaction to what you just saw?
Unbelievable. Like, come on. It's unreal. 1.3 million from Walmart? That's amazing. This whole day has been amazing.
You were telling a great story a moment ago about it. This is a sunny, warm Saturday. We haven't had many of those in the last few months on a day when the telethon had been moved, and people could have very easily, and you would understand if they decided to take the day off. They did not.
Yeah, no, they did not. And I went back to the office, and we have our own team there. And the phones were ringing. There was calls to be called back. People were donating online. You saw with Jayson and Katie, 24 chairs. We thought, well, let's try for 5. Right. We know we needed them, but we thought, let's go for 5. We were being realistic. 24 of them. We saw donations of $1,000, $3,000, and of course, a big one of $50,000 from Eleanor McCain. It was unreal.
Yeah. I'm glad the two of you are sitting here together with me this year, because this is very much a partnership. And I think perhaps even more this year than previous years, because we had that unfortunate circumstance of the wildfires in the Maritimes. And it really, you two had to work together to make a difficult decision.
Yeah, we did.
A few phone calls, I would say, back and forth leading into this. And it was tough. It was a tough call, but I think it was the right thing for the community.
Yeah,
totally was.
With what was going on, and it was not the time to step forward. And we really couldn't shine a light on the IWK the way we wanted to. Right? So.
And I think in a partnership, it's easy to be in a partnership when things are going well. Real partnership is when things aren't going well. And this, we were lockstep together.
And it really speaks to the fact that this is a year-round commitment. It's a year-round partnership.
Absolutely.
The team at CTV and the IWK Foundation really do work together year-round.
Yeah, I feel so at home. Hear people say to me all the time, "You look so relaxed here." And I go, honestly, I dive in and do the news, whatever. I feel really at home here. It's because I know everybody here, and they know us, and my team's here, and we're just one big group of people who are lucky enough to be in roles in organizations that get to do this for our kids.
Trent, putting on the daily broadcast that we do at CTV News and CTV Atlantic every day is a bit of a marathon itself. So trying to suddenly pivot and put on a show a few months later in a different format, in different structure, and asking people to be part of that was an extraordinary effort.
Sure. I mean, we've been fortunate enough, I think we're a little over 25 years of having the telethon on CTV. So not our first rodeo when it comes to this. We work well together, and you don't put a telethon on in a day or a week or even a month. So as soon as we decided to postpone, the work began. And we're so lucky to have a lot of great leadership when it comes to this telethon. And I'm not talking about leadership at this desk. You know, if I can give a couple of plugs, there's an individual by the name of David who's behind the scenes, and he's a technical producer here. He, as soon as we decided to make this move, I got this, and puts everyone at ease. Liz Rigney, who dots every I and crosses every T.
I hate to cut the boss off because it could get me in trouble, but I'm being told by...
Wrap up. Okay.
We're going to wrap it up. Trent, thank you very much, and thank you, Jennifer, and congratulations to the two of you as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. Katie.
Thank you so much, Todd, Jennifer, and Trent. Well, this year we have been amazed by the strength of the many patients at the IWK and the people closest to them. We hope today you know you aren't alone, and we hope you feel the strength of us and all rooting for you. We would like to acknowledge you now with this very special presentation of Stronger Than You Know. We're so grateful to the East Pointers from Prince Edward Island for letting us use their original song.
to a crawl. The sound when the power goes out, it's so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in somehow to knock your house down. Big waves and murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know. Stronger than you know. I know that feeling of fear and doubt. You're stuck inside, there's no way out. Sail when the power goes out, so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in somehow to knock your house down. Big waves and murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know. The sound when the power goes out, so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in somehow to knock your house down. Big waves and murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know. You always need more money, there's never enough time. I know you got nobody, there's a lot on. You got nothing but troubles on your worried mind. I know you got nobody. Sound when the power goes out, it's so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in somehow to knock your house down. Big waves and murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know. Sail when the power goes out, it's so quiet and so loud. The wind's blowing in somehow to knock your house down. Big waves and murky waters, snow beating sons and daughters. Hold on a little longer, you're stronger than you know. You're stronger than you know. Stronger than you know. Stronger than you know. Hold on a little longer, stronger than you know.
Oh, these pointers, Katie, so incredible. We're almost out of time. Miracle Match, it has come to an end. Walmart has been so generous. Whatever you've added over the last half hour, we're going to add that to a final total, which we're getting very, very close to now, Katie.
We are. There is still a couple minutes. You may as well, if you haven't yet, call that number or go online and make that donation.
IWKfoundation.org. Now let's go to the desk for a big moment.
Yep, this is when we're going to roll the final total. So let's take a look at the board. And we wrap up the 39th annual IWK Foundation Telethon with a total of... Oh, it's big. $7,323.83. A staggering amount. Jennifer, Trent, I know you've got some final thank yous.
Yeah, I just want to say a huge thank you to my team at the foundation, and especially Kelly Duggan. We were just trying to get her in there after Liz. And to all the community out there, you are putting your kids first, and we love every single one of you. A huge thank you. This is historic.
Trent, we got 15 seconds.
I just want to say thank you to all the team here at CTV and all the viewers. They're the ones that tell us to do this telethon, and we want to serve them. So thank you.
Steve, final thought?
Big
10
number.
seconds.
Big number, 7 million. That's a nice number. Where do you go from here, Jen? Oh, no.
O'Neill.
To be continued.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We know we have the best people. Now we have the best hospital, too.
We'll see you next year for the 40th anniversary edition of the IWK Telethon. Thank you, and good afternoon.
The IWK Foundation would like to thank those who generously supported the 39th Telethon for Children.
Easy, ready, breathing, overtime. Where does it stop? What do you tell me to draw the line? You got the body, now you form my soul. say no go. And I'll do anything that you want me to. Yeah. I'll do almost anything that you want me to. Hey, I can't go with that. Baby, no can do. I can't go with that. Hey, no can do. I can't go with that. Oh no, no can do. I can't go with that. I can't go with that. I can't go with that. I can't go for being twice as nice. I can't go being your same time after time. It was about it now. You oh my soul. Forget about it. I got to say no go. I'll do anything that you want me to. Yes, I will. I do almost anything that you want me to. Hey, hey, I can't go with that. No can do. I can't go with that. Come on, yeah. No can do. Say I can't go for that. No can do. I can't go with that. I can't go with that. I said I